Cattlemen's Congress, so excited to be here. We got a great show today lining up our Herefords. We have Mr. Shane Work. Shane comes to us from Manhattan, Kansas. He's a purebred beef manager there at Kansas State. He started his education at Butler Community College and then transferred to Kansas State University to finish his degree. He has a wife, Ashley. His children are Nora, 3.5, Brooke, almost 2, and his newest joy and bundle is Ivy, Miss 1 month right there. He's a lifelong Hereford breeder from west central Minnesota, maintains his herd of Hereford and Angus, and he worked at McClurry Angus Ranch. Once again, he manages the KSU purebred unit. He comes to us with a great resume. He was reserve champion national team at Kansas State, high individual in cattle at the American Royal, and president of the Junior Hereford Board. Let's start our morning by welcoming our judge, Mr. Shane Work. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
And over here on your Angus side, our judges this morning will be Mr. Chan Phillips of Rockwall, Texas. Chan lives in Rockwall, Texas with his wife, Tanya, his daughter, Morgan Wallace, son-in-law, Sam, his new grandson, Bo, and his son, AK. He's the manager at Circle M Farms and attended Western Kentucky University. He owns Rocking P Livestock alongside of his brother, Keith, and his family. Began in the beef industry when he was just 6 years old and owned and operated Phillips Cattle Company for 16 years, which was a custom fitting service. Our associate today is Mr. A.K. Phillips of Grand Saline, Texas. He is the general manager at Red River Farms. Lives in Grand Saline, Texas with his fiancee, Jordan Fiddler. He's been involved in the American Junior Simmental Association as a junior member for 13 years. He grew up in Maysville, Kentucky on the family farm where they have a Simmental and commercial cow herd. In April of 2019, he moved to Texas to manage the Red River Farms of Texas. At Red River, they focus on Simmental and Sim Angus genetics. If you're joining us ringside, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Chan and A.K. Phillips as your official Junior Angus judges. Over here in your Angus ring, first class in the ring will be Class 1, your cow-calf class.
First off, I'd like to say it's a pleasure for AK and I to have the opportunity to work with all the Junior Angus exhibitors today and evaluate the cattle. And I hear that we have several head to look at, and that's a great thing. Looking for a lot of quality here. Kind of get warmed up. We got a single entry with this cow-calf pair. Two gentlemen got a lot of quality here. Cow and calf both represent a lot of dimension. We like the moderation in their frame score and the durability and efficiency that they have at this point. Just a real nice, productive pair to start the day off with. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring. Your champion cow-calf pair exhibited by Charlie Baker of Clinton, Oklahoma, with GBM Miss Impressive 809. Next in ring 2 will be Class 2. We would like to remind all exhibitors and spectators that masks are required to be worn not only in the show ring, back in the holding pens and in the stands, but back in the barns as well. Once again, we appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, good morning, and thrilled to be back here again at Oklahoma City here this morning. It's a fine morning to be here and show some cattle. Really nice class of heifer calves here to start off our junior Hereford show this morning. I'm going to opt for the young ladies heifer to start here. Really good group of females. For me, this heifer is obviously not the biggest, not the highest performing, doesn't overwhelm you with what she is the most of. To me, is the soundest. I think she has the most reach out of both ends of her skeleton. Really appreciate that about her as well. She's really just a maternal-looking, a female-appearing type heifer. Love that about her, and she's got certainly plenty to her for me, even though she doesn't have quite as much to her as some of these that stand right below her. Really like the structure in that heifer. Real powerful heifer here that comes next. It gives you just a great look from the side. She is a real massive female. Just a lot to that heifer in comparison to the heifers that are on either side of her. You love that about her as well. Just a stout female there to come second. Nice heifer here, the young man's that comes next. I think we can compare 3 and 4. This heifer just has a little more flexibility at the ground for me. She's a little more youthful in her appearance. Appreciate that about her as well, and gives you a really good look as well. Really high performance, really shapely female here. I'd like to change her maybe just a bit if we could in the set to her hind leg and the way she handles that as she goes. But she's really powerful. A ton to her in terms of muscle shape. Just like to change her a little bit in terms of structure. But she certainly has a big advantage in terms of mass and dimension and performance over the 2 that remain. A couple good heifers here. Just like to change them a little bit in terms of dimension, change them a little bit in terms of hind leg structure, and they'd slide up a little bit.
In the Angus side here, we feel like the heifer that's coming to the top of this class is the combination heifer of the class in terms of overall look and side profile. Really like the way this one comes up out of that foreshoulder into her crest there. She's a female that stays long down her spine. She's adequate in terms of volume. The big middled female is the one that's here in second. We really like this female in the stance in terms of doability and cow prospect here. With that said, when you get her in motion, she wants to get just a little quick in her stride. We think there's a lot of future in the female in third. Really extended up through her front 1/3. Very attractive from the side. She just gives up a little bit in terms of performance and doability in this particular scenario. Just like to give her a little more time to move her on up the line. Female here in fourth is one that we really like in terms of type and kind. She wants to get a little low in her pin set compared to some of the other females. Then we end up with a higher tail-headed kind of a heifer that just needs more substance in lower third to go any higher in this class.
Back over on the Hereford side, results for Class 1 and the Polled Spring heifer calves, age 5/16 through 6/27 of 2020. First place goes to Kenna Silas of Leedy, Oklahoma. Second place is Steerwalk Cattle Company, Leedy, Oklahoma, owned by Creighton Carpenter of Leedy. Third place is Graydon Ray Forbes and Lander Lee Forbes of Kearney, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to Perry Show Cattle, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to Mackenzie Sloan Boyer of Veneta, Oklahoma. And rounding out our class was Hunter Holcomb of El Reno, Oklahoma. We now have Class 2 Polled Hereford heifers in the arena, age 5/5 of 2020 through 5/15 of 2020.
And congratulations over here on your Angus side. First place in Class 2 is going to go to back number 104, Fraser Covergirl 280, exhibited by Helena Fowler of Lewiston, Montana. Second place, back number 106, Miss Primo Cash 2034, exhibited by Haley Crosswaith of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third place will go to FCF Phyllis 049, exhibited by Emma Etherington of Avon, Illinois. Fourth place in that class will go to TR Proven Queen H74, exhibited by Macy Cullum of Perkins, Oklahoma. And fifth place in that class will go to Auto Forever Lady 020, exhibited by Nolan Hunt of Huntsville, Texas. Currently in ring 2 is Class 3 here in your Junior Angus show.
Very nice class of May heifer calves here in our polled show. Start with a pair of heifers for me that are a little more youthful in their appearance, a little more useful in their kind, I think, in terms of, and kind of good combination females that combine function and a cow look with a really good, attractive look that we like as well. For me, the heifer that wins does that really well. She gets out and goes off of both ends really well. When you get her stopped and you get her set up, she gives you a really attractive look from the side, yet still has plenty of shape and still gives you kind of that cow appearance through her front 1/3. Really appreciate that about her. I think she's hooked up just a little better in terms of her lines. I think she's set just a little nicer in her hip and in her pins there than the heifer that comes next. Maybe just fits together with just a little bit extra in terms of look. Really good heifer here, I think, as well in second. Kind of closely follows that type and kind for me, being a little more moderate in frame, and then the two that are right below them and have a lot of body as well, and just kind of that female appearance. Two really good heifers here, high performance heifers that got just a bunch to them in terms of dimension and shape, body shape. The heifer that I opted for third, I think, is going to just stay just a tick more moderate as far as mature frame size. I appreciate that about her, and I think she's just deeper sided and a little bolder in the shape to her rib cage. Really high, powerful heifer, or high performance, just stout, powerful female here that comes next. I'd like to change her just a tick off her hind two if we could when she gets out and goes. But stop, that heifer's got a lot to offer in terms of just sheer shape and rib depth. Two heifers that come next that maybe just a little different in terms of their structure for me. I'd like to change them a little bit in the angle of their hock and the way they handle that rear leg at the ground. The heifer that comes now for me is just a little more, for me, kind of fits what I like, a little more there in her front end. The heifer that comes right now is just a little flatter jawed, maybe just a little too out there in her front 1/3 for me. Pretty nice heifer here, the young man's. She just needs some time. She's going to slide up as she gets older and matures and goes that way. Excuse me. The two that come next, just a little plain, need a little more look to move up.
On the Angus side, really nice set of females from end to end in this class. Structure gets to be a little more of an issue from about middle of the lineup down. Female that heads up the class is the one that hit us pretty hard when she entered the ring, and we're keeping her up here towards the top end. Really like this one in terms of the size foot that she carries on all four corners of her foundation. She balances up really good out of that underline going up into her front third. We like the way she excels out here in terms of the way she stays down her spine and out over her tail head set. Getting down the second place female, boy, this one on the side profile is one that really has the wild factor. We really like the way she's put together coming out of the top of the shoulder into that crest. She's one that carries herself with plenty of middle and shape in that underline. With that said, in comparison to the female that wins the class, we get her in motion. She wants to get maybe a little tighter in her step. We'd like to see her a little more fluid in her movement as she goes along and get her in motion. Third place female is one that we also like on the stance. More moderate in her frame score, one that's got some shape in her rib. With that said, she carries just a little bit of shoulder. She gets a little tight in her loin. Maybe that's because she's wanting to cycle here today. I don't know, but that's a nice female there in third. Then we get down to the fourth place female. Real maternal kind here, one that's very attractive from muzzle to pole. Gives up a little bit in terms of overall look compared to the ones in front of her. Young lady's female next in the lineup. Big rib, big middled individual. One we like from that standpoint. She just needs to be a little longer in her stride. Young lady in the yellow next in the lineup. Really a lot of neat features here, and this female just needs a little more time to compete against more mass up towards the front end. And then we get down some structure and look issues on the last two females of the class. Really nice set of females in this particular lineup.
Results on Class 2 polled Hereford heifers. First place goes to Redmond Bluebaugh of Leota, Indiana. Second place was Cody Morrill of Pleasant Hill, Oregon. Third place, Kennedy Van Zant, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fourth place was Ian Garrett Forbes of Churchill, Maryland. Fifth place, it was a group of people, Carly Muster, Katie Muster, and Clayton Muster of Otterburn, Indiana. Sixth place, Macy Woodward of Farmington, Arkansas. Seventh place was Huck Hansa of Lawton, Oklahoma. Eighth, Elizabeth Crum of Anadarko, Oklahoma. And ninth was Taylor Morris of Macomb, Oklahoma. We're now showing Class 3 Polled Hereford heifers age 5/1/2020 through 5/4/2020.
And congratulations over here in ring 2. Class 3 results are in. First place will go to back number 111, GG Princess 574, exhibited by Austin Gorman of Alton, Texas. Second place will go to Seldom Rest Pinup Gale 0103, exhibited by Rob Oakley of Livingston, Tennessee. Third place goes to Silvera Sandy 0358, exhibited by Bailey Dutra of Hanford, California. Fourth place will go to BC TSSC Henning Sandy 1220, exhibited by Jaden Johnson, Blossom, Texas. Fifth place will go to back number 114, Maple Crest Proven Queen 0124, exhibited by Jackson Ray of Holdenville, Oklahoma. Sixth place will go to SSF Nelly Girl 5160, exhibited by Lauren Moole of Lexington, Illinois. Seventh place went to back number 115, Degman Frontier Gal 0735, exhibited by Brittany Porter of Franklin, Indiana. And eighth place in that class will go to Silvera Sandy 0360, exhibited by Brandon Pacheco of Paso Robles, California. For those of you following along ringside, your placings are as follows in your book. Scratch 1, 8, 3, 5, 7, scratch 6, 4, 2. At this time in ring 2 is class 4 here in your junior Angus show.
Another good class of May heifers, and had a little bit of a challenge here for one of these heifers here, kind of first time to town, and I think kind of something in the crowd might have caught her, actually. Kind of a tough break for that young man, but he's fighting through it, and a really good group of heifers. The heifer I used to win, I think, just combines the most good things for me. She combines that functional cow look. She's really deep-sided. Her structure is really good. She can get out and go off of both ends of her skeleton, yet still has that attractive look. Her neck comes up high out of her shoulders. She's not maybe as overpowering in some in terms of muscle, but she's certainly got plenty for me, and just an ultra big-bodied, cowy, attractive-looking female. Young man that had the heifer that got away from him here comes next. She was a little tough to evaluate at first, but this is an awful good heifer. Once you get a chance to look at her, and she kind of gives you that look. A heifer that's really, really attractive from the side. She's really good in the way her neck comes up out of her shoulder. That's a big advantage for her over the third heifer. She's just really attractive and extended in that regard. A heifer that just gives you a really good look. She's flexible as well and can get out and move, as we've seen. And a heifer that's got enough to her. Really powerful female here, and that comes in third, a nice female as well. Wants to be just a little bit downheaded. I mean, downheaded maybe is too hard. Her neck doesn't want to quite come out of her shoulder quite the same. Maybe we change her hind leg just a tick, but that's nitpicking a nice heifer. She's deep. She's going to be very easy fleshing, and I love that about her. She's got plenty to her. That's a good heifer there as well. Then we get to a heifer that's just a little plainer in her look, pretty practical in her kind, but just needs a little more look to move up. Pair of heifers here, they're just a little too tight-bodied for me. A young lady down there, 131, coming by, doing a great job, just needs more to that heifer.
Really a lot of future represented on the top end of this particular class. Female that's going to head up the class is one that just striking in terms of presentation out here, one that really gets it done from the side profile. Very pleasant to look at, nicely presented out here in this lineup. We feel like she's as good as any in this particular class at the ground and represents a lot of longevity in terms of structure, and once again puts it together with a really nice look. The female most like her in kind is the one that we have here in second. Another high-quality individual that represents a nice look at the side as well. We appreciate the swoop to her underline, the internal dimension she represents. When you compare the two heifers, she gets up just a scotch out of her tail head. You might want to widen her up at the hock just a little bit compared to your class winner. We really like this three heifer in terms of cow prospect here, one that's moderate in her frame score, one that's got a lot of natural shape, a rib coming out of that spine down into the lower portion of her underline. She just gets a little tight out of that top. You get her in motion compared to the ones in front of her, you might want to flatten her out at her shoulder just a scotch to go any higher in the class today. A lot of future here in the fourth place female, one that represents another nice profile here. She just needs a little more time, a little more dimension in that lower third to go any higher in this particular class. Female rounding the corner, gets a little flighter down in that stifle, just like to see her a little wider hock to go any higher. Young lady in the purple's got a nice looking female from the side, one that carries herself pretty nice down the spine. If we could change her up compared to the ones in front of her today, we'd like to give her a little more shape up through her forearm, give her a little more internal dimension to go higher. Young man coming off the fence there's got a little plainer kind. She'll make a nice cow on down the line. Then we get down to four females that just need a little more condition, need to be a little more show ready today to compete against the ones at the top end of this class.
Congratulations. Results back over here in the Polled Hereford Arena. Class of May 1st through May 20th. First place goes to Landry Allen and Mason Allen of Nocona, Texas. Second place was Landon Lehman, Ryland Lehman, and Madison Lehman of Hildreth, Nebraska. Third place, Holly Fawcett and Ivy Fawcett from Ree Heights, South Dakota. Fourth place, Avery Stadler of Crawfordville, Indiana. Fifth place, Sarah Orr, Puryear, Tennessee. Sixth place, Quinn Bushalata of Yuma, Arizona. And seventh was Cambria Curry of Tuttle, Oklahoma. If you're following along your program, the results are 5, 6, 1, scratch, 7, scratch, 2, 4, and 3. We're now coming in with polled Hereford heifers class 4, those in age of April the 10th through April the 30th of 2020.
And congratulations over here on your Angus side. First place in Class 4 will go to back number 133, Henning BC Sandy 0059, exhibited by Megan Hayden of Jacksonville, Illinois. Second place will go to back number 121, Lazy JB Erica 066, exhibited by Kylie Wingy of Cisco, Texas. Third place goes to back number 125, WR Miss Ashley 51H, exhibited by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. Fourth place will go to SCC SFC Miss Sandy 054, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Fifth place in that class will go to Lazy JB Queen Amara 085, exhibited by Madeline Rohr of Albert, Colorado. Sixth place went to SLL Black Bourbon 009, exhibited by Braden Joe Blackburn of Marlow, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to WCC McNoney H19, exhibited by Mackenzie Costel of McKinney, Texas. Eighth place went to DPL Primrose Lady 0472, exhibited by Kyra Grace Mayer of Blue Hill, Nebraska. Ninth place went to GG Winnie 0510, exhibited by Harlow Gorman of Alton, Texas. 10th place went to DDA Northern Miss 2022, exhibited by Sky Wimmer of Portland, Indiana. And 11th place in that class will go to LM Ruth H514, exhibited by Rebecca Purevine of Fay, Oklahoma. Currently in ring 2 is class 5 here in your Junior Angus show. This will be your final class before we select our champion and reserve champion of your summer heifer division. Over here in your Angus ring, we do have a correction on Class 4. We will re-announce your top 5 over here in the Angus ring. First place in that last class is back number 132, DPL Primrose Lady 0472, exhibited by Kyra Grace Meyer, Blue Hill, Nebraska. Second place went to Lazy JB Erica 066, exhibited by Kylie Wingy of Siska, Texas. Third place in that class went to back number 125, WR Miss Ashley 51H, exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Fourth place went to SCC SFC Miss Sandy 054, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. And fifth place in that last class was exhibited by 127 WCC Vignoni H19, exhibited by Mackenzie Costle, McKinney, Texas. Once again, currently in your Angus ring is Class 5.
Well, a super good class over here with a really high-end trio of heifers as we get into some Aprils. A lot of give and take. It's really close amongst these three, and you could be justified placing them anyway, honestly, in my opinion. There's little differences that sort them. If you like them a little different, I totally respect that, and because they're three awful good ones, and they're going to be ones that are going to be competing against each other the whole time, I think, as they go through our lives. So three that I really like. I guess what I see in the heifer that I use to win is she's the most flexible at the ground and can get out and go really good in terms of structure. She's not acting quite as well as these other two, and so that gets a bit of a challenge to evaluate her. She's deep-sided. She's going to be more moderate in her frame, I think, as a mature cow, and she's got plenty to her, and yet gives you a really good look. But I think her biggest advantage is structure over the class, and I think compared to the heifer that's right behind her here in second, there's maybe just a tick more shape to her right behind at this stage of the game, but a heifer that I like a lot. A heifer I like a lot in second. Super good look from the side. She gets her set up. It's really good. She's real up-headed. Her neck comes out of her shoulders correctly. She's good in her lines. You know, she's maybe a tick flatter if we're nitpicking a good heifer right now. But that's a heifer that's got a really good look. She's fresh. She's attractive. She's got enough to her. She is just a little flatter, I think, than the heifers on either side of her. Again, a good heifer. Really nice heifer in third as well. I think if we're going to nitpick her as a really good heifer, maybe we'd loosen her up just a touch in her hock and in the way that she reaches out of her hip. She maybe doesn't have quite the flank and body as a couple that are above her. But again, a heifer with an ultra good look. She's got a ton of shape to her down her top. That's an awful good heifer. She's going to do a lot of good. All three of those heifers a lot of good in a lot of places as they go through their lives here. I like them really well. Get up into a pair of more mature heifers here for me, 4 and 5. 4 is sounder, just a little much for me. Same for 5 is a little more mature and a little heavier in condition for this stage of the game. And I don't like her structure quite as well as the heifer that's in 4. Nice pair of heifers that come next, just solid females, just getting to a tough class. And we got wound down the class with some heifers that need just a little more to them, but are really good. That was a tough class from top to bottom.
On the on the Angus side, we feel like that the combination heifer comes to the top in this particular scenario. We really like this one in terms of overall mass. We like the performance she represents. She's the deepest underlying female out here in the lineup, and for, in our opinion, probably the best cow prospect that has a show heifer look out here in the lineup. Getting down to second place heifer, she followed her the most alike in kind. We really like the upheadedness and the way this one comes out of the top of her shoulder with a lot of extension up through her front 1/3. She gives up just a little bit in terms of overall rib shape and dimension compared to the female in front of her. Gets up maybe just a scotch higher in her tail head set, but one that's very attractive from the side. Then we get down to third and fourth. It's a little bit of give and take. We feel like both these are nice cow prospects as well. The third place female just gives up to the two in front of her when you look at her on the ground. When you get her in motion, she's not quite as attractive off that rear leg. Young lady's female here in fourth is just going to make a well of a cow when she goes into production. We like the underline in the lower third in this individual. She gets a little flatter out of her stifle, puts her a little narrower hock compared to the ones in front of her in this particular class. Combination heifer here is a fifth place heifer, one that may move up the lineup when she gets a little older and a little more mature. She's carrying a scotch's shoulder right now. She's extreme in terms of look up front. We like the width and dimension down her top and out over her hip. We just like to see her a little soggier middle to go any higher. Young lady's female next one we like on the stance. She gets a little prominent and her jump muscle gets up in her top and you get her in motion. And then as we move on down the line, we just need a little more time in some of these young females. We need a little more shape in their underline. We'd like to see some of them a little more attractive at the ground to get them up any higher in this particular class.
Congratulations. Results for Class 4, Polled Spring Hereford Heifers. First place goes to Catherine Coleman and Tyler Coleman of Modesto, California. Second place goes to Bo Ann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri. Third place is Hadley Dunclow and Wyatt Dunclow of Wayne, Nebraska. Fourth place is Jenna Tlock and Abby Tlock of Prohl, Iowa. Fifth place goes to Clancy Sweatman of Eastman, Illinois. Sixth place, Carlisle Bryman of Refugio, Texas. Seventh place is Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Eighth place, Mark Kypton of Lofton of Weston, Missouri. Ninth place goes to Mackenzie Sloan Boyer of Anita, Oklahoma. And 10th place was Kaya Lastly, Kira Stauffer, and Keelan Stauffer of Trafalgar, Indiana. We're now bringing in Class 5 Spring Polled Hereford Heifers, age April 1 through April 8th of 2020.
And congratulations over here in your Angus ring, Class 5. First place is going to go to back number 141, UDE. Chimera Katie, 0252, exhibited by Kelly Spicer, Mount Airy, Maryland. Second place will go to back number 138, SSF Lady 5030, exhibited by Houston Ferry of Sullivan, Indiana. Third place will go to back number 144, PCC Jasmine 609H, exhibited by Clancy Cunningham of Rose, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to back number 134, A1 Sarah's Dream 005, exhibited by Carson Pack, Stevensville, Texas. Fifth place will go to STC SFC Phyllis 053, exhibited by Brenna Leanne Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Sixth place will go to J&J Frontier Gal 02013, exhibited by Sydney Pearl Johnson of Orlando, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to HCC Christie 094, exhibited by Cooper Jack Glenn of Purcell, Oklahoma. Eighth place went to LC Proven Queen 2035, exhibited by Luke Zimmerman of Camargo, Illinois. Ninth place went to Henning BC Sandy 0055, exhibited by Samuel Paul Henderson of East Troy, Wisconsin. 10th place went to Selden Russ Sandy 0084, exhibited by Hunter C. Anderson of Algona, Iowa. 11th place in that class went to Dameron North Miss 0100, exhibited by Alexandria Cazatorto of Olathe, Kansas. And 12th place in that class went to Conley Arkdale Pride 0561, exhibited by Charlie Baker, Clinton, Oklahoma. At this time in our Angus ring, we are selecting your division champion and reserve for your summer heifer calf division. We would like to remind all of our exhibitors and spectators that we do require you to wear masks while in the stands, in the show ring, in the holding pen, and back in the barns. We greatly appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Also a reminder to all of our exhibitors that back there in the holding pen, we do ask that you only have one person with each exhibitor. Once again, that's a one person per exhibitor limit back there in the holding pens. We greatly appreciate your cooperation on that as well.
On the Angus side, here in this first division, boy, we saw a lot of quality throughout all the classes, and we feel like all the classes went pretty deep in terms of quality. If you look at the first class here, heifer that's a little greener and should be at this time, one that sure got all the parts and the pieces to have the great future ahead of her, just not quite as show ready as some of them on down the lineup in these older classes. Get down to second class, one that we really like in terms of lower third and functionality, in terms of cow look and efficiency. She'll be very low cost all the way through the rest of her life when she goes into production. Get her out here in the lineup. She might want to get a little quick in a few places. You might want to see a little more length of cannon bone on all four corners, but a real nice brood cow prospect there in the second class. An intriguing female here in the third class in terms of length of spine and the way she's put together with angulation and length of front 1/3. We really like this female in terms of profile. We think she's pretty agile on the ground in terms of structure. Where we think she gives up just a little bit out here in this division, you'd like to see just a little more shape in her underline in terms of cow look, but one that sure got a lot of nice parts and's got a nice future ahead of her, both in and outside the show ring. Then we get down to the fourth class, the one that's going to show a little more maturity. She's a little older than her kind. Once a young lady gets her slowed down, she gets along fine in terms of structural integrity. At times she gets a little quick in her step because of the pace and she's in motion, but we really feel like this one excels in terms of overall dimension down her top. We like the squareness from hooks to pins. She's really deep in that flank. She's got lots of swoop to her underline. With that said, let's give them a nice round of applause, and AK will get you a champion in reserve.
Congratulations to your summer heifer calf champion here in the Angus ring. Going to go to back number 141, UDE K-Mura Katie 0252, exhibited by Kelly Spicer, Mount Airy, Maryland. Second place in that class, exhibited by Houston Ferry of Sullivan, Indiana.
the heifer that just came into this division that was second in class is one that we really appreciate. And like I said earlier, we put her second. Thought she carried just a scotch of tailhead in comparison to the class winner, but we pulled it down there. It's probably not too big of an issue. We really like this one on the ground. We think she matches up pretty nice in terms of the way she's put together. Swoop that underline and internal dimension that she's going to have on down the road here. Puts it together with a lot of angulation to that front end. Let's give them another nice round of applause, and we'll pick your reserve.
Another super competitive class. Excuse me, really, really good class over here. Top to bottom, very, very competitive. There's a lot of different kinds, but there's a lot of good in these heifers all the way through. Really close here on the top end. 3-4 heifers that are really, really good. There's probably things we can nitpick about each of these heifer structures, and it's small things. They're all obviously definitely adequate. There is little things we could change probably about all 4 of these, but with that being said, they're awful good. This heifer that wins just gives you a really good look from the side, just a ton of presence and attractiveness in this heifer. Her neck comes up high out of her shoulder. She's really big-bodied. She's going to be pretty moderate in terms of her frame size. I think as we think about these heifers being cows and being mature, productive females, just does it with such a good look and so attractive, yet has a bunch of shape to her as well. She's plenty far along in terms of condition for me probably, but an awful good heifer. Really a powerful female here that comes next. She's really stout featured, just really powerful in terms of her makeup. Maybe doesn't hit you quite as hard if we're nitpicking in terms of look as the heifer that's right above her. Clearly more than adequate in that, but not if we're going to describe these heifers that are really good. I'd say not quite that look and attractiveness in terms of the way her pieces fit together, and a heifer that as she goes wants to get just a little more less stable, I guess, on her hind too. Nice heifer here in third, maybe just a little bit plainer than those heifers that are right above her in terms of just her look, but that's a heifer that's really practical in her kind. She's deep-sided, she's wide in terms of her makeup, and good in terms of her structure as well. That's her big advantage over the heifer that comes next for me. She can get out and go quite a bit better. This heifer has a ton of look and a ton of attractiveness. For me, she just needs to get out and go with more stability and comfort out of her shoulder. She just gets to be a little straight for me for both ends. Would like to change that. Bunch of good heifers here that comes next. Some heifers that are probably just a little farther along in terms of condition in the next couple. Like to freshen them up a little bit and change them in terms of structure. Young man coming here has a good heifer that's really attractive. Again, just a bunch of heifers that are really, really good. Super competitive class.
Congratulations. Results for Class 5 polled spring heifer calves. First place goes to Peyton Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. Second place is Ben Ryan Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Third place goes to Piper Collier and Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Fourth place, Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Fifth place, Trinity Jones, St. Edward, Nebraska. Sixth place is Cassie Alscheid from Waterloo, Illinois. Seventh place, Briggston Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Eighth place, Riley Husky and Hannah Pembroke of Beggs, Oklahoma. Ninth place, Lowry W. Drew Hunt IV, Madison, Georgia. 10th place, Avery Stadler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. 11th place, Blakely Stetzler of Oologah, Oklahoma. And 12th place, Hans Lind of Rushford, Minnesota. If you're following along in your program, results are 6, 12, 4, 1, 3, 9, 8, 10, 11, 7, 2, and 5. We now have Class 6, March 21st through March 27th, born heifers.
Over here in your Angus side, our last division, your champion was back number 144, UDE. Kimura Katie, 0252, exhibited by Kelly Spicer, Mount Airy, Maryland. And reserve champion in your summer heifer calf division was SSF. Lady 5030, exhibited by Houston Ferry of Sullivan, Indiana. Currently over here in our Angus ring is Class 6. Once again, we would like to remind all of our exhibitors and spectators in the stands that we do require you to wear masks while here in the arena. We appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Once again, a really nice class from end to end. We feel like the heifer that wins the class is the power female of the class. She represents the most dimension down her top and out over her hip. She carries the most substance of bone on all four corners, and she does it in pretty good fashion. She's got a little shoulder, but yet she's got plenty of angulation, and we just think this one's really nice for as stout as she is. She stays very maternal in her look. Then we got a little more of a finesse heifer here in second. One that you can't argue is very maternal in her kind. She gets a little finer from the hock down in terms of bone work. She gives up just a little bit in terms of internal dimension and overall mass compared to the female in front of her, but a very high quality, good looking female from the side to go second. Then it gets down to a little more give and take in third and fourth. In our opinion, we feel like the third place heifer on the stance is one that we like in terms of type and kind. Once you get her in motion, you'd like to see her with a little more length and stride when you move her off that rear leg and you get her on going around the ring. Fourth place female follows her a lot alike in kind. Same holds true at the ground. We feel like this one gives up just a little bit more in terms of four-rib compared to the female in third today. Fifth place female, a little plainer in her kind, but yet one that's very maternal and make a nice cow on down the road. She gets a little more awkward from the hip on down to the ground compared to some of the other heifers in the class. Sixth place female here is one that's a little more moderate in her frame. We like this one on the stance. Once we get her in motion, she just needs to be a little longer strided. Then we get down to a little plainer kind with the gentleman with the cowboy hat. One that's really easy doing in her kind. We just like to see her a little more attractive off her hip and down through that rear hock. Same holds true with the female behind her. And then we get down to some females towards the end of the class here that just need a little more time once again, need a little more swoop to their underlines, a little more doability and efficiency to go any higher in this particular class.
Really good class again over here, March polled females. Really good place to start for me. This is a heifer that's kind of a combination female. She combines those functional traits that I'm trying to find and does that with some more extras as well in terms of look and attractiveness and balance. Lots to that heifer in terms of body. Really, really good at the ground. That's her big advantage, the way she handles her hind legs over the heifer that's in second. Nice place to start there. Heifer that's in second, when she stopped, I really, really like her. She really has, in terms of just her build, when she stopped, she's really cowy and powerful, big rib, big hipped, made nice as well. She's just a little unstable in the way that she handles her rear two. She just doesn't set down as squarely on her rear 2 feet as I'd like to see, but that's a really, really nice made, really good heifer. Good heifer here that comes in third. Maybe doesn't grab you in terms of muscle shape quite as much as a couple that are right above you, right above her, but that's a really nice heifer. Just needs a tick more shape to compete with those two, but a heifer that I like really well. Young man's got a nice heifer as well here in fourth, a white-legged female. Lots to her in terms of body shape, just a little different there on her hind legs as well. Pair of good heifers here come next. Need to be changed just a little bit structurally and a little bit more to them. Heifers that round out the class here that are really, really good in their own right. Just need some more structural integrity or a little more mass in the young man's case to move up.
Congratulations. Results for Class 6 polled Hereford heifers. First place goes to Will Freaking of Alpha, Minnesota. Second place goes to Whitney Steckel of Taylor, Nebraska. Third place, Ethan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Fourth place, Cole Schanbacher of Newhall, Iowa. Fifth place, Shelby Burlisle of Emmett, Idaho. Sixth place, Caden Wilson, Creston, Iowa. Seventh place, Emma Lynn of Purcell, Oklahoma. Eighth place, Molly Miniman of Wheaton, Kansas. Ninth place, Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. If you're following along in your program, placings are 3, 1, 8, 4, 2, 5, 6, 9, and 7. We're now bringing in Class 7 polled Hereford heifers, age of March 12th through March 19th of 2020.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring for Class 6. First place will go to back number 157, UDE. Kimura Katie, 0298, exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Second place go to back number 153, Young's Kimura Katie, 2032, exhibited by Sydney Lavrine of Clarksville, Iowa. Third place will go to Soul Frontier Style 0471H, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Owasso, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to SCC SFC Phyllis 048, exhibited by Casey Bessie of Freeport, Illinois. Fifth place will go to Wood Hot Espresso 036H, exhibited by Grace Shreve of Mount Hope, Kansas. Sixth place will go to back number 155, PVF Missy 0087, exhibited by Ashton Dillo of Villa Ridge, Illinois. Seventh place will go to DDA Northern Miss 2020, exhibited by Jack Selmeyer of Maroa, Illinois. Eighth place will go to XR Frontier Gal 1730, exhibited by John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Ninth place in that class will go to Hortzman's La Empress 044H, exhibited by Allie Howell of Marengo, Indiana, and Larry and Joe Hortzman of West Lafayette, Indiana. 10th place will go to KMP Miss Styling Lady, exhibited by Kylie Michelle Patterson of Atoka, Oklahoma. 11th place in that class will go to Dameron Barbara 081, exhibited by Ella Brooks of Prophetstown, Illinois. 11th place will go to FCF Blackbird 035, exhibited by Mason Armstrong, Fredericksburg, Indiana. 13th in that class will go to RC Erica 0829, exhibited by Weston Roulette of Martin, Tennessee. As it reads in your book, for those of you following along ringside for Class 6 here in your Angus ring, 9, 3, 2, 4, 6, 13, 1, 10, 5, 8, 7, 11, 12. Currently in your Angus ring is Class 7.
Another good class of March heifers here, quality top to bottom. And again, some different types and kinds, but that's okay. Fun to sort through for sure. Heifer, I'm going to use a young man's. Again, just suits me really well in terms of being a combination female, combining that structural integrity with some extra look and still has that maternal appearance as well, and enough to her. Just a nice heifer there. For me, she's quite a bit sounder, I think, than the heifer that ends up in second as she gets out and goes off her rear two, has a little more reach and gets out of her hip and her hock and hind leg a little better for me. Nice heifer. Really attractive female, though, the young ladies here that's next. You stopped, you really like her from the side. She's bold in terms of her rib cage. She's bold in terms of muscle. She's attractive. She just needs to handle her hind leg a little better, just to get you a little looser, more flexible in her hock and in her rear pasture in there and get out of her hip a little better. Nice heifer here in third. Again, a heifer that combines a lot of good things. There's maybe not quite as much to her as a couple that are right above her in terms of the way she comes out of her hip. And again, she's not, certainly adequate structure, but if we're going to nitpick, she could be just a little more stable and strong in the way she sets down there on her rear too. Heifer in fourth is an interesting female. There's things that I really, really like about her in terms of her soundness, in terms of her rib depth. She's a little much for me in terms of maturity pattern, in terms of body condition, and in terms of, we think about her as a mature female in terms of mature size. But that heifer has some really, really nice pieces. I like those things about her. Just maybe a little more for me in that regard. Heifers that come next, good females, don't hit you quite as hard in terms of look. Perhaps a heifer that comes next, but a heifer that's sound and useful and practical. I like her pretty well in that regard. Heifer that comes next just needs to be a little different in terms of her hind leg structure, but you like her look and attractiveness. Practical heifer here that comes next, a little plain perhaps, and if you get her compared to some of these heifers above her, but that's a heifer that's pretty useful in her kind. Bunch of good heifers here as we move down the line, like a lot of these females in here. Just need a little more look or attractiveness to compete with those heifers on the top end. Congratulations.
Congratulations on Class 7 results. First place goes to entry 191, Rhett Louderman of Macomb, Illinois. Second place is Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Third place is Noah Perry from Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Samuel Hunt, Madison, Georgia. Fifth place, Kira and Keelan Stouffer of Trafalgar, Indiana. Sixth place is Kyan Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma. Seventh place goes to Madeline Weber, Cooper Weber, and Wyatt Weber of Wamego, Kansas. Eighth place is Haley Littaw of Balco, Oklahoma. Ninth place, Corey Stump, Columbia, Illinois. 10th place, Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. 11th place, Hayes Devine of Chickasha, Oklahoma. And 12th place is Tyndall Fields of Cashin, Oklahoma. Following along your programs, the placings are 6, 9, 12, 10, 2, 8, 1, 7, 5, 4, 11, and 3. We're now on our final class of the division, Class 8. Those calves March 2nd through March 10th of 2020. Following this class, we'll go right into our polled champion spring heifer calf division and reserve division. Please have all those first classes in the holding area.
In the Angus show here, we got a trio of heifers up at the top end of this class that all three have a lot of quality. And to be real frank with you, AK and I like with the lower third and the volume represented in the second and third hole here. We think they're tremendous cow prospects, or we'd change them up today. We'd change them off that rear leg and give them a little more attractiveness when you put them in motion. We feel like the soundest structured heifer of the class is the female that's up here at the front end. This one's very good in her foot shape. She's very long in her stride. She flexes really nice off all four corners as she goes. We appreciate the flatness to her shoulder. We like the way that crest fits into the top of her neck, the way she stays down her spine and out over her hip. Yep, she does give up a little bit of belly compared to the two behind her, but we think she's adequate in terms of rib shape, and she definitely gets it done a little better on the ground when you get her in motion. We really like the swoop, once again, of the female here in second. We get her on the go, gets a little more awkward off that hip down to the ground. Like to see her a little more attractive from that standpoint. Another cow prospect here in third. Really appreciate this one for the internal dimension and volume in lower third. Just gets a little more sickle hawked, if you will, at the ground there. Gets a little tight there at the pasture, and when you get her into motion, just like to see her a little better from that standpoint. Get around to the stout top, big hipped individual here next in the lineup. One that we really like from that standpoint. She carries herself with some substance of bone. She has some integrity in terms of structure. She just gives up just a little bit in terms of the look up through the front 1/3 in comparison to those in front of her today. Might want to get just a little high out of her top when you get her on the move, but a real nice female in fourth. Fifth place female is one that we really like on the stand. Once you get her on the go, you'd like to see a little more angulation out of her shoulder. She wants to get a little quick off that rear leg. Young lady's female next. I moved up one notch. We really like the type and kind of this female. She carries just a scotch and navel in her underline. She gets a little flatter out of that lower third of that quarter and maybe a little narrow at the hock for us today compared to the ones in front of her. The female behind her from the side gets a little nicer in terms of profile, but doesn't have the lower third, needs a little more shape down low. Same holds true when we get on down the lineup here in terms of lower third. We'd just like to see a little more swoop to these underlines, like to see a little more shape, get down to the two end heifers there. They just need to be a little stouter out of their stifle, have a little more bone and substance to go any higher in the class today.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring. We have the results of Class 7. First place will go to back number 169, EXAR Princess 0728, exhibited by Seth Cox of Eagle Point, Oregon. Second place will go to back number 170, LWHF PCC Queen 160H. Exhibited by Jelani King of Waukomis, Oklahoma. Third place will go to BFPCC Queen 80H, exhibited by Ava Henrichen of Westmoreland, Kansas. Fourth place exhibited by 176, Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska, with K-Bar D Wendy 38H. Fifth place in that class goes to back number 172, VZR Blackbird 2022, exhibited by Rowdy Van Zee of Sioux Center, Iowa. Sixth place will go to back number 608, LVS Elba 2003, exhibited by Trista Bates of Manhattan, Montana. Seventh place will go to 209, Carly Manternak of Cascade, Iowa. Eighth place will go to DPL Primrose Lady 0451, exhibited by Casey Veraska of Omak, Washington. Ninth place will go to Decker Barbara 2007, exhibited by Lindsay Decker of Philo, Illinois. 10th place will go to JS Wonder, exhibited by Jackson Staggs of Purcell, Oklahoma. And 11th place will go to Nord's Lucy 2053, exhibited by Dylan Sharp of Arlington, Minnesota. Currently over here in your Angus ring is Class 8. We'd like to remind everyone in the stands and in the show ring and back in the barns that we do require you to wear masks at all times. We certainly appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, boy, a pair of good ones here on the top end of this class. Awful big-time heifers. They're really close in my mind. They're the kind of heifers that have power, have dimension, have performance, but are still disciplined in their size in terms of what they're going to be as mature females and once they get into production, and that's neat to see. And just a pair of really good heifers, and it's just razor thin and little things that split them. The heifer that I'm going to use to win is so bold in terms of her build, in terms of her construction, so bold in terms of her rib cage and muscle. Gives you a great look from the side, just a powerful female. She's adequate in terms of her structure, obviously, or she wouldn't be here at this particular point in the class. But I think if we're going to nitpick her, I'd like to see her just set down just a little more stable on her rear too. Just a little bit there if we're going to be just critical of a big-time good heifer. She could be maybe just a little different in that regard. I think she's obviously sound enough, but perhaps she isn't quite as flexible, quite as stable, quite as square in the way that she sets her rear foot as a heifer that is in second here, and I love that about this heifer in second. Again, just a really good look from the side, just very attractive. Her neck comes up out of her shoulder. She's fresh, she's attractive, she's youthful in her appearance, yet still has enough to her. She doesn't have as much to her as the heifer that's above her, but as we compare to the heifers that are below her, she's certainly got plenty, and she just so excels the remaining heifers in terms of look. That's a really close pair of heifers. One's just a little bolder. This heifer is just a tick more ideal in terms of her hind leg structure, but again, that's splitting hairs of two really good heifers. Nice pair of heifers that come in 3 and 4. They just get into a tough class. You know, these are heifers that are really practical in their kind. I like their structure. I like their potential mature size as cows compared to the heifers that are right below them in 4 and 5. I think they're just heifers that are really useful, really practical in their kind. They're a little fresher in their appearance and condition as well for me. Good pair of heifers there. Just got into kind of into a buzzsaw type deal with those two that are right above them. Good pair of heifers that come next. For me, they're maybe just a little more farther along in terms of their maturity pattern and in terms of their frame size as cows, and probably a little farther along in terms of condition. With that, they also need to be loosened up a little in terms of structure, give them just a tick more flank. Same goes for the young lady's heifer that comes next. She just needs to be changed a tick in her hind leg structure and as well there in her rear part of her body shape. Nice heifers that come that remain, not quite as much look as the heifers that are above her, but they're good, practical kind of females. They're going to be good cows for these young people. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Results for Class 8 polled Hereford heifers, age 3-2 through 310 of 2020. First place is Veda Anna Vicklin and Hans Vicklin of Longmont, Colorado. Second place, Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Third place, Eric Rawson of Milford, Texas. Fourth place goes to Grady and Hudson Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Fifth place, McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas. Sixth place, Kenley Carr of Alba, Texas. Seventh place, Maddie Smith, Athens, Texas. Eighth place, Anna Merritt, Virginia Merritt, and Mary Merritt of Altus, Oklahoma. Ninth place, Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. 10th place, McKenna Barker of Ada, Oklahoma. And 11th place, Carter Thomas from Purcell, Oklahoma. We're now ready to go into our champion spring heifer calf division. There's 8 classes, over 90 head in this first division. What a fantastic show is going right there. Representing Class 1, first place, HBL Miss Sweet 051 ET, shown by Kenna Silas and Keelan Derrickson of Leedy, Oklahoma. Representing Class 2, MMM VH Ivanka H56ET, Redmond Broombaugh of Lyota, Indiana. Class 3 winner was BK CMCC Highness 082H ET, shown by Landry Allen and Mason Allen of Nacona, Texas. Representing Class 4, ECR WF Lady Who 029 ET, Tyler and Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. Class 5 winner was BACC 629 Georgia K 026 ET, shown by Peyton Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. Class 6 winner was ECR WF Ella Bella 030, shown by Will Freaking of Alphen, Minnesota. Class 7 winner was LCC 561C Classic Lady 22H ET, Rhett Louderman of Macomb, Illinois. And our last class winner was HBL Fergie 008ET, shown by Veda and Hans Vicklin of Longmont, Colorado.
On the Angus side, really nice female to head up this class. AK and I both feels like she handles this class pretty easily from the ground up. Just very big, nice shaped hoof here. Female that fills her tracks really nice. You get her in motion. We like the way she handles herself down her spine, out over her tail head set. She also represents the most lower third in this particular class, and she carries that lower third up to that front 1/3 with a lot of extension and very high out of the top of that shoulder. Lots of length from muzzle to pole. Just a real nice female that has a lot of substance to go first in this particular class. We felt one a lot like her in kind from the shoulders back was the female in second. We really like the running gear on this female in terms of structural integrity. When we compare to the heifer in front of her, she gives up just a little bit in terms of lower third. She gives up just a little bit in terms of extension from the point of that shoulder up to the jaw. Third place female is one that's really got a lot of unique parts. We really like the width and dimension down her top. We like the big hip that she carries. We like the lower stifle. With that said, we'd like to see her a little different in her foot shape. We'd like to see her not quite roll so much off that rear foot when she's at the ground, but a real nice heifer there in third. Fourth place female, another female that excels in terms of width and dimension down her top. She's big out over her hip, and she stays wide at the hock. With all that said, she carries a little more lower shoulder. We'd like to see her a little more refined from that standpoint to take her up any higher today. Fifth place female here is one that we really like on the stance. We like the shape of this female in terms of a profile. She gets a little more awkward out of her hock, gets a little quicker in her step when you get her in motion. Young lady's female here next is one that you really got to appreciate in terms of cow power. Really like the shape and the look that she's got. If you're going to change her compared to the contemporaries in front of her today, you'd give her a scotch more length to front. You'd see her with a little more set to that rear pastern. Young man's female here coming next around the corner is just one little bit away from being a really great one in my opinion. This female's got a lot of presence out here. She's got a nice look. With that said, she wants to get a little tighter up through her forerib. She wants to get a little more opened in her shoulder and at the top of that shoulder down to the point. Just like to change her from that standpoint. Young lady's female here next, we really like until you get back to her hip. She gets a little shorter from hooks to pins, gets a little tighter on the stride. And then we get down some females that just need to be a little more fluid in their movement, need a little more lower third in them to go any higher in this particular class.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring for Class 8. First place is going to go to back number 184. That'll be exhibited by Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Second place go to back number 182. SCCSFC Phyllis 042, exhibited by Kelsey Ray Tice of Leavenworth, Kansas. Third place in that class will go to back number 189, SRSRF Lucy 0062, exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Fourth place go to back number 181, DPL Primrose Lady 0445, exhibited by Kyra Grace Meyer, Blue Hill, Nebraska. Fifth place go to VZR Blackbird 2021, exhibited by McKenna Cleveringa of Elton, Iowa. Sixth place will go to EXAR Frontier Gal 1770, exhibited by Fallon Sullivan of Center, Texas. Seventh place will go to Talon Crest Proven Queen 024, exhibited by Blake Austin Long of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Eighth place will go to HAG Lady 202036, exhibited by Sky Wimmer of Portland, Indiana. Ninth place in that class goes to DPL Sandy 0447, exhibited by Kelsey Faraska of Omak, Washington. 10th place goes to BCC Alvaretta Intense 172H, exhibited by Grayson Carr Weingartner of Canyon, Texas. And 11th place in that class goes to Conley Primrose Lady 0717, exhibited by Xavier Ferris, Franklin, Indiana.
Well, folks, let's give them a round of applause out here in our first pole division. Big time set of heifers here. Just really, really good. Tons of quality. Even though there's lots of different types and kinds, there's lots of good in a lot of these cattle, and almost all these cattle that came through. And these ones that stand out here to me are just exceptional. I'll kind of give a disclaimer here right at the moment as we talk our first division. You know, I'm going to nitpick these heifers and criticize them, but I want to be clear that I think they're just amazingly good cattle. You know, you look at the paper, yeah, you change things here or there, but these cattle are really on the better side of breed average in almost every trait for the most part, and that's neat to see as well. And as a whole, these heifers are just so good, and I can't compliment the breeders and exhibitors enough for these cattle that brought them here. And I'll talk about each of these real fast. We got a lot of cattle to go through, but I also want to kind of let you know what I thought and amongst these heifers that are really, really good. Nice heifer that wins her first class. Of course, she's a young heifer that's got her whole life in front of her. Probably not in contention today within this division, but that's a good heifer. She's going to be very good for that young lady going forward. This is a nice heifer that wins the second class. She maybe doesn't blow you away in terms of anything, but she's really pretty solid. Again, a younger female, certainly that is going to be really, really tough, I think, in an intermediate division as you project her out into her later in her life. Really nice, cowy, practical, useful kind of female that wins the third class. Dark red heifer, really good in terms of her structure. Is she as shapely in terms of muscle as some that are out here? Probably not, but that's a heifer that has enough, I think, but she isn't quite as that other ones we. You love her rib, you love her structure, you love her maternal kind of look and build. Really super flexible heifer here that won a tough class in the fourth class. There was a really good trio of heifers in that class. This heifer is so sound, and I think that combined with maybe her attitude gives you just a little bit of a tougher time to evaluate her in terms of balance as we get her out here with these other really good heifers. But she is really, really good at the ground, very flexible. I love that about her. Maybe not as massive, but I think she's got plenty to her. She's also a lot greener than some of these heifers, and that's okay for sure with me. It's going to probably bode well for her as we go into the future. Just attractive, sound, flexible female there. This heifer, the young ladies that wins the fourth class, stopped. Boy, you really, really like her. She's attractive from the side. She's deep-sided. She's not overpowering, but she's got plenty to her in terms of muscle and a good look. If we change her a little, I think if we get her out on the move and change her in her hind two, we could just loosen her up a little bit if we could. But again, that's nitpicking. A really nice heifer stopped. You really like a lot of things about her. Really nice heifer here that wins the next class, the young man's. Maybe just a tick tighter in terms of her spine and her structure on her hind two once we get her back out here, but she's adequate in that regard, and she's really big-bodied. She's really good in terms of dimension and gives you a really nice look as well. That's a good heifer that combines a lot of good things. Maybe just change her structure a tiny bit. Here's a heifer that wins this class directly in front of me. She doesn't just blow you away in any regard, but again, a heifer that really doesn't have major holes. She probably isn't quite as shapely and powerful in terms of her muscle shape compared to some, and maybe not quite as bold in the rib cage either, but I think she's adequate in that regard, and especially within that class, and a heifer that just really gives you a good look from the side. She's good in her structure, just a nice heifer that really solid in every way. And a heifer that wins our final class is a close pair there. Good heifers, just really powerful. Like I just talked about in class, if we're going to split hairs, you know, I'd like to see her just set square on her hind two, but she's so shapely in terms of her rib cage. She's so bold and powerful in her makeup, yet does it with a good look and still going to be pretty disciplined in terms of frame size, which I think kind of can be said for all these heifers, which is fun to see them have performance, but also as we think about them being cows later in life, try and keep them where we can afford to feed them. So great division here, heifers. I'm going to look at them again. I'm going to show you the two I like best today. I'm sure there's can be plenty of discussion and plenty of variance in these because there's so much quality amongst these first and seconds. My congratulations and hats off to these exhibitors and breeders.
Congratulations. Your champion spring heifer calf comes out of Class 8, Veda and Hans Vicklin of Longmont, Colorado. That brings in entry 207, BK High Profits 069H, Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma to show for reserve. Your reserve champion, Polled Hereford Heifer for the Spring Heifer Calf Division, comes second place in that class, Chancey Clark, Muldrow, Oklahoma, on BK High Profits 069HET. That completes our first division. We're now getting ready to go into Class 9, Polled Hereford Heifers, calved February 18th through February 26th of 2020.
I'll move into our February heifer polled heifers here, and new division, and really good set of heifers, and I like a lot of things about these top-end heifers. I would say I think that all of these heifers maybe could be tweaked just a little bit structurally if we're going to nitpick them, particularly off their hind end for some. But with that being said, they're really, really good heifers. The heifer I use to win is just so attractive and well-balanced in relation to the rest of these heifers out here. Just so attractive when she gets her stopped and once she's set up, and big-bodied and bold-ribbed, and just a heifer that really, really combines a lot of good things, especially in relation to her contemporaries out here. Again, maybe we change her just a tick off of her hip and hind leg there, but if we could, but that's nitpicking a nice heifer. Again, a heifer, powerful, powerful female here that comes next in second. Again, one that probably needs to be changed structurally. I'd like to change her a little there in her hock and maybe lay her back a little in the angle to her shoulder. That's a powerful heifer, though. There's a ton of muscle shape. Just would like to change her structurally. Nice female here that comes next. Again, structure could be changed a touch, but she is big-bodied. She is attractive in her makeup. Just a nice, smooth heifer. Not as much to her as the heifer that's right above her, but a nice heifer nonetheless. Heifer that comes next, again, she's going to be a little flatter, I think, as we compare her to the ones that are right above her. She's going to be a heifer that maybe could be just a little wider in her build, and as well, she gets just a little straight in her shoulder. I'd like to lay her back in the angle of that if we could, but she's really attractive in her front 1/3. She's fresh in her condition, and I appreciate that about her, especially as we compare to this young man's heifer that comes next. She's one of those that she has a ton of performance, and you like that, but at a certain point, maybe we get to be too much, and she's maybe there for me in terms of condition and maturity pattern. Nice heifer, the young man's that comes next, kind of gets overpowered in this particular class, especially there in her forerib and flank, but a good heifer. Nice set of trio heifers here that comes next. Just need a little more look to them to slide up. Good heifers.
On the Angus side here, we've got a little differences in type and kind at the top end of this class, and AK and I discussed these top two heifers back and forth. With that said, we're going to go with the one today that might not be quite as show ready in terms of condition, but we feel like this one's got a lot of future to her. She's very good at the ground in terms of structure, and that's where she excels the class. She's very extended from that shoulder forward. She stays a little more relaxed down her top and her spine compared to the female in second. We just feel like this one down the road is going to be awfully nice, just a little greener in her makeup out here today. We get down to the second place female, a little more show ready and a little more conditioned for this stage of the game. But with that said, more times than not, when we'd analyze this heifer, she want to stay with just a little tense out of her top line. We'd like to see her a little softer out of her loin. Get past that. We really like the lower third in this female. We like the cow look. Really high-quality female there in second. Third place female, another high-quality female. We really like this one in terms of her rib shape as well. I like the length from hooks to pins. She gets a little plainer from that shoulder forward compared to the ones in front of her today, but it'll make a really nice cow prospect. On the stance, the female in fourth is one that excels out here in terms of overall capacity and internal dimension. She gets a little low out of her shoulder. She gets a little short out of her front 1/3. Young ladies, female standing in fifth is one that sure got a lot of nice parts. We appreciate the lower undercarriage in this female. We like the way she looks from that standpoint. She's got just a scotch of tail head. She carries just a little brisket up through the front 1/3. Might get just a scotch straight out of that shoulder for us today, but a real nice female there in fifth. The sixth place female coming around the line, just not quite ready yet as well. This one gets a little tighter out of her heart, but yet she's a female that we appreciate down her spine and out over her hip. She is really attractive from that standpoint. Seventh place heifer rounding the corner, big time cow prospect, easy flesh in her kind, just a little plainer in her type. The black tag female coming next here is a female that's got a lot of neat parts. With that said, she wants to get a little east and west out of that toe up front, gets a little more open out of her shoulder. That was a concern for us today. And then we move on down the line. We once again just need a little more lower third in some of these female. They need to be a little stouter in their bone work, be a little more fluid in their movement to go up any higher in the lineup today.
Back over on the polled Hereford side, results for Class 9, polled junior heifer calves. First place goes to entry 223, Juliana Miller of Woodson, Texas. Second place is 221, Real Freaking of Alpha, Minnesota. Third place goes to entry 227, Claiborne Perry of Madison, Mississippi. Fourth is Wesley, Kaylee, and Carson Ware of Searcy, Arkansas. Fifth place goes to Ben, Kyra, and Thaddeus Bergraff of Manford, Oklahoma. Sixth place is Dalton Davis, Thorntown, Indiana. Seventh place, Jaden and Jacob Thompson from Ord, Nebraska. Eighth place, Sarah Childs, Ripley, Mississippi. And ninth place was Harley Chance of Rose, Oklahoma. If you're following in the program, results on the first page were 7. On the second page goes 5, 2, 8, 1, 6, 9, 3, and 4. We now have Class 10 coming into the arena. Those heifer calves from February 11th to February 17th of 2020.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring in Class 9. First place is going to go to back number 194, CCWB Adelaide 015, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place will go to FCF Proven Queen 026, exhibited by Tyler Musgrave of Willow Hill, Illinois. Third place will go to back number 613, Dameron C5 Blackbird 2023, exhibited by Madison Lynn Cox of Eagle Point, Oregon. Fourth place in that class will go to back number 195, RW Classic Sandy 004, exhibited by Tori DeMeyer of West Union, Ohio. Fifth place will go to G3 VLG Sarah's Dream 0352, exhibited by Victoria Gherkin of Cashin, Oklahoma. Sixth place will go to Collison Forever Lady 080, exhibited by Katie Collison of Lake City, Iowa. Seventh place will go to K-Bar D Wendy 33H, exhibited by Haley Lynn Bear of Culver, Oregon. Eighth place will go to LCC Frontier Gal 0014, exhibited by Stuart Lastovica of Salado, Texas. Ninth place will go to BNWZ Northern Miss 0562, exhibited by Kinsley Latinga of Middleville, Michigan. 10th place in that class will go to Mercy Lane Sandy 219, exhibited by Kipton Reese Singer of Hale, Missouri. 11th place will go to HAGCC Sarah's Dream 037, exhibited by Sky Wimmer of Portland, Indiana. Second place will go to PVF Blackbird 0255, exhibited by Aileen Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma. 13th in Class 9 in your Angus ring will be Shilling Lucy 0323, exhibited by Clay Craft of Fort Collins, Colorado. And 14th will be Four Mason Dizzy 002, exhibited by Caden Morris of Wills Point, Texas. Now in your Angus ring will be Class 10.
Nice solid class here of heifers top to bottom, really competitive, really a nice group of solid females here. Top two for me, I think are a pair of heifers that slide up for me because they combine a little more structural integrity along with some other good traits in terms of just function, in terms of rib depth and enough dimension to them as well. And just practical, useful females that I think are sounder and have that combination of soundness and depth and look like the type of females that can go out and cover some country and convert some forage and maintain their body condition and kind of stay in the herd, and that helps them that way. I think between these two, the dark red heifer for me just hits you a little more balance. She's a little longer fronted. Her pieces fit together maybe just a little bit better, and she's just a little longer in general as well. Kind of an added bonus. We haven't mentioned this a lot, but she's kind of a nice female on paper. Pretty good spread to her and some nice indexes as well. So that's just kind of an added bonus for her. Nice female, certainly. Heifer that's second, just in relation to the one that's right below her, is just really, really sound and good at the ground. She's not as good looking. She's not as attractive in her front 1/3. Her neck doesn't come out of the shoulder, the top of her shoulder the same way as the heifer that's in third, but she's just looser at the ground for me, and she just handles her hind two a little better. Appreciate that about her. Really, really attractive female here, the young ladies, really up-headed. Her neck comes up high out of her shoulders. She's got a lot of shape. She needs a little more. Today's maybe not her day in terms of just being there in terms of body depth, but I'd also like to loosen her up her structure, and that's probably the biggest thing why she ends up there. Nice heifer here in fourth, just a solid female. She doesn't come out and grab you a lot in terms of look, especially in comparison to a lot of heifers out here, but she's a solid female. It's deep-sided. She's got enough to her. She's a practical, useful kind of female like that about her. Same goes for the heifer that's right below her. She's a little plainer in her front 1/3. You'd like to just lengthen her out a tick there if we could. Maybe deepen her up just a flank, just a tick, but that's a heifer that's got a lot of muscle. She's practical in her kind. Again, the same thing for the young man's heifer, really practical, just needs a little more look. A couple heifers down here, we'd like to change their structure a little bit if we could, deepen them up a little bit in their rear flank if possible.
Congratulations over here, Class 10 of the Polled Hereford Heifers. First place goes to entry 229, Krista and Cassie Alshide of Waterloo, Illinois. Second place is entry 236, Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 232, Bo Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 231, Cayenne Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma. Fifth place was entry 233, Lauren McMillan of Urbana, Illinois. Sixth place, entry 237, Claiborne Perry of Madison, Mississippi. Seventh place goes to entry 234, Kenley Carr of Alba, Texas. Eighth was entry 230, Julia, Jacqueline, Johanna, and Carolyn Studer of Frankfort, Kansas. And ninth place was Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Following in the program, the following placings are 1. On the second page goes 8, 4, 3, 5, 7, scratch, 2, 6, and 9. We're now bringing in and have Class 11 Polled Junior Heifers, ages February 2nd through February 7th of 2020.
In the Angus ring, we've got some really nice females up at the top end of the lineup here, and AK and I both really like the cow look in this female that heads up the class. She's very maternal from end to end. We really like the swoop to her underline, the lower third she represents. She's not only deep-bodied, she's got shape coming out of her spine and down through that rib cage. We like the flatness of the shoulder and the angulation that she's got there. She's very fresh out of her brisket condition at this stage. Just a real nice cow prospect that's a little better off the ground when you look at her from the hip down on that rear leg compared to the female in second. Female in second, another high-quality individual, one that we appreciate in terms of length of spine and durability down that top and width and hip and the way it comes down the lower stifle. Compared to the class winner, she gives up just a little bit of lower third, not quite as attractive off her rear leg. Young lady's female here in the green shirt in third is another high-quality female, one that we really like on the stance. If you get her in motion, she wants to get a little more awkward out of the top of that shoulder down to the point compared to the heifers in front of her, but another high-quality female. Female here in fourth is one that's going to be very low cost and efficient when she goes into production. We really appreciate the forerib in this individual. We like the squareness from hooks to pins and out over that tailhead set. She just gets a little straighter out of her hock and down there at that pastern when you get her in motion today. 616 here next in the lineup is another stout top, big hipped individual, just giving up a little bit more lower third than we'd like to see today. Young lady over on the rails got another nice, interesting kind of a female, one that has a lot of good to her. At times she wants to get a little tight out of that hip. Coming down to her hock, she wants to get in just a little bit. Not quite as agile off that rear leg as we'd like to see today. Gentleman's heifer coming around the corner here is one that's got a lot of good pieces to her, in our opinion. She's one that excels in terms of dimension down her top. We just like to change her out of the top of that shoulder. We'd like to see her a little more relaxed out of her loin and down into that hock set when she's in motion. And same holds true with the ones coming towards the end of the class here. Just need a little more condition on some of them. They need to be a little stouter in their bone work, need to be a little more attractive off all four corners of her skeletal makeup.
Well, congratulations over here in Class 10 here near Angus Ring. First place is going to go to back number 213, Young's Chimera Katie, 2031, exhibited by Micah Weaver of Downtree, Iowa. Second place will go to back number 218, SSF Black Cap 3240, exhibited by Skylar Bennett of Winchester, Indiana. Third place will go to FCF R&K Proven Queen 023, exhibited by Lauren Wolter of Aviston, Illinois. Fourth place will go to HCC Forever Lady 074, exhibited by Claire Ann Murin of Huntley, Montana. Fifth place will go to SCC SFC Miss Sandy 038, exhibited by Grace Sheets of Niota, Illinois. Sixth place will go to Silvera Sandy 0338, exhibited by Jared Johnson, Blossom, Texas. Seventh place will go to Moffett Frontier Girl 2039, Cohen Novinsky, Easton, Kansas. Eighth place will go to RW Inauguration Sandy 003, exhibited by Bowen Bridges of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Ninth place will go to Talon Crest Missy 022, exhibited by Taylor Martin, Dalhart, Texas. 10th place will go to LVS Eldorine 2016, exhibited by Mackenzie Crawford. And 11th will go to SCF Spook 002, exhibited by Jared Doe Stone, Chandler, Oklahoma. Now, currently in your Angus ring is Class 11 here in our second division.
Another good class of heifers here. Really solid class of females. Good females. There's not much difference in my mind from top to bottom in these heifers. There's a lot of quality here, and it's really, really close all the way from this first heifer out here that I started with down to the other end, and that's fun to see. It's unfortunate. It makes you feel bad to have to somebody be over there on that other end when they're that nice of heifers and it's that close. But this is the Cattlemen's Congress, and it's certainly a show where the best are, and that can happen in these type of things. The heifer I used to win is going to probably, I'll readily admit at first, she's probably going to have a little more mature size than I'm personally ideally would like to have, but I think she excels the class in terms of look, in terms of quality, quality. I really like her balance. With that added gas, I guess, if for a slang term, I think she's got enough body. I think she'll be able to maintain herself. She's a heifer that's just really, really attractive out here in comparison to her contemporaries. She's got a lot of shape. She's got a lot of look when she gets stopped and set up, and she does so in a sound package as well. Young lady's just got a nice, solid female here that comes next in second. She's definitely plainer than the heifer that's right above her for me. You'd like to neaten her up in her look a little bit to get her up into that next spot, but that's a heifer that's really solid just in terms of her look, in terms of her maternal ability, in terms of she has enough to her and does it in a sound package. I think for me that's the maternal look and female appearance in her head and in her front 1/3 is probably the difference for me. Young man's got a nice heifer here in terms of just shape and muscle shape especially. She does so adequately in terms of structure. I maybe like to give her just, like I say, just a little more female appearance to her for me in her look. Nice heifer that comes next, just a little plainer heifer here. Maybe gets a tick short-strided as we get her out on the move, and I'd like to change that about her. Really a powerful, powerful female, though. Nice heifer. Again, heifer that got a really good look here that comes next. Just needs to be a little different in terms of her structure. She just needs to be changed in the rear third of her body, and she would move up. Nice heifer here as well that rounds out, but a good female. Just not quite as much look, and like I say, a class of heifers that are very competitive top to bottom.
Thank you, Judge. Results and congratulations in Class 11 Polled Junior Heifers. First place goes to entry 248, Jason Boust of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. Second place goes to entry 245, JC and Josie Belts of Canton, Kansas. Third place is entry 244, Jaron Williamson, Ponca City, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 246, Elena Walsh of Godfrey, Illinois. Fifth place is entry 240, Kenley Carr of Alba, Texas, and sixth place was 249, Addison and Jalen Kuntz of Thomas, Oklahoma. Following on our programs, the placings were 5, scratch, 3, 2, 4, scratch, 1, and 6. We're now bringing in Class 12 Polled Hereford Heifers. Those age ranged from January 15th through January 28th of 2020.
starting to get into some of these older females, and we're starting to get a little more differences in types and kinds and the body types from that standpoint. But female that heads up the class is one that is really unique in her kind. I think she's, or we think she's a neat combination of maternal, but yet this thing is really stout if you like that kind. She's big top, big hip, really big in her bone work, and to be the kind she is, she has some slope and angulation to all that shoulder. She gets out with some stride as she goes, and she represents lots of longevity in terms of structure. On the stance, we really think this heifer here gives her a run for her money in terms of just being really complete. We like the way she lays at her shoulder. We like the way she stays down her spine and out over her hip. Once you get her in motion, if you want to pick on her just a little bit, she's missing her stride by a few inches there, but a female that still has enough longevity in terms of structure. Two nice females to head up the class. On the stance, a young lady's female that resembles the first heifer in this particular class in terms of overall power and dimension. Where we'd change her up today, we'd give her a little more foundation off that rear end, like to see her with a little more cushion to that pasturing, if you will, as we put her in motion. But another high-quality heifer there in third. Fourth place female here, really good in terms of type and kind. We really like this one in terms of her overall stoutness. She's very strong-jawed, strong-topped individual. She's going to be a performance-oriented kind of female. She just gives up a little bit in overall style and pizzazz compared to the ones in front of her. Fifth place female rounding the corner is one that is going to get better every day of her life. She's not quite as ready as some of the four in front of her today in terms of condition, but we like this one from a maternal standpoint. She's, in our mind, good cattle in terms of just the right kind. She just needs a little more time to compete against some of those stouter ready or more ready to presented kind of cattle at the head of this class. Young lady's female next, real maternal kind, just needs a little more bone and substance there to go any higher today. Coming next in the line is a female that's big in her top. She gets a little more bold in her shoulder. That's where we'd change her up. She's one that you do have to admit is very nice in terms of profile. Young lady's female next is one that we like in terms of type and kind. She's got plenty of lower third. We appreciate that about her. We get her in motion. She just gets a little quick off each end, wants to get a little tight out of the top and down in her loin compared to some in front of her. And then we get down to a tree of females on down the line up here. Just need to be a little more complete in her package to go any higher in this class today.
Well, another competitive class here, and an interesting class. There's you like a lot of things about these heifers on the top end. There's things I'd probably change about each of them, but they're really, really nice, and I'll kind of describe to you what I see. But again, competitive and good heifers from top end, from top to bottom. A heifer that leads off, I think she excels in terms of look. She's very attractive from the side. She hits you really hard in that regard. Again, she's a heifer that, obviously as these two stand out here, there's a difference in frame size. There's going to be a difference in mature cow size for them. And she's probably a little more on the higher end, maybe higher than ideal for me. But these are also older heifers. These are older January heifers. And with that being said, I think the difference between those two is she's a little more flexible at the ground. I like the way she handles her hock and hind leg and rear pastern a little better, and she just hits you really hard in terms of look. She's really correct in her lines, really level in her hip, and you like that about her. I think she's just a notch more flexible on the move, so she'll win the class, and you love her combination of look and balance and structure as well. Interesting heifer here, young man's. You love her body shape. She's just really bold in her rib and a ton of rib shape, a ton of muscle shape. She's finer featured, and she could be a little looser structured for me, but I think as you look at her as a low-maintenance cow, I like that about her quite a bit, and a nice female, although we would like to loosen her up and give her just a tick more look if we could. Really an interesting heifer here, the young man's, and I like a lot of things about this heifer. I like her depth. I like her combination of that with attractiveness. She's really far along for me, I think, in terms of body condition for this age of heifer. She's really even pushing some condition there in her in her rear flank and rudder. I would encourage this young man. I'm not telling you how to do things or how to do a heifer, but I think that heifer's got a ton of good in her. I think if she gets kicked out after this show and kind of tries to freshen her up, she's still going to have a chance to do a lot of good down the line. Now, I don't love her structure today on her hind two. I think that's a bit of a function of just that extra body condition. I think we freshen her up. I think that'll improve as well. A good heifer, she just needs to be freshened up for me at this stage of the game. Nice heifer here in fourth. Really solid made female. She's long-sided. She's not overpowering in terms of her four-rib and flank, and maybe it's quite as much just shape to her in terms of muscle, but I like her balance as well. Good heifer here, the young ladies that comes next. Needs to be a little bolder in her rib cage, change her structure a little bit as well. A couple plainer heifers down here on this end coming around, but we give these heifers a little more of an attractive look. They're going to slide up as well. They got a lot to them. They're solid cow prospects for these young people.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring for Class 11. We have the results. First place goes to back 220, UDE Blackbird 0150, exhibited by Charlie Gibson of Moreland, Indiana. Second place will go to back number 227, Maple Crest Phyllis 0082, exhibited by Marcy Harward of Richfield, North Carolina. Third place went to UDE Queen Ruth 0239, exhibited by Campbell Muck of Tripp, South Dakota. Fourth place went to SCC SFC Phyllis 034, exhibited by Reese Mackenzie Anderson of Chrisman, Illinois. Fifth place went to Lazy JB Barbara Cashmere 070, exhibited by Peyton Voloshin of Craig, Colorado. Sixth place in that class will go to back number 637, Connolly DS Sandy 0650, exhibited by Abby Bell of Bristow, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to UDE Phyllis 0223, exhibited by Braden Rebolt of West College Corner, Indiana. Eighth place went to EXAR Forever Lady 1630, exhibited by Carson Pack of Stevensville, Texas. Ninth place went to Talon Crest Winnie 020, exhibited by Taylor Martin, Dalhart, Texas. 10th place went to Connolly Mulbin Pride 0714, exhibited by Kylie Wingy, Cisco, Texas. And in 11th place in that class, Hoffman HG Missy 214, exhibited by Cooper Murin of Huntley, Montana. Now in your Angus ring is Class 12.
Back over on the Polled Hereford side, results for Class 12 Junior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 256, Fallon Gurr of Madras, Oregon. Second place is entry 251, Tyler and Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. Third place is entry 255, Hans and Jens Lind of Rushford, Minnesota. Fourth place goes to entry 253, Chase and Weston Maddox of Brookston, Indiana. Fifth place is entry 254, Keelan and Kenna Silas. Keelan Derrickson and Kenna Silas of Lady, Oklahoma. Sixth place goes to entry 250, Kyle Bells of Spangle, Washington. Seventh place goes to entry 732, Chesney Robb of Comundi, Illinois. That completes that class. We now have Class 13, Polled Junior Heifer Calves, born January 2nd through January 14th, 2020. Following this, we'll go right into our Junior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve Champion division.
Well, they just kind of keep coming here. There's good class again, and just top to bottom, really nice heifers. Differences, sure, in kind, and to sort through, but in a big picture view, they're pretty dang nice cattle. A heifer that wins the class that has a lot of good things. She gives you a really good look. She's really big-bodied. She combines a lot of those things uniquely. I'll be the first to readily admit she's there in condition for me. I mean, she's got plenty on her. She's ready, but she's a good heifer. She can get out and reach out of her shoulder. She can move adequately off of both ends. And I think as you compare her to our second heifer, there's a decided advantage in terms of look. She's more up-headed. Her neck comes out of her shoulder neater. Her lines just fit together a little bit, and she's bolder in her rib cage. That's a good heifer there, the young ladies, to win. A nice female. A nice heifer here in second, just a good, solid, practical female. I think as we compare her to our third one, there's just more maternal capability, at least from my view, in terms of her potential cow power. She just has a more ladylike, a little more female appearance than the heifer that's right below her. She's not as just attractive in terms of just her sheer look, show ring look, and appearance of the heifers that are on either side of her. But I think that's a heifer that's sound. She's got a lot to her. She's just practical and useful in her kind, and I appreciate that about her. This is a really attractive show ring kind of look that this heifer gives you. For me, it's not quite as sound in terms of her structure as the heifer that's above her, and just as I mentioned, just maybe not quite that female cow potential look to her in her front 1/3 for me. But that's a heifer that is really, really good, has some neat pieces. Heifer in fourth, it's really solid. She doesn't grab you quite as much in terms of balance, in terms of mass as the heifers that are quite above her, but she's a good heifer. That's a really nice female for that young man. She's going to do some good. Nice heifers that come next in this pair. They're both a little plainer. I used the more moderate, fresher condition one to be in fifth than the young lady's heifer that comes next. Good heifer, just needs to be a little more look and freshen her up a little bit. Nice pair of heifers here to round out as well. Again, just need a little more look to compete with those heifers above her, but good prospects for these young people in this class.
We feel like in this particular class in the Angus show that we're going to start with the combination heifer here once again. One that just really overpowers a lot of them in this particular lineup in terms of width and dimension down her top. She's very big out over her hip and carries that down into a wide hock and lower stifle. With that said, she stays maternal in her look. We think she carries plenty of longevity in terms of structural integrity. Really neat individual in terms of the way she comes out of the top of her shoulder up to her pole there. Just a real nice cow prospect. From the side, we really like this female in second. This female's got a lot of future to her. She's a little greener in her makeup, which is okay at this stage of the game. Where we think she excels is the length down her spine and the attractiveness out over her hip and her tailhead set. Where we'd change her up compared to the heifer that wins the class, we'd like to widen her up at her hock when you get her in motion, but a real nice female from the side there in second. You get down to the third place female is one that we admit is a little more moderate frame in this particular lineup. She gives up a little bit of weight per day of age and performance, but with that said, this female's got a lot of good to her in terms of the way she's constructed down her top and out over her hip. We like her off that rear leg angle and the way she goes there. She wants to get just a scotch straight out of her shoulder. That's where we'd change her up and give her a little more angulation, maybe give her just a little more length of cannon for a mature size on down the road. Get down to the fourth place female, big middled individual, one that's really deep flank. Got a lot of shape in that underline coming up into her forerib. With that said, when we get off the side of her, we'd like to change her across that hip and make her a little more attractive from that standpoint. She wants to get a little narrow at the hock when you view her from the rear view. Gentlemen's female here next in the lineup, one that's very fresh in her condition. We like this one out of her shoulder as well. We like the shape that she carries out of the top of that spine and down into her rib cage. Just like to see this one with a little more pizzazz, maybe just a little more swoop to her underlying compared to the ones in front of her. On the stance, we really like the young lady's heifer here. Next in the lineup, as you can see, she's fighting the halter just a little bit, gets a little tight out of the top of that hip, that carries on down the ground. We just like to see her a little more fluid in her stride. Then we get into a little more of a mix and match race on down the lineup here. We'd like to see these female with a little more eye appeal in terms of a side profile and a little more, be a little more show ready today compared to the ones at the top end of this class.
Back over on the Polled Hereford side, results for Class 13. First place was entry 263, Paige Lemonager from Hudson, Illinois. Second place was entry 260, Piper Collier from Bruno, Idaho. Third place, Joseph Lingo, Oak Grove, L.A., Louisiana. Fourth place was entry 258, Max Henley from Sadler, Texas. Fifth place was entry 257, Nolan Lee of Wellington, Illinois. Sixth place, entry 261, Brittany Porter of Franklin, Indiana. Seventh place, entry 264, Jackson and Braden Snell of Red Cloud, Nebraska. And eighth place was entry 262, Clayton and Blakely Hayes of Ada, Oklahoma. We now have our second division in, class winners representing for the division. Out of Class 10, Class 9, out of Class 9, we had entry 223, SCG2 Kippy, 001H, exhibited by Juliana Miller of Woodson, Texas. Representing Class 10, entry 229, MCM 173D Candy, 004H, exhibited by Krista and Cassie Alshide of Waterloo, Illinois. Coming from Class 11, entry 248, KLL LMAN Ventana 202H, exhibited by Jason Baust of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. Class 12 was exhibited by entry 256, CMCC Happy Points 048H by Fallon Gore of Madras, Oregon. And our last class winner, as I said, was entry 263, Boy Harley 018H, exhibited by Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois.
Well, congratulations over here on the Angus side. We have the results from Class 12. First place will go to back number 247, SCCSFC Classy Sandy, exhibited by Emily Brooks, Provincetown, Illinois. Second place will go to Deer Valley Primrose 0367, exhibited by Allie Perry, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Third place will go to LVS Forever Lady 2009, exhibited by Macy Schroeder, Pella, Iowa. Fourth place went to SSF Lady 3130, exhibited by Jackson Harlan, Bells, Texas. Fifth place went to Dameron Primrose 026, exhibited by Jack Dameron of Towanda, Illinois. Sixth place in that class went to FCF R&K Proven Queen 020, exhibited by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Seventh place will go to All-Star KCJ Camilla Bells H60, exhibited by Luke Zimmerman of Camargo, Illinois. Eighth place in that class went to MES Burgess Tiago 091 650, exhibited by Marty Ellis Adowski of Eagleville, Missouri. Ninth place went to BC Sandy 0320, exhibited by Clayton Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana, and BC Show Cattle of Sheridan, Indiana. 10th place in that class will go to WB Lucy 012 PVF SWSN, exhibited by Selby Hulse of Hannibal, Missouri. And in 11th place in Class 12 will go to HLC Georgina 014H. Now in your Angus ring is Class 13.
Well, out here for another really fun division in our polled show here. We're into the junior calves, little older calves, and you know, the good ones just keep coming. There's 5 heifers out here that won their class that are just really, really good, and there's 5 heifers that were second that were really good. And of course, when you get in divisions like this, and especially the last one, you know, there's a lot of good heifers in here. And of course, most of the folks out here, young people, are going to be disappointed because you know, there's only 2 spots that we can hand out here at this point, and these are high level heifers, and basically every heifer out here is well deserving of of a competitive look within this division, but that's what makes it fun too, and that's what rewards the competition of these young people and what they can learn from it as well. With that being said, I'll talk about each of these heifers quick. An interesting division. There's a little bit of different types and kinds out here, maybe more so than the last division, but that's okay. Like I mentioned in a class earlier, big picture, these are awful good cattle that are going to look good at most any place you take them, and that can be said for a lot that were in the classes as well. The heifer that wins the first class is just really, really attractive. She's a more moderate female out here, and that's okay by me. She's deep-sided. She's got enough shape to her as well. You just really love her look from the side. I nitpicked her a little bit in terms of her structure in her class. Again, just nitpicking a really nice heifer, and I think that same can be said, but as we get her out here and compare her to our other class winners, I think she's more than acceptable in that regard. She's a heifer that's just really hits you hard in terms of look and attractiveness. A good heifer. Kind of an interesting heifer here that wins the second class. She doesn't grab you in the same way in terms of just sheer balance and show ring presence as maybe these other class winners do, but I think she's adequate in that regard. And you look at her on paper, again, we're not gonna sort these cattle based on data, but I'm not going to disregard it either. And it's fun to see a heifer that has that kind of genetic profile and indicators in terms of being a spread female. She's a pretty high marbling female, has some indexes that are good, and that's interesting to see combined with a heifer that has some look. While she doesn't have the look that maybe some of the other heifers that are out here, she's still a really well balanced heifer, and I love her in terms of structure. She's really loose and flexible, just a practical, good kind of female, good kind of Hereford female is going to be able to do a lot of good as a cow for that young lady. Nice heifer here that wins this third class. When he gets her set up and kind of gets her pieces put together, she gives you a really good look. She's good at the ground as well. She is a heifer that maybe if we study her in her top line, maybe doesn't handle it quite like some of the others out here. She wants to get just a little easier there in behind her shoulders and come up just a little in her tail head. Maybe we give her a tick more flank and forerib, but that's a heifer that's awful good. She gets around and moves well. She's got enough to her in terms of muscle, certainly. We just maybe like to change her just a little bit, slightly there in her top line if we're going to nitpick a really good heifer. Great look from this female here that comes next. These are a pair of heifers that are probably a tick on the upper end of mature cow size for me, but again, when we consider their age, they're yearling heifers. They're moving along in life at this stage of the game. A heifer that, again, just so attractive from the side, just a great hind leg set, really an attractive hip and hind leg, correct in her lines. Maybe not quite the body of maybe like a heifer that wins the class right behind her, but she's also maybe a tick fresher in her condition. Just a really attractive female, does a lot of good things as well, and certainly a competitive female in my mind. Heifer wins the last class is pretty interesting. She can give you just a really good look from the side when she gets out and gets her set up. She's real deep-sided. She does have some shape to her rib cage as well. It's not just depth. She has some muscle in her as well. You look at her on paper, she's fine. She's not a major problem. She's not as good in some regards as some others out here. There's just her spread is a little closer to it than we'd like, but that's not a big problem, and it's not going to be a major deciding factor. It's just something to make note of and mention when we're evaluating really good cattle like that, at least for me anyways. But it's just a heifer that can get out and go. She gives you just a really, really good look, a lot of depth aside, and just a nice female. 5 really good heifers out here. My hat's off to these young people and to these breeders. I'm very impressed with the quality within this division again. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll take a quick look, and I'll show you the 2 I like best.
Congratulations. Our division champion junior heifer calf comes out of that last class. Entry 263, Boy Harley 018H, exhibited by Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois. That brings in second place, entry 260, C Classy Diana 0128, showed by Piper Collier of Bruno, Idaho, to show for reserve. Reserve division comes out of Class 12, entry 256. That is CMCC Happy Points 048H, exhibited by Fallon Gore of Madras, Oregon. That completes our second division. We're now going into Class 14, polled heifer calves, age range of 11, 16, 19 through 12, 3, 2019. There are two in this class.
Just like a lot of these classes leading up to this point of the show, so much of this for you junior exhibitors depends on the draw of the class. And if you're in this class, you could be middleweights down and be very competitive at a lot of other classes. And that's the quality we're looking at out here. But the combination female for AK and I is right here in front of us. She's tremendous in terms of presentation out here in the lineup, and really has a nice air about her from that standpoint. We like the balance that she represents when you look at her out of the base of the brisket and the swoops that underline, the way she comes back into her flank. She's not only deep middle, but yet she's got something to go with it out of that top line, got some shape to rib and lots of internal dimension. She stays wide at her hock and she's long in her stride. We feel like she represents structure as well as anything in the class. Young lady's female in second, another high-quality individual, one that we think is fairly balanced from end to end. We appreciate the cow look that she represents here. She just gives up a little bit overall profile and pizzazz compared to the female that wins the class today. Young lady in the red here with the cowboy hat on, she's got a high-quality heifer, and she's one that maybe got a little tougher class break here, but that's a really good heifer in our opinion. Where we'd change her up compared to the ones in front of her today, we'd like to see her with a little more shape up in that forerib right in behind her shoulder compared to the ones in front of her. Fourth place heifer is going to excel out here in terms of performance and weight per day of age. big top, big hipped individual. Still stays maternal, but with all that mass and performance, she still gets a little more open shouldered, gets a little more coarse compared to the ones in front of her. Fifth place female next in the lineup, one that is pretty smooth down her top and out over hip. She does carry a scotch tail head. Where we'd change her up, we'd give her a little more substance of bone. We'd like to see her flex out of that hock and down to pasture and at the ground compared to the ones up in front of her today. Next female in the lineup, one that is really unique in a lot of places. With that said, as much as we like her on the stance, we'd just like to see her with a little more angulation out of her shoulder. We'd like to see her a little longer at the ground. When you look at her off that rear leg and we get her in motion. Gentlemen in the cowboy hat's got a really nice cow prospect here. We appreciate the type and kind of this female. She just, for better, lack of better term, she just gets out horsed a little bit out here in the lineup. And then we get down some mix and match stuff here, and the last 4 heifers coming up the lineup. The biggest deal is we just like to see them a little more fluid in their undercarriage when you get them in motion. Really, really nice round our class of heifers. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Excellent pair of November-December heifers as we move into another division in the Prold Show, and really, really close because they're both really, really good. I guess a big difference for me is I like both these heifers in terms of their look and attractiveness. They're great in that regard. They have plenty of muscle shape. I guess the biggest difference for me is I view the heifer that wins the class as just sure more soundness and structure in that female, and there's just more looseness and flexibility off of both ends. I appreciate that about her. Additionally, I find her to be just a little more bold and uniform in her body depth and in her rib cage as we look at her there, especially in her heart and her forerib and in her flank. The heifer that's in second is awful good as well. She's just really hesitant in terms of her movement today. She's really struggling there off of her rear too. Stopped, you like a ton of things about her. Just an outstanding look, really good muscle shape. She just needs to get out and go better for me to get up there and beat that heifer that wins the class. That's a really nice female as well. 2 good heifers there, just some differences that I see.
Congratulations. Results for Class 14 Polled Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 267, Callie Harris of Canton, Texas. Second place goes to entry 265, Peyton Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. We're now ready for Class 15 Polled Senior Heifer Calves, age range of October 4th, 2019 through November 11th, 2019.
Well, congratulations over here in our Angus ring, Class 13. First place will go to back number 254, Seldom Rest Sandy, 0041, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place will go to Collison Forever Lady, 053, exhibited by Emily Collison of Rockwell City, Iowa. Third place will go to Fitz Miss Prime Time, CF03, exhibited by Rachel Smith of Osceola, Nebraska. Fourth place will go to RW Stylish Sandy, 002, exhibited by Nicole Stevenson of Gillette, Montana. Fifth place in that class is going to back number 260, MLA Proven Queen 2034, exhibited by Mercedes Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. Sixth place in that class will go to back number 257, Moffitt Forever Lady 2028, exhibited by Jenna Reeder of Trenton, Missouri. Seventh place will go to Silvera's Queen 0325, exhibited by J.C. War of Lithia, Florida. Eighth place will go to Dameron North Miss 025, exhibited by Kelsey Ray Tice of Leavenworth, Kansas. Ninth place will go to TRJPD Northern Miss H30, exhibited by Cale Robinson, Cushing, Oklahoma. 10th place in that class, DPL Primrose Lady 0426, exhibited by Gracie Smith of Kirbyville, Texas. And 11th place will go to CNC Winnie 0046, exhibited by Blakely Maxine Stelzer of Oolaga, Oklahoma. Now currently in Ring 2 is Class 14, your last class before we select our division champions here in your late junior heifer calf division. We'd also like to remind all of our spectators, exhibitors, that we do require you to wear masks while here in the show arena, back in the barns, and back in the holding pens. We do appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Really, really a nice set of females over here on the Angus side once again. And once again, some differences in condition and types and kind out here in the lineup, but a lot of quality from end to end. Combination heifer, the class for AK and I is the one up front here, a female that we like where she's going to be in terms of cannon length and her mature frame score when she goes into production. This female is really nice down her top in terms of dimension and comes out real square out over that hip. With the mass that she carries today, she stays good at her shoulder, sharp in her front, and long in her stride. We like that one to head up this class pretty handedly. Then we get down to second place female. I think we read lead the future in this female. She's not near as show ready as the one that wins the class, but this female's got all the parts to go ahead and have a tremendous future. She's as good on the ground as any of them out here. With that said, you'd like to widen her, stouten her up at the hock at times, but we think that will come with maturity and a little more condition as she goes on down the road. Third place female is one that sure's got a nice design in terms of the way she comes out of that chest cavity and on back into her flank area. We appreciate that about her. Where we'd change her up, once you get her into motion, you'd like to free her up just a little bit in comparison to the ones in front of her in the class today. Young lady in the blue sweater coming around the corner. If it was a stoutness race, she may win the class today. This is a big top, big hipped, wide hocked, super wide stifled female out here in the lineup. If we could change her up today, with all that mass, she gets a little more bold out of her shoulder. She gets a little tight out of her loin, gets a little more restricted in her hip. That's where we'd like to change her today. Young lady's female here in the red, just not ready yet, but this is good cattle in terms of being finesse. She lays good at her shoulder. She's maternal in her look. We like the smoothness of her joints. She just needs a little more time, a little more weight per day of age to go up the lineup. And then we get down to a couple females here at the end of the lineup, just need to be a little more agile in their overall structure and look when you get them out here compared to the contemporaries in this particular class.
Another really good class of fall females here in our polled show over on the Hereford side here, and just a really nice pair of females to start this class. Very, very nice females. They're similar in a lot of ways, but I believe that the heifer that wins the class for me is just a more dimensional female. There's just a little more boldness to her shape in terms of rib and body and muscle, and I really like the way she combines a lot of things in terms of being able to combine soundness, have a good look, and have that extra dimension to her when we compare to that one, the heifer that's right below her. Just a neat heifer that is a really neat combination kind of female that just does a lot of things right. A good heifer here in second as well. She's maybe not quite as much of this heifer, but a heifer that's really attractive. Of course, she's more moderate, and that's fine with me. And actually, when we compare to our third place heifer, I'm going to prefer, I think, her mature cow size, certainly compared to that one. And so that's in this particular pair, that's actually an advantage for her. I just think she doesn't have quite that dimension that we see in that female right above her, but that's a heifer that's really attractive. She's really well made. She's adequate in structure. She's a good heifer in a real logical place to go in our second spot for me. It's a good heifer here that comes next. She's powerful. She's high performance. She's big hipped. Maybe she needs a little more shape to her rib cage. Maybe just give her that little more female, easier fleshing kind of look for me personally. But that's a heifer that's really powerful and gives you a really good look from the side as well. Young man's doing a nice job there. Heifer that comes next is going to be one of those moderate kind of easy fleshing cows. She's got more of that condition. You can tell she has the ability to transmit some feed into body condition, which is going to bode well for helping her as a cow. Maybe we'd like to give her a little more look, loosen her up in terms of structure as we compare to those ones right above her. Another good solid female here that comes next. Actually a pair of them. The little plainer heifers in the general scheme of things as we look at them, and the heifers that are above them, but just nice females nonetheless. The heifer that the young man's has got a little more shape to her than the young lady's heifer. Nice pair of females here. Get a little plainer in their look. The heifer that rounds out's a little concerning from a birth standpoint. We'd maybe change that if we could, but a nice female that is sound structured.
Well, back over here in your Angus ring, we have our results in for Class 14, your final class before we select our division champion in reserve. First place went to back number 264, SCC SFC She's a Queen, 031, exhibited by Olivia Jones of Hereford, Ohio. Second place will go to WB Frontier Gal 009, exhibited by Grant Z. Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Third place went to BNWZ Sarah's Dream 0156, exhibited by Landon Walker Marshall of Wyers Cave, Virginia. Fourth place went to SFC Phyllis 107, exhibited by Brenna Leanne Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Fifth place went to SC Memory 44044, STP, exhibited by Rachel Smith of Ocello, Nebraska. Sixth place went to EXAR Queen 0708, exhibited by Burton Halsey of Hannibal, Missouri. And seventh place in that class went to PVF Missy 0233. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 14. Now in Ring 2, your Junior Angus ring, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion at late Junior Heifers.
Results back over on the polled Hereford side for Class 15. Congratulations to our class winner, Inter 272, Mason Allen of Nocona, Texas. Second place in that class was entry 269, Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Third place was entry 278, Landon Rickstra of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 276, Kenley Daly of Kingston, Oklahoma. Fifth place was entry 277, Taylor Mars of Macomb, Oklahoma. Sixth place was entry 268, Audrey Biswell of Bristow, Oklahoma. Seventh place, entry 271, Lance Carter, Terrell, Texas. And eighth place was entry 275, Victoria and Wesley Chapman of Austin, Arkansas. In your program, the following placings were 6, 2, 7, 1, 8, 4, 5, and 3. We now have Class 16 polled senior heifer calves, ages of September 7th through September 25th of 2019.
Really good place to start here in September heifer calves. September older heifers, I guess, is what they are at this stage of the game. But a heifer that really does a lot of good things in relation to her contemporaries out here. Just excels in terms of being able to combine structure and balance, and still has plenty to her as well. That's a real logical place for me to start with in this particular class. Interesting pair here of heifers. Heifers that have good things and certainly have things that they can change. I think the young lady's heifer for me is just a little sounder and can get out and go a little better. And I think she definitely has a big advantage in terms of her rib cage. There's more shape and boldness to that rib. She's deeper in her flank. She gives me that look that she's going to be able to maintain herself a little better out on forage, and I appreciate that about her. Really a great look to this heifer in third, and she has a really good muscle shape as well. I just need her to be a little looser in terms of her structure, looser in her hock and hind leg, and a little deeper and a little easier doing look for my personal preference. Heifer that comes next, again, she's deep-sided. She has that advantage over the heifer above her, but structure needs to be changed as well. And her pair of heifers that come next, the young man's got a heifer that's got more look and attractiveness. The young lady's got a heifer that is sound and deep, just needs quite a bit more look and balance and quality to move up in the class today.
Congratulations. Results for Class 16 polled senior heifer calves. First place goes to entry 281, Rhett Louderman of Macomb, Illinois. Second place goes to entry 284, Shelby Burlisle of Emmett, Idaho. Third place, entry 283, Noah Perry from Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry 282, Joel and Marilyn Pekka from Mino, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 280, Victoria and Wesley Chapman from Austin, Arkansas. And sixth place was entry 285, Aaron Key of Colbert, Oklahoma. In your programs, that would be 5, 1, 4, 3, 2, and 6. We're now on Class 17 entering the arena. Class 17 age is from August 12th of 2019 through September 6th of 2019. Following this class, we will go right into our senior heifer calf and reserve senior heifer calf division.
Currently over here in ring 2, your judges, Mr. Chan and A.K. Phillips, are selecting their champion and reserve champion, late junior heifer calf champ in our division here.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would join AK and I, and let's give this division a real nice round of applause. hats off to you breeders and exhibitors for lining up quality like this in this lineup. It's really fun to evaluate, and for AK and I, it just comes down to personal preferences at this point. All these females in first and second hole out here had a lot to offer your breed, and we know how hard it is to get them this good, and we know how hard it is to get them presented the way you got them, and we really appreciate that about it. As we're going to do all day, we're going to try to stay functional with our decisions, and we're going to try to keep our priorities in check. And one thing that we both believe in is you got to have good feed under these cattle. The cattle have to have some natural width, and they need to go ahead and cover their tracks as well. We really feel like they're three-dimensional. At times, I think in the show ring, we are starting to maybe silhouette them out a little more than maybe what we should. And at times, I know we got to stay maternal, but yeah, we got to keep some width at the ground, and we got to keep some power back in these cattle, and keep the performance that we have to get down to the commercial guys through our bull markets and replacement heifers and what have you. There's a couple heifers out here that intrigue us really well. AK is going to go out and select your champion in reserve. We feel like they're both very high quality. We're going to go with the one that we feel is a little better footed, maybe a little wider based, and really going to make a nice cow prospect. And then we're going to go with one that has a really nice look at the side, maybe not quite as wide at the ground, maybe not quite as true down her top, but two high quality heifers. Let's give them another nice round of applause.
And congratulations here in your Angus ring, your champion, late junior heifer calf, exhibited by Chancey Clark, Muldrow, Oklahoma. Second place in her class, exhibited by Kelsey Ray Tice. And your reserve champion here in your late junior heifer calf division here in the Angus ring is going to go to back number 254, Seldom Rest Sandy 0041, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Once again, those of you sitting ringside, put your hands together for all of our Angus exhibitors thus far here in your Junior Angus show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Now in our Angus ring will be class 15.
Well, just an excellent pair of heifers here on the top end. These are really, really good, and just a really good class of heifers here within this particular end-to-end. It's just excellent heifers, and just a really, really good pair. They're not exactly the same kind, and that's okay. They're just both really good, and when you compare them to the heifers that are below them, they're fresher. Their structure is excellent, and that's their biggest advantages. The heifer that I'm going to use to win is when they're stopped, she's just smoother in her makeup. She just balances up a tick better. She's a little neater in her shoulder, in the point of her shoulder there. She's a little better in her lines. She's a little fuller in terms of her rib cage. She's a little deeper sided, I think. I think she's a heifer she has more condition, but I I think it's because she has the body type that allows her to convert that feed into condition. She's certainly not a concern in terms of being over conditioned, and she's a heifer that maybe isn't quite as sound structured as the heifer that's right behind her, but she's certainly more than adequate. That's going to be nitpicking type thing between really good ones, just because that heifer in second is so sound and so flexible and has so much reach and go as she gets out on the move. You just love her on the move. She's a heifer that standing, she maybe doesn't bounce up quite like that heifer does, and it's just slight parts that don't fit together quite as well. It's just in her top line there, the way she is in the middle part of her top maybe. But when you get her out and get her going, there's so much reach, so much flexibility. There's a lot of shape to that heifer in terms of muscle. That's a really close pair for me. They're not exactly the same kind, but they're both really good kind of females. I like both of them really well. Next, we get into a trio of really nice heifers as well. They're farther along in their condition for me, especially at this stage of the game. All three of these heifers are good, but all three of them could be freshened up. For me, the young man's heifer offers just a little more look and extension in her front 1/3. I think she's a little looser in her structure, and maybe amongst these three, she's probably a tad bit fresher, so she gets the nod in that regard. A good heifer here in fourth, very easy doing, obviously. We'd just like to freshen her up a little bit, and that would help her look. Same goes for the young lady's heifer that comes next. She's a little higher in her tailhead. She's not as sound as the two above her. Again, like to freshen her up. I would like to point out the young man's heifer that's coming next, 286. A plainer heifer out here amongst these high-level show heifers that are amongst the best in the breed in terms of balance. So she's a little plainer in that regard, but when you study her on paper and you study her function, that's a female that's going to be an outstanding cow. She's got a really high CHB index, and it's just of note to mention that, worth noting that heifer has that and possesses that. A good female there just gets in with a lot of good ones.
Congratulations, Class 17, Senior Heifer Kev. Winning that class was entry 295, Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Second place goes entry 288, Ben Ryan Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Third place was entry 290, Hudson and Grady Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry 294, Cruz and Piper Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Fifth place was entry 293, Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Sixth place was entry 286, Catherine and Tyler Coleman of Modesto, California. And seventh place was entry 289, Addison and Jalen Kuntz of Thomas, Oklahoma. We're now bringing in our class and second place winners to show for the third division, Senior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve Champion. Representing Class 14, we have entry 267, KLL LMAN Tulip 916G, exhibited by Callie Harris of Canton, Texas. Representing Class 15 was entry 272, BACC 612 Hadley 965, exhibited by Mason Allen of Nacona, Texas. Coming out of Class 16 was entry 281, RJL LCC 7454 Adora 60G, exhibited by Rhett Louderman of Macomb, Illinois. And winning that last class was entry 295, Purple HB LMAY Star 189G, exhibited by Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin.
Well, another excellent division. Of course, we didn't have quite as much numbers here in the falls, but the quality has not dropped off, especially on these top-end heifers that you come back out here in first and seconds. Just excellent, excellent females, and it's just a real treat to be out here and evaluate these cattle, and it'd be just a real treat for me to even be here in the stands just watching and looking at these cattle and studying their pedigrees and EPDs and because they're just that good, and it's so enjoyable from my end to look at high quality cattle and compare them to others. With that being said, I'll talk about these heifers real quick. Heifer that wins the first class has some really neat pieces. She doesn't always put them together in quite the balanced package that some others do out here, but she's bold ribbed, she's big hip, she's got the pieces. There's times that she hits you pretty hard, and there's times that she doesn't quite put those together right now, but that's a good heifer that won that first class. Heifer I really like that wins the second class, and just one of those combination kind of females. She doesn't have maybe quite as much shape as maybe the two class winners on either side of her, but she's got enough, and she's really deep-sided. You love her structure. Just a really nice, solid female there that looks like she can go out and be a productive cow. She just looks like she can do that and still yet add some of that higher level look and attractiveness that you like to see, especially when we get out here. Really powerhouse female here that wins the next class, the young man in the cowboy hat. She's probably pushing the limits on maybe being a female. It's going to be a little more in terms of her mature weight. She's probably a little, you'd probably like to clean her up a little in her joints, or I would perhaps, maybe just smoothen her up in her overall look. But she's very deserving of being the first place heifer within that class, and a good heifer out here as well. Really good pair of females that were in that last class, very competitive within that division. The heifer that wins is just so smooth and attractive and well made from the side. She's deep-sided. She's certainly adequate in her structure, and she doesn't overpower you, but she has plenty to her. And just a really nice heifer that combines a lot of good things in that regard. It's a good second-place heifer as well. Kind of talked about her being just really good in terms of her structure when she gets out on the move. Maybe not quite the forerib and flank as some other heifers right now. Also love her freshness and condition, and so that plays a part within that description, I think. So those are heifers that kind of catch my eye within this division, kind of the best of the best in this age division. I'm going to look at them again, and I'm going to pick the two that I like best. But again, just my heartiest congratulations to these young people. Just an excellent set of heifers.
Congratulations. Our champion senior heifer calf comes out of Class 17, entry 295, purple HBLMAY star 189G, exhibited by Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Congratulations. That brings in our second to show for reserve, entry 288. KJBJ 5349 Harley 760G, exhibited by Ben Ryan Jensen of Cortland, Kansas, to show for reserve. Our reserve senior heifer calf champion comes out of class 15, entry 272. BACC 612 Hadley 965, exhibited by Mason Allen of Nocona, Texas. Congratulations to the exhibitors. We're now going into class 18, polled early summer yearling heifers, calved May 21st through June 7th of 2019.
Trio of really nice heifers at the top end of this class of Angus on this side of the arena. A lot of quality, guys, all the way through this show, and these three represent that as well. And I think for AK and I, when you analyze the top end of this class, the female that does this so quite handedly in this particular environment and against these temporaries is the one that we're going to use to head up the class. This one here is a unique combination of being lots of performance, lots of power, but yet very good at the ground, and one that stays very maternal in her kind. And we think she balances out really nice and just represents a lot of performance there on the front end. Really a nice cow prospect here in second. This one went a lot of classes on down the road. She's one that's got a lot of forerib. We like to swoop that underline, the way it comes back and balances up to that flank. When you compare to the female in front of her, she just gives up a little bit in terms of overall mass to go any higher in this particular class. Really a lot of quality and presentation in this female in third. One that we appreciate the way she comes out of the top of that shoulder and the highness of that pole and head there in terms of her mass and body type and build from the side. She's one, too, that has lots of dimension down her top and out over her hip. To pick on her just a little bit compared to the ones in front of her, she wants to get out just a little bit at the front end. We'd like to change her front feet there just a little, but real nice kind there in third position. Then we get down to the fourth place female, one that has really got a lot of quality to her. She may not be, in our mind, as show ready as two or three of them in front of her, but this one's got a great future ahead of her. She's very maternal in her kind. She's really good at the ground. We like that one quite a bit as well. You get down to the fifth place heifer, one's a little bigger in her frame score, one that's got some rib shape. Just like to see her a little more attractive off that hip and rear leg when you get her in motion. Young lady is turning the corner here has got another nice heifer. When we frame score them up here, she just gives up quite a bit in terms of frame score. Young lady in the red shirt, really maternal kind here, just needs to have more bone off that rear leg. Next heifer coming around the lineup, really a big stout kind of heifer. We just like to see her a little smoother in her overall makeup. She gets a little more open at her shoulder, maybe bucks in just a little bit at the knee. We'd like to change that about her. And then we end up the class with four down here that just need to be a little more attractive when you put them in motion to go against those ahead of them in this particular class.
Congratulations over here in your junior Angus ring, class 15. First place to go to back number 281, UDE Blackbird 0153, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Second place will go to Forever Lady 226H, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Third place will go to Colburn Sandy 0588, exhibited by Heather Welcher of Springville, California. Fourth place will go to PVF Missy 0227, exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Fifth place will go to Collison Georgina 050, exhibited by Madison Collison of Rockwell City, Iowa. Sixth place will go to DPL Sandy 0418, exhibited by Casey Lee Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska.
Really good class of May heifers here, and just a powerhouse female here to start. There's a whole lot of heifer here. There's a ton of rib and body, length of side, stoutness of dimension. Just a good female, and she does it in a really well-balanced package as well. She's not quite as fresh maybe as I'd like to see her if we're going to nitpick her, but I think as we compare her to the others out here within this group, that could be said a few times over. So with that being taken into consideration, she's the heifer that combines the most good things in terms of being a really good look and just really powerful in terms of her overall makeup. The heifer that ends up second for me does so based on structure. There's a big advantage at the ground and flexibility for her in relation to the heifer that's in third. She too could be freshened up, but she has a nice look, and she just has more reach and flexibility in her hip and hock there. I like that about her. Stopped, you really like this heifer, really well presented. She's got a great hair coat. She's very attractive from the side, lots of muscle shape. For me, when you get her out on the move, she just needs to handle that rear leg better and just handle it with more looseness and flexibility. I think that it will help her as well going into her future life if she could. Heifer that comes next, again, a heifer that's got some condition. She's got some look, though, as well. A heifer that's a decided advantage in terms of balance and quality over the heifer that remains. I'd like to change that heifer up a little bit in terms of balance and structure. A ton of shape in her, nonetheless.
Congratulations. Results in Class 18 early summer yearling heifers. First place goes entry 302, Veda Vicklin and Hans Vicklin of Longmont, Colorado. Second place is entry 298, Emma, Daniel, and Morgan Richardson of Caprone, Illinois. Third place, entry 300, Emily Jenkins of Crandall, Texas. Fourth place goes entry 301, Sutter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. And fifth place is entry 299, Tegan Crosswaite from Stillwater, Oklahoma. We're now bringing in Class 19 early summer yearling heifers, those calved from May 2nd through May 16th of 2019.
Over here in your Angus ring, we are going to finish up those placings from Class 15. We left off with sixth place went to DPL Sandy 0418, Casey Lee Meyer, Blue Hill, Nebraska. Seventh place in that class exhibited by Brittany Porter, Franklin, Indiana, with Connolly Malbin Pride 0248. Eighth place went to Silvera's Eris 0319, exhibited by Sydney Rylersdam Shoe of Grangeville, Idaho. Ninth place in that class went to Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 0030, exhibited by Jordan Clark, Gretna, Virginia. 10th place went to RGCC Stardom's Carletta 260, exhibited by Hunter Royer of New Richmond, Indiana. And 11th place in that class went to Nord's Miss Annie Lou 2028, exhibited by Dylan Sharp of Arlington, Minnesota. And 12th place in that class went to BCC Alvaretta Intense 169H, exhibited by Grayson Carr Weingartner, Canyon, Texas. Now in ring 2 is Class 16 here in your Junior Angus ring.
Nice place to start here for me in our May heifer class in the polled side. Just one of these combination type females. She isn't as stout featured as some out here, but that's fine. She's got plenty of bone, and that's not a problem whatsoever for me. She's just a heifer that combines look, combines structure. She's a little fresher in her condition. She has a more attractive look from the side. She isn't quite as powerful as this heifer that's right behind her, but she's certainly more than adequate in that regard. And just a heifer that has the most good and the least poor things to her that you would change within this class. A nice place to start. Good heifer here in second as well, just really powerful. She's truer in her rib cage as we study her in the rib design, as we study her in comparison to the heifer that's right behind her. I think she's wider in terms of her makeup and just wider out of her hip. A more powerful female there that probably does it with just a tick cleaner chest, even though both of these heifers could be freshened up a little bit. It's a moderate female. I appreciate that about her. I think she has some flexibility as well, just not quite as much to her as that heifer that's right above her as you get off on the side and view those heifers. A little plainer heifer here in both of these heifers that remain. I'd just like to give them a little more look from the side, maybe freshen this heifer that's coming up around right now, just freshen her up a little bit if we could in terms of condition.
Big congratulations. Results for Class 19. First place goes entry 307, Morgan Louderman of Macomb, Illinois. Second place is entry 305, exhibited by Lauren Brady and Nicholas Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin. Third place, entry 306, Reed, Wade, Victoria, and Ryan Allen of Quincy, Illinois. Fourth place, entry 311, Shelby Pearl of Duquesne, Illinois. And fifth place is entry 310, Natalie Stedschkel of Stillwater, Oklahoma. In your programs, the placings are 2, 3, 1, 5, and 4. We're now going right into our intermediate yearling female division champion and reserve division champion. Exhibited from Class 18, first place was entry 302, SCG, HCC Diana 736G, exhibited by Veda and Hans Strickland. Vickland. And then entry 307, LCC 559, Feeling Mary 33G, exhibited by Morgan Louderman, represents Class 19.
Well, nice intermediate division here as we keep moving through our polled show on the Hereford side. And again, the quality, it stays there on the top end of these cattle. They're just very good. The heifer that wins the first class is just a powerful heifer. Tons of rib and hip and dimension in that heifer. There's just an awful lot to that female. And she does it in a really appealing, really eye-appealing, pleasing package from the side. And so that's a unique combination, that you find in her. Small criticisms of her critiques would be perhaps she could be a little fresher in her condition, and perhaps she could handle her hind leg just a little differently. She's certainly adequate in her structure, absolutely adequate. But if we're gonna look at the small things and the fine details, maybe she could set down square and more securely there on her rear too. Sometimes as she goes away from you, but a good heifer that's just ultra powerful in her build and just a ton to that female. Nice combination heifer here that wins the second class. Maybe doesn't come out and just blow you away in any regard. She also doesn't have major things that you would change. She's just a really nice, solid, middle-of-the-road heifer that, for me, in that class, combined a little more freshness of condition and appearance with some soundness. She's a little flatter and smoother in her makeup in terms of her flatter in her joints and just smoother in her makeup here than the heifer that was second. So good female as well. A couple really nice class winners. I'll show you the two out of this division I like best. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, your division champion is entry 302, HSCG HCC Diana, 736G, exhibited by Veda and Hans Vickland of Longmont, Colorado. That brings second place in, 298, Perks 1502 Betty Lou, 9143, exhibited by Emma Daniel and Morgan Richardson to show for reserve.
Really a nice class over here on the Angus side once again. Had a little bit of differences in types and kinds between these top four heifers, and we thought it came down this particular scenario with a trio of heifers at the top. We elected to keep the two at the front together. We feel like they're the most alike in kind. We think the female that wins the class here today is the combination heifer of the class. She's the maternal one. She's the best shouldered. She's one that's the freshest out of her underline and back into that flank area. We just think she's really complete from end to end. No, she's not a power heifer, but she's very functional and represents a lot of functionality from that standpoint. Get down to the second place female. This one here follows her the most alike in kind in our opinion. We like the way she flexes off that rear and front pastern. We like the balance that she carries through her underline as well. She's not quite as fresh as the female that wins the class today, but we felt like she fit her up pretty nice in terms of second place. The power heifer of the class is in three here, one that excels out here in terms of width and dimension. She's huge out over her hip. She stays wide at her stifle. With that said, she carries a little shoulder to go with it. She wants to get a little tighter out of her hip on down to the ground. Get down to the fourth place female, another power heifer here, one that's got a lot of rib shape coming out of the top of that spine. Just like to see this one a little more attractive off that rear leg when you get her in motion. Fifth place heifer is one that we really like in terms of her type and kind. She's just a little plainer coming out of that brisket up through her front 1/3. Just like to change her that way. One of the more fault-free heifers is the young lady here around in the corner. We like the type and kind of this heifer. It's just giving up a little too much performance here to move her on up the lineup. Young lady's heifer next coming around is one that's got some dimension all the way through. We'd like to see her a little more attractive off that tail head set and out over that hip. She wants to get a little too much angle there at her hock for us today. Young lady's heifer next, really a nice kind, very maternal, just needs a little more power, a little more weight per day of age. And then we get into some mix and match on down the lineup, some females that need to have a little more structural integrity to move them up on the lineup in this class today.
Back over on the Hereford side, the reserve champion intermediate yearling female was entry 307, Morgan Louderman. That was LCC 559, Phelan Mary 33G. We now have class 20, spring yearling females in the arena. Those are calved from April 20th of 2019 through April 30th of 2019.
And congratulations over here in the Angus ring, Class 16. We have the results in first place. Went to back number 313, EXAR Frontier Gal 1400, exhibited by Kinley Daly, Kingston, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 622, SCC HF Proven Queen 026, exhibited by Rob Oakley of Livingston, Tennessee. Third place went to UDE Zoe 0157, exhibited by Bentley Lott of Carmen, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to UDE Kimura Katie 0132, exhibited by Campbell Muck of Tripp, South Dakota. Fifth place went to Moffett Pride Lucy, 2013, exhibited by Elise Engel of Colfax, Iowa. Sixth place went to EXAR Frontier Gal 1530, exhibited by Kaylin Kaiser, Proctor, Texas. Seventh place went to Selden Rest Pinup Gal 0024, exhibited by Alyssa Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma. Eighth place went to FCF Proven Queen 014, exhibited by Paige Van Dyke, Louisville, Illinois. Ninth place went to GWF Proven Queen 515H, exhibited by Leona Mantranak of Cascade, Iowa. 10th place went to Connolly McGoney 0700, exhibited by Lauren Frederick, Sterling, Kansas. 11th to BCH Cool Dance 128, exhibited by Clay Hubbard. And 12th place went to Moffett Eliza 2014, exhibited by Nolan Den. 13th in that class was Talon Crest Blackbird 010, Taylor Martin, Delhart, Texas. Currently now in your junior Angus ring is class 17. We'd also like to remind all of our exhibitors and spectators that we do require you to wear masks while here in the show arena, as well as back in the barns. We greatly appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, just a pair of high quality heifers, real breed leaders for quality, if you could look at it that way. Very, very good and very close in my mind. the right kind of females in terms of soundness. They can really get out and move. You love that about both of these heifers. There's a little difference in frame size, but not enough to really make any determination as far as which one's better or worse. It's just a notable fact to point out. I think the heifer that wins for me just hits me just a tick harder in terms of quality. She's a little fresher in terms of her condition. She's just a little cleaner in her look and in her attractiveness. I think if we're going to nitpick her, perhaps that heifer that is in second is going to have just a little neater and tidier udder. Appreciate that about her for sure. She's a heifer that's a little longer, but I think this is a heifer that hits me a little harder in regards to attractiveness and look, and within a pair of really, really good structured females, I think perhaps she's just a little bit sounder in that regard. Just a good heifer as well here that comes next. She is getting a little more condition. Not that we don't have that in a lot of classes. It's not a major problem, but it is a little thing to point out. You should freshen her up just a touch. She's really up-headed in the way she comes out of her shoulder, and there's a stark difference in terms of quality between her and the heifers that remain. Just a really good pair of high-quality females. She's bold-ribbed. She's sound. She does a lot of good things there. That's really close in my mind amongst those two heifers. Solid heifer here that comes third. I think she's fresher, and I think she combines that with a little more look and a little more soundness than the two heifers that come next. There's not as much of her, but I think she's sensible in terms of her size, and that's gonna suit her well, I think, as she goes out into a range condition in the real world later in her life, and that's why she's third. A heifer that's fourth that gives you a great look, really powerhouse kind of female, really stout. With that, she's getting a little too much in her tail head, in her tail head. And just wants to push that up, and her structure's not quite where you'd like it to be, but that's a heifer that has worlds of quality, just needs to be smoothened up. Heifer that's a little plainer in relation to the one that's above her that comes next, but a big advantage over the one that remains. Sound heifer there, the young ladies just needs to be more of her.
Congratulations. Results for Class 20. Winning the class was entry 312. Will, Thomas, and Ben Freaking of Alpha, Minnesota. Second place goes entry 314, Mason Allen of Nocona, Texas. Third place, entry 316, Katie Piper of Zurich, Kansas. Fourth place, entry 317, Brandon Pacheco of Paso Robles, California. Fifth place was entry 315, Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. And sixth place was entry 313, Sydney Hodge of Ramona, Oklahoma. We're now bringing in Class 21, spring yearling females, calved April 1st through April 12th of 2019.
Trio of really nice females at the top end of this class. But for AK and I today, we feel like this female that heads up the class does so against these contemporaries out here in this particular lineup pretty handedly. We think she's the soundest at the ground and represents the most structural integrity. She carries the most balance when you view her from a three-quarter angle or off the side. We like her in terms of dimension down her top and out over her hip. Just really like the way she flexes on all four corners when the young lady gets her on the go. The one that most like her in kind and quite not as ready today would be the female here in second. We really like the maternal aspect of this female. We like the smoothness from end to end, the functionality that she's got. She just gets a little overpowered in this particular class. Gentleman here in blue's got another nice female that we think's a contender on the top end when she's on the stance. She's wanting to fight the halter just a little bit today, getting her a little quicker in her step, maybe getting her a little more tight out of her top and out over that tail head set. We just like to see her relax a little bit more. Big stout individual here in fourth, one we appreciate in terms of internal dimension. With that said, she wants to get a little quick off that rear leg. Just like to see her with a little more angulation off that hock and just a little more cushion to that pastern, a little more length of stride when you get her on the go. Really a unique breeding piece coming around the corner here. For us, she's maybe a little bigger than what we desire, but she's got some really neat parts to her. With that said, she's one that gets a little more tight out of that shoulder, gets a little tighter up through that forerib. We just like to cow her out a little bit more to move her up the line. Young lady's female coming next here is one that we, again, like on the stance. We get her in motion. She wants to get a little quick on the draw when she gets in motion, just like to smooth her up a little bit at the ground there. And the same holds true with the trio following behind her. Females that have a lot of good to them, a lot of dimension, good condition at this stage of the game, just need to be a little sounder off all four corners to go any higher in this class.
Well, another good class of April heifers here, and a sure good place to start in my mind. A heifer that's more moderate, she's fresher, she's sounder. She just has more of that maternal that indicates she should have a better chance to be a better cow, and a female that's more practical in a real world situation. Of course, we never know. We're always just guessing, but there is traits that indicate that they should do a better job when they get to that stage of life, and I think she possesses a lot of those in relation to these heifers that are out here. She's a combination female. She's sound. She's got plenty of body depth. She does it in an eye-appealing package as well, and just a good place to start. Heifer that comes next, I think as we compare to the heifers that remain, she's a heifer that is just a little more maternal in some ways. For me, a little more maternal in her head, a little more neater in her tail head, and just a little smoother in her overall makeup. She doesn't have the look and soundness that the heifer that right above her does. You'd loosen her up if we could off of both ends, particularly there on her rear legs, but the way she handles that at the ground. But a nice female nonetheless, and I think as we compare her to this heifer that comes next, she's just smoother. The heifer that comes in third is a real powerhouse. There's tons of body, there's tons of hip, there's tons of dimension to this female. With that comes things that are like I just described, just a little more that maybe aren't quite for me. But if you want a heifer that's going to add those extras, those things that are a little more out there, she can do that. Heifer that comes next in fourth, very maternal in her appearance. She could be sounder structured, I think, but she's a heifer that looks like she's going to be a moderate, low maintenance female. It's going to be easy fleshing. She's a nice heifer. She just gets in a tough class for sure. Heifer that comes next, again, is one of those that's probably a little too much for me. She's good. She has good pieces for sure. That's not necessarily my kind. That's a competitive class from top to bottom.
Thank you, Judge Works. Results for Class 21. First place goes to entry 328, Brendan and Aiden Barber of Channing, Texas. Second place is entry 327, Sage, Cashlin, and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Third place is entry 323, owned by Riley, William, and Emily Meinhardt of Marysville, Kansas. Fourth place, entry 321, Kenley Daly of Kingston, Oklahoma. And fifth place is entry 320, Claiborne and Eli Perry of Madison, Mississippi. If you're following in your programs, those placings were 5, 4, scratch, 3, 2, 1, scratch. We're now going into Class 22, Polled Spring yearling females, calved March 2nd through March 28th of 2019. Following this class, we'll go right into our spring yearling female division and reserve division.
Well, congratulations over here in your junior Angus ring. We have the results of Class 17. First place will go to back number 316, SCC SFC. She's a Queen, 025, exhibited by Montana Halsmeyer of Hereford, Ohio. Second place will go to BNWZ Envious Blackbird 0281, exhibited by Austin Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Third place will go to PVF Missy 0221, exhibited by Nolan Hunt, Huntsville, Texas. Fourth place will go to K-Bar D Wendy 13H, exhibited by Tyler Coleman of Modesto, California. Fifth place will go to PVF Missy 0304, exhibited by Emma Evington of Avon, Illinois. Sixth place in that class will go to Muck Smith Molly 036, exhibited by Alexa Bader of Monroe, Wisconsin. Seventh place, EXAR Forever Lady 1280, exhibited by Ben Selmeyer of Aurora, Illinois. Eighth place will go to KDW Dakota Mavis 2140, exhibited by Karis Delaney Waterman of Anderson, Indiana. And ninth place to ALL Missy 013, exhibited by Brianna Leanne Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Now in your junior Angus ring is Class 18.
While we're between shows here, I'd like to announce that over on the Hereford side, we found a vehicle key out back in the makeup arena. If you're missing a key to a Jeep, you come up to the front desk where we're announcing, and we have that available.
A good class of bred heifers here as we kind of keep moving through our polled show. We got some March heifers, good pair of heifers here on the top end for me. They're a little different, but they're pretty close in my mind because they're both pretty nice. The heifer that I'm going to use to win just comes to me today with just the freshest in her condition and just the most productive look, I guess, if that makes sense. Just a heifer that's sound. She has some shape and dimension, and she's just so much fresher than the other heifers out here. And I appreciate that about her. I really like her at the ground in terms of when she gets out and goes off of both ends. Yet she still has plenty to her. Even though she is a little fresher. A good heifer here that comes next in second. Powerful heifer, lots of rib, plenty of muscle. She gets set up. She's got a good look as well. She's maybe a little past her time. Maybe if there's a 12 o'clock reference, maybe she's getting into the afternoon at this point. But she's sound. She's deep. She's got some shape. She's going to be a good cow for that young man. That's a nice heifer. A heifer that comes next, again, is going to be kind of a nice cow, I think. She's finer featured. She's a little heavier in her condition. She's too heavier in condition probably for me, and that detracts a little from her balance. And that combined with the fact that she is finer featured doesn't help that either. But she's bold in her ribs. She has plenty of muscle. She's a heifer that looks like she can go out and do some good for that young lady as a cow, in my estimation. A nice heifer. Heifer that comes next is another one of those that's maybe just a little too much for me. If you like them powerful and just bold and that regard, she is that, but almost to a detriment, I guess, in my eyes. She needs to be neatened up in her front 1/3. She just needs to be smoothened up and give her a little more female appearance for me personally. But that's a heifer that is an outlier in terms of performance and stoutness. A heifer that's again a little plainer that comes next. Like to neaten her up a little if we could. Same goes for the young lady's heifer that comes next. She there again is really powerful, pretty concerning in terms of cavities and birth figures. Heifer that needs to be better structured on the bottom.
Congratulations. Results for Class 22. First place is number 330, Randy June Williams of Dublin, Texas. Second place goes entry 336, Hadley and Wyatt Dunclow of Wayne, Nebraska. Third place, entry 341, Sam and Julia Barron of Lenapaw, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry 334, Cayenne Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 342, Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. Sixth is entry 332, Haley Littaw of Balco, Oklahoma. And seventh place was entry 338, Tyndall Fields of Cashin, Oklahoma. This leads us into our champion spring yearling female and reserve champion division. Coming from Class 20, first place, entry 312, ECR MC LDSC, Flows 1928, owned by Will Thomas and Ben Freaking. Representing Class 21, entry 328, BR Halsey 9099, exhibited by Brendan and Aiden Barber. And from our last class is entry 330, KJBJ 364C, Salsa Time 664G, owned by Randy June Williams of Dublin, Texas.
In the Angus ring, a couple really nice heifers at the top end of this class, and so's the third in terms of cow power. Between the two up here, we just feel like the female that's going to head up this particular class has got more natural dimension at this stage of the game. She's one that represents a lot of width at top. She stays huge out of her hip. Carries that down into the lower third of her quarter there. She's wanting to fight the halter a little bit today and shove on it. But with that said, this female, when she gets calmed down, she's really good at the ground. She keeps it together in terms of structure. We also appreciate the functionality and the structure of this female in second. This one pushes forward a little more brisket in comparison to your class winner. She might not be as high-eared or as good looking from the shoulder forward, but this one's really solid in terms of the way she's She's put together down her spine. She's very maternal in her kind, represents a lot of functionality. We just like to see this one with a little more pizzazz compared to your class winner today in terms of a profile. Third place female is really unique in her kind. We really appreciate Cal. Look at this individual here. We like to sweep that underline and the balance she takes back into her flank. With that said, the young man's going to have to manage her up front there at that brisket. Going to have to keep her fresh there moving on down the road so she can go ahead and be competitive this coming summer. Then we get down to the fourth place female here, one that also has got a big middle and got nice rib shape. She gets up just a little bit when we get her into motion. We'd like to see her a little more relaxed from that standpoint. Young lady turning the corner there has a long-spined individual, one that represents a lot of length, especially from the shoulders back. We'd just like to see this one a little more shape to her underline. She's not quite there yet in terms of condition, maybe. We just like to see her with a little more lower third in her compared to the contemporaries in this class. Young lady's female here next is one that's just really performance-oriented. With that goes a little bit of shoulder. She gets a little more prominent out of her tailhead set. Like to change her there. Young man's heifer next is one that's a neat design. She's got a lot of good to her. She just needs a little more time, a little more fit and balance to compete against him in front of her. Gentleman's heifer next, really maternal in her kind, just needs a little more substance of bone on all four corners. Then we get down to a trio of heifers that just need to be a little more attractive when we get them in motion to take them on up any higher in this class today.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring, Class 18. First place will go to EXAR Frontier Gal, 1340, exhibited by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second place will go to Connolly Sandys, 0732, exhibited by Bowen Bridges of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Third place went to Silvera Sandys, 0310, exhibited by Lane Toledo of Visalia, California. Fourth place will go to WBSWSN Lucy 005, exhibited by Kara Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to SSF Lady 2050, exhibited by Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois.
Well, an excellent division here in our spring yearling heifers, and three class winners that it's fun to see them out here and be so similar and suit me really well in terms of structure, in terms of disciplined frame size, in terms of acceptable EPDs, and along with having those extras that we like in the show ring in terms of attractiveness and look and a little more muscle shape, and just three really nice class winners. The dark red heifer that wins the first class, again, just so good at the ground. She gets out and goes and just reaches off of both ends, and a female that's going to be able to go out in her mature life and be able to cover some country and help that in her effort to maintain her body condition, and yet she does it with such a good look as well. I guess a small concern is maybe her udder structure. That's nitpicking, and perhaps she isn't quite as bold ribbed in the center part, or excuse me, in her forerib and flank as maybe a couple others out here. But again, that's splitting hairs of a really good heifer that does a lot of good things out here. A nice female here that wins the second class. To me, she looks like a female that really has a lot of maternal strength to her and can go out and be a nice cow. An added bonus for her is when you look at her on paper and study her data, she has a nice spread. Her indexes are good. She has some quality and usefulness there, and that's going to just add to her value when you mate her to different bulls in the future. And so when you go past that and look at her right here, just such a good rib cage, deep-sided, bold in their shape. Maybe not as overpowering in terms of some shape as some others, but enough, I think. Just a solid female that does a lot of good things, combines a lot of neat attributes. A heifer that wins the third class, just really fresh in her condition. she does have a kind of a nice udder there coming in square and level, and you appreciate that about her. Maybe not quite the look and balance as a couple other of our class winners there in front of her, but she's a good heifer. She's got some muscle shape. She's got some body shape. There again, she does it in a sound package, and you like that about her as well. Three nice females out here. I'm going to take a quick look here again. I'm going to show you the two that I like best, but again, my congratulations and just my hats off to these young people for bringing out this quality level of cattle. Just nice females in this division.
Congratulations. Our champion spring yearling female comes out of Class 20, entry 312, owned by Will Thomas and Ben Freaking of Alpha, Minnesota. That brings in our second place out of that class, entry 314, Soul Cash and Harley 9313G, exhibited by Mason Allen of Nocona, Texas, to show for reserve. Our reserve champion spring yearling female comes out of Class 21, entry 328, which is B.R. Halsey 9099, shown by Brendan and Aiden Barber. That completes that division, the spring yearling female. Congratulations to the exhibitors. We're now going into Class 23, which is the final class of our polled junior yearling females. This will also be a division. And following that, we'll go right into the champion and reserve champion polled Hereford Heifer Championship.
Over here on the Angus side, we're going to finish with our placings here in Class 18. We left off on 5th with SSF Lady 2050, Ashland Moole, Lexington, Illinois. 6th place in that class exhibited by Jamie Gayer, Lisbon, North Dakota, with BSF FC Queen Rona 2006. 7th in that class was EXAR Princess 1160, exhibited by Thomas Edward Halsey of Hannibal, Missouri. 8th place in that class went to Connolly Cheyenne 0268, exhibited by Briar Shankles of Marietta, Oklahoma. 9th place went to HLC Annie Lou 06H, exhibited by J.C. Sumter of Branson, Colorado. 10th place went to HGC Forever Lady 018, exhibited by Judy Hawkins, Atwood, Kansas. And 11th in that class went to GGGB Miss Margot 2420, exhibited by Austin Gorman, Olton, Texas. Now here in Ring 2, your Junior Angus ring, we have Class 19.
Well, we get in here to our older heifers, older bred heifers in January and February females, and it's just the one class out here, and so this will be your division champion and reserve out here, and two really nice heifers. Now they're not exactly the same kind. The heifer that wins for me is a heifer that's just so fresh in terms of her condition. And that's to me her biggest advantage. She's maybe maybe the lightest weight heifer, and she's easily the most moderate heifer in this class. But that's just fine with me. I don't think she's too small. But if you took her home and turned her out with your bred heifers, she'd probably look pretty fair sized. With that being said, she's got a ton of quality. She's sound as anything that's out here. So freshness and soundness and quality is what sorts her up to the top end for me. She does plenty to her as well. She maybe isn't quite as deep in her terms of her body, and especially in her flank, as the heifer that's right behind her. And she isn't as powerful as her, but I think she has enough. I just like her soundness and freshness. She's going to be your division champion, deservedly so. Really a powerful female here that's going to be second and also reserve in your division. Just a powerful female. There's length, there's body, there's depth, there's stoutness and hip. Just a good female in that regard. If we're discussing her structure, it's good as well. If we think about her body condition, she's probably a little past 12 o'clock. She's got a little more on her. Perhaps a small concern is her udders a little closer together. We'd maybe like to space those teats out a little more if we could. But that heifer's got a lot of good to her. There's a lot of power, and she does it in a sound package, and that's a big advantage over her in relation to these other females out here. Again, another powerful female here that comes in third. She doesn't put it together in the same kind of balance and eye appeal as the heifer that's right above her. And again, she's one that could be freshened up. We'd maybe change her structure a little if we could, but I think of the heifers that remain, there's just enough good in her, and as you appreciate her stoutness and width and dimension, and her fact that she can go ahead and be able to hold herself some body condition later here in her life. That's a big advantage over the heifer that's next. Just a little tighter flanked heifer here that comes next. She is the soundest heifer of the ones that remain. However, I like her looseness of structure. I like her flexibility as we compare to the two that are below her. Good heifer here that comes next. Again, one of those that's getting to be a little much in terms of frame and a little much in terms of condition. And we'd maybe like with that, she still could use a little more flank, and so we'd like to change that about her. But she's a more powerful heifer than the heifer that remains. We'd like to get a little more to her and just neaten her up in terms of structure. Congratulations there within that division.
Congratulations, Class 23 results. First place goes to entry 345, Hadley Dunclow and Wyatt Dunclow of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place is entry 356, Alexis Griswold, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 347, Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry 357, Grady Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 344, Corey and Logan Stump of Columbia, Illinois. And sixth place goes to entry 352, Brooks and Hallie Barron of Talala, Oklahoma. Those were also your division and reserve division yearling female, champion and reserve division females.
Apologize for taking so long on that class. To be real frank with you, it was one of probably the more challenging classes that we've had to evaluate up to this point, because there's a lot of good heifers out here in this lineup. And boy, you sure hate to put them down the line, but I guess that's our job today, and that's why we're giving our opinion. But one thing that we did agree on all the way through this class, we felt like that this heifer that heads up the class is very high quality, and we thought she won the class, in our opinion, pretty handedly out here in this particular lineup. We really appreciate her in terms of balance. We like the appearance she gives us from the side. Then when you get off of her from behind, this female's, she's got lots of dimension. She's really good down her top. She's big out over her hip. She stays wide-based at the ground. Really appreciate the shape of the rib out of her top line, the balance she carries in that midsection. Just a real nice cow prospect to head up the class. Then it gets down to a little bit of a structure challenge between second and third. We feel like this second place heifer is a little better on the foot shape, a little better on the ground when she gets along in terms of length of stride. She gives up in terms of overall dimension to your class winner, but we felt like she was sounder structured and represented a little more longevity than the female in third. Female in third on the stance is one that'll really wow you in terms of having a lot of neat parts. This is a very big top, big hipped individual that has a lot of mass. Once again, we appreciate the depth of body that she carries. If we could change her up today, first thing we'd do is we'd change that rear heel just a little bit. You might change her out of her brisket just a touch. Fourth place female is one that's got a nice future ahead of her. We really appreciate the foot size on this one, the shape of that hoof, and the stride that she takes. When you compare her to the three that's in front of her, you'd just like to give her a scotch more power at this stage of the game. You might want to soften her up just a little bit, but this is one that excels in terms of shape of rib and the way she comes out of that spine as well. Just maybe tighten her up at the shoulder a little bit compared to the ones in front of her. Next female in the lineup is one that we feel like has a lot of longevity, and she's really nice in terms of the maternal look that she has. We like the design out of her shoulder. We like the functionality that she has from that standpoint. When you compare the ones up in front of her, she gets a little more awkward out of her hock. Like to make her a little more attractive that way to bring her on up the line. Female next right behind her is one that we really like in terms of profile. Just needs a little more forerib in her. Then we get down to this next female on the stance. She's very powerful and attractive. Like to tone her down out of her tail head just a touch, like give her a little more length of stride. Same holds true with the next female here. Gets a little tight out of her hip, a little more unattractive off that rear hock as you get her in motion. Young lady next, same holds true. Gets up in her top just a little bit, shows us a little tail head. Young lady with the ribbon in her hair has got a very, very nice heifer here. She's doing a nice job showing her. With that said, she's just giving up some performance out here in the lineup. Don't give up on her down the road. She could get up towards the top end of this class. Then we get into a trio of females that just need to have a little more structural integrity. We end up the class with the heifer's not wanting to cooperate very good, where we would change that one, just like see her a little softer in her overall makeup to bring her up any higher in the class.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring, Class 19. First place, go to back number 346, Silvera Hera, Proven Queen, exhibited by Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois. Second place will go to Connolly Sandy, 0464, exhibited by Riley Kate Cullum of Perkins, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Bloom Spot 011H, exhibited by Sadie Robinson, Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to EXAR Frontier Gal 0684, exhibited by Brax Parker Friedrich of Stephenville, Texas. Fifth place will go to Vision Sandy 033, exhibited by Eva Hinrichen of Westmoreland, Kansas. Sixth place will go to Connolly DS Sandy 0213, exhibited by Kinley Daly, Kingston, Oklahoma. Seventh place will go to SCC SFC Phyllis 016, exhibited by Addison Page Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. 8th place will go to Lazy JB Destiny 047, exhibited by Scarlett Carney, Carbondale, Colorado. 9th place will go to EXAR Elba 0682, exhibited by Tori Hearn of Connellsville, Pennsylvania. 10th place will go to CNC Princess 0201, exhibited by Blakely Maxine Stelzer of Oolaga, Oklahoma. 11th place will go to WB Lucy 002 PVF SWSN, exhibited by Emily Wise of Shafter, California. And in 12th place will go to Penners Eline Erica 036, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Owasso, Oklahoma. For those of you following along ringside for Class 19 here in your Angus ring, placings are as follows. 8, 6, next page 10, 3, 1, 4, 7, 11, 9, 2, 12, 5, 13. Now in the Angus ring is Class 20, your final class before we select our early junior heifer calf champion and reserve.
Back over on the Polled Hereford side, we're in for the champion drive for the champion and reserve champion junior female. Over here to in the class Division 1, our division champion was entry 205, HBL Fergie 008 by Veda Strickland of Longmont, Colorado. I do that every time. Our Division 2 champion is Boy Harley 018H, exhibited by Paige Lemonager by Hudson, Illinois. Our Division 3 champion is entry 295, Purple HB LeMay Star 189G, exhibited by Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Our Division 4 champion was entry 302, HSCG HCC Diana 736G, exhibited by Veda and Hans Vickland of Longmont, Colorado. Division 5 was entry 312, ECR MC LDSC Flows 1928, exhibited by Will Thomas and Ben Freaking of Alpha, Minnesota. And our Division 6 champion was entry 345, KJ BJ 364C Salsa 534G, exhibited by Hadley and Wyatt Dunclow of Wayne, Nebraska. Our reserve division champions, following right in behind them, that will have the opportunity to show for reserve overall. Coming out of our first division reserve was entry 207, BK High Profits 069H, exhibited by Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Reserve Division 2 was entry 256, CMCC Happy Points 048H, exhibited by Fallon Gore of Madras, Oregon. Reserve Division 3 was entry 272, BACC 612 Hadley 965, exhibited by Mason Allen of Nocona, Texas. Reserve Division 4 was entry 307, LCC 559 Feeling Mary 33G, exhibited by Morgan Louderman of Macomb, Illinois. In Division 5, reserve was entry 328, BR Halsey 9099, exhibited by Bryden Barber and Aiden Barber of Channing, Texas. And Reserve Division 6 is entry 356, C-Bar 1 Classy Last 9153, exhibited by Alexis Griswold of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Our judge for today's show has been Mr. Shane Work from Manhattan, Kansas. He runs the purebred beef manager up there at Kansas State University. He started out his college career at Butler Community College and then transferred to Kansas State University, where he was a member of the reserve national champion team there at Kansas State. He was high individual at cattle at the American Royal. He's been the president of the Junior Hereford Association, and he has a lifelong Hereford breeder. He's from West Central Minnesota, maintains their herd of Herefords and Angus, and he worked for McClory Angus Ranch before. His family, his wife Ashley, his children Nora, 3.5, Brooke, almost 2, and the newest Joy, Ivy, 1 month. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Shane Work for doing such a good job on these polled Herefords.
Well, folks, we've made it here to our champion pole drive and our junior Hereford show here at the inaugural Cattlemen's Congress, and I couldn't be more thrilled and honored and humbled to be out here to evaluate these cattle for you, give you my opinion. You guys have yours, and that's just as valuable as what I think out here, and appreciate these cattle for what they are. It's a truly humbling experience for me to be able to be out here and give you my opinion of cattle that are so good and so high level. Students of the history of this breed, know how far we've come since I was a kid and a junior and a young kid. There was a time when Herefords aren't what they are today. Again, of course, there was a time when they were king, and then we had some tough times. But it's so amazing to see the improvement you guys have made as breeders and on these show cattle, people getting them ready and exhibitors in terms of their showman ability, and just it's amazing to see the progress we've made as a breed and as a group of cattle over the last 10 to 15, 20 years. It's just amazing the quality level of these cattle. They're just so good, and there's just nothing more enjoyable for me than to be somewhere and evaluate good cattle, whether that's standing out here in a ring or at a show or in a pen or anywhere. That's what I truly enjoy to do. I've spent every day of my life within this breed. Hereford cattle have helped our family sustain our way of living since the 40s. So it's near and dear to my heart. Is what I'm trying to tell you. And this junior program can do so many things for you. Did a lot for me. We didn't have the best cattle always growing up, but I was able to work hard and do okay and become a member of the board and do things like that. And it's done so much for so many people just along those lines. That's not to say anything great about myself. It's just to exemplify the point that, this junior activities is such an amazing thing. And these young people learn so many good traits from this that we all know what they are. Society is changing at this current moment. It's an odd time that we live in. Things are different. Maybe some parts of society don't value the same things that we do, or that a lot of us do anyways, and what a lot of the values that these young people learn from being in this project. So these cattle are amazing, but these kids are amazing too, and the program that we have here is just exceptional, I think, and a junior program that's run by great people with great kids in it, and good people make all the difference. That's why these cattle are so good. I'm not going to talk about all these cattle. I've tried to be really descriptive within each class and division, and I have been a little critical on cattle only because I wanted to tell you what I thought and what differences that it takes for me to work through them and place them. Like I said in that first division, I have nothing but complete respect for the people that brought the cattle here. Even anything that's here is high level cattle. There's cattle that didn't do as well as they wanted. I'm sure, obviously, lots of cattle. Everybody wants to do as well as they can. But when you stand in the grand scheme of things, we need to take a step back and remember how good these cattle are. It's easy to stand at home and say, "Man, I got a really good heifer," but it's another thing entirely to bring her out here and show her against the best of the best in the world in terms of Hereford cattle, and that goes for any breed here that are getting shown this week. With that being said, I'm going to look at these closer again. I'm not totally decided in my mind. There's times you go to a show and there's favorites that really stick out, and there's times that there's not a lot of times that I can remember for shows where the champion lineup for me anyways is so close and competitive and consistent in so many ways you could go. I like all these heifers out here, both lineups, and I think this lineup of champions is just exceptional. I'll get off here. We've got more to judge. We've got more. We got an entire horn show of good horned heifers to come as well, so we need to keep moving. You guys got a long week yet, but I just can't tell you thank you enough. I'm kind of the reliever that came out of the bullpen here, but I'm just tickled to be able to have the opportunity to do it, and I want to thank the association for the opportunity to do it. It's a truly, truly humbling experience. Let's give them a big round of applause for an outstanding set of cattle.
Congratulations, your champion polled Hereford Heifer comes out of Division 3, entry 295. Purple HB, LMAY star 189G, exhibited by Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. That brings in the reserve division from that set, entry 272, BACC 612 Hadley 965, exhibited by Mason Allen of Nocona, Texas, to show for reserve champion overall. And congratulations, coming out of Division 5, our reserve grand champion, entry 312 ECR MC LDSC Flows 1928, exhibited by Ben Frecking of Alpha, Minnesota. That completes our polled Hereford division of the show for today. We'll go right into our Horn Hereford division. We'll take a 10-minute break between now and the Horn Herefords so we can get some good championship pictures up there. Want to remind everybody to please wear your masks. Cattlemen's Congress is doing a great job of putting our show on for us this last week and this next week, and we want to thank them for that. So to keep them all in category here, we want to make sure we wear a mask and do social distancing. Once again, found back in the makeup area of the Hereford show, we have a key that was turned in for a Jeep. If you're missing a key to a Jeep, come up and claim it.
Really an interesting class to evaluate over here on the Angus side. AK and I both feel like this class winner is a combination female. This group of contemporaries here, and this one's got a lot of good to her in terms of cow prospect. She's one that's very low cost in her type and kind, and she's on the verge of maybe getting a little too much condition at this stage, but she's one that can do it real easy, I'm sure, and doesn't take a lot of feed. This one will make a very, very nice cow when she goes out in production. She excels not only by having a lot of lower third and 3 internal dimension, but she's the one that had a really good shaped foot out here on the ground, and we feel like she represents a lot of structural integrity. Female, it's in second, gives up just a little bit in curvature to her rib shape compared to your class winner. This one we really like from the side profile. Where we'd change her up, she gets a little more restricted out of her hip, gets maybe a scotch more tighter at the hock, or a little narrower at the hock, if you will, compared to the class winner today. The 3 heifer here is a lot like the 1 heifer in this particular class. We appreciate her type and kind. For us today, we'd just like to freshen her up just a little bit in terms of condition. Then we get down to the 4th place female, a female on the stance we really like. We think she's in contention to win the class when you're looking at her from the side. Just when you get her on the move, we just like to see her a little more attractive off that rear leg. Young man's heifer coming next here is one that really has a lot of neat pieces. We appreciate that about her. 2 things we'd change about her. Number 1, she's wanting to roll off her outside heel just a scotch. We'd like to tone her down out of her shoulder just a scotch as well. Young lady with the red sweater on next here is a female that sure looks nice in a lot of different ways. Where we'd change her up with that tremendous profile that she has, we'd tone her down out of her tail. We'd make her a little more agile out of her hip. We'd give her a little more forerib. Young heifer here needs just a little plainer in her kind, needs a little more pizzazz. Young lady next, real nice deep body kind of heifer, just a little quick in her growth curve, like to lengthen her out in her cannon bone length for this stage of the game. Next one coming around the corner, just needs a little more forerib, a little more softness to her underline. And then we get down to 4 plainer type heifers that just need to have a little more look, a little more structure to go any higher in this particular class.
Well, congratulations here in your Angus ring, Class 20. First place will go to back number 370, EXAR Princess 1080, exhibited by Kinley Daly, Kingston, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 367, HCC Northern Miss 005, exhibited by Riley Kate Cullum of Perkins, Oklahoma. Third place went to EXAR Princess 0623, exhibited by Tori Hearn, Connellsville, Pennsylvania. Fourth place will go to Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 0002, exhibited by Allison Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Maple Crest Blackbird 0024, exhibited by Bowen Bridges of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to 360 Diane 0233, exhibited by Hallie Harton of Medill, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Dameron Sandy 008, exhibited by Emily Brooks of Provincetown, Illinois. Eighth place went to NNSAV Emblenet 2023, exhibited by Lake and Little of Bells, Texas. Ninth went to PVF Blackbird 0202, exhibited by Callie Keaton of Anderson, Missouri. 10th place went to All Star Sandy 007, Luke Zimmerman of Camargo, Illinois. 11th place went to Hoffman HCC Queen 202, exhibited by Miranda Graves of Abita Springs, Louisiana. 12th place went to Richardson Georgina 001, exhibited by Garrett Schuring of Thompson, Missouri. And 13th went to EXAR Princess 0646, Harlow Gorman of Alton, Texas. At this time, we'll be bringing in all your firsts and seconds here out of your early junior heifer calf division to select a champion and reserve. Coming out of Class 15, first place exhibited by Mercedes Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. Class 16, first place exhibited by Kinley Daly of Kingston, Oklahoma. Class 17, first place exhibited by Montana Halsmeyer of Hereford, Ohio. Class 18, first place exhibited by EXAR Frontier Gal 1340, exhibited by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Class 19, first place exhibited by Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois. And Class 20, first place exhibited by Kinley Daly of Kingston, Oklahoma. For those of you joining us ringside, please put your hands together for our junior Angus exhibitors in our early junior heifer calf division. Go ahead, Mads.
Another awesome set of females to represent the Angus Junior Show in this division, and once again, every class coming towards this division here had a lot of quality all the way down through, and like I said, in one particular situation, apologize for taking so much time, but you get to the point where you hate to put any of them down towards the bottom of the class when you got classes that's that deep. But with that said, the elite ones always surface to the top, and boy, they sure have in this division, even with the seconds over there on the rail. I mean, those cattle are going to go on and do great things, whether it be in the show ring or in production, and that's good to see out here. It's good to see cow power. It's good to see performance, and our hats off to you junior exhibitors and breeders that make these things. With that said, there's a couple females that we feel like kind of dominate this division. We think they fit well together. They sure suit us quite fine. AK is going to go out and select them. If you would, let's give all these young people a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your champion in our early junior heifer calf division. That'll go to back number 281, UDE Blackbird 0153, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Second place out of her class, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And your reserve champion in that division will go to back number 346, Silvera Hera Proven Queen, exhibited by Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois. Once again, congratulations to all of our junior Angus exhibitors in that division. We'll now look to get started with our next division, Class 21. This will be your senior heifer calf division.
Getting into some of these falls here, maturity is going to separate them out a little more phenotypically as we evaluate them moving forward here from end to end. But we feel pretty confident in the heifer that it's going to head up this class. We thought she won this particular class quite handedly in terms of structure, in terms of look, in terms of power and cow prospect, just high quality kind of individual to head up the class. The one that follows her the most alike in kind would be the female in second. We really appreciate the cow look of this female. She just gives up a little bit in terms of look to your class winner, as well as a little bit of substance of bone. Young lady third there, if you'll come on around, your heifer's very maternal in her kind, and we appreciate that about her. We like the depth of sight that she carries. We just wish she had a little more to her in terms of overall dimension to move you up any higher today. And then we end up the class with a long-sighted individual, just needs a little more bloom, a little more shape to that underline to go against these other trio of heifers in front of it in this particular class.
Well, congratulations here in your Junior Angus ring, Class 21. First place will go to back number 378, WFJ 905, exhibited by Mackenzie Costel of McKinney, Texas. Second place will go to Silvera's Princess 9522, exhibited by Bailey Dutra of Hanford, California. Third place will go to Reiko Elsa 9659, exhibited by Haley Drake of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And fourth place in that class will go to RC Duck River Royal Lady 960, exhibited by Weston Roulette of Martin, Tennessee. Now in your Junior Angus ring will be Class 22 here in the Senior Heifer Calf Division.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed into our Horned Hereford Heifers class. Class 24 is coming into the arena. This is Horned Heifers ages of May 1st, 2020 through June 19th of 2020. We're excited to have with us today, evaluating the cattle, Mr. Shane Work from Manhattan, Kansas. Shane is the purebred beef manager up there at Kansas State University. He got his educational start there at Butler Community College and then transferred to Kansas State University, where he was a part of the reserve national champion team for Kansas State. He was high individual in cattle at the American Royal, and he also has served as president of the Junior Hereford Board. He has wife, Ashley, and his children, Nora, Brooks, who is almost 2, and Ivy, his newest joy, is 1 month old. I think some of them might be here along or at least watching on TV. Shane is a lifelong Hereford breeder from west central Minnesota, and they maintain the herd of Hereford and Angus cattle. He's also worked at McClary Angus Ranch, and once again, he manages the KSU Purebred unit. Let's put our hands together and welcome Shane as he steps into the Horned Hereford arena.
Real nice set of females over on here on this side in the Angus ring. Female that heads up this particular class is for AK and I is a combination heifer. She kind of hit us on the front end of the class and stuck with us all the way through it. We think this one is the soundest structured individual of the class. We think she represents a lot of look when you view her from the side. She's very fresh in her presentation, and we appreciate that about her. Getting down to the second place female, we think this one's got a lot of unique parts. We think that she might be a little greener in her kind compared to the class winner. She might give up just a little bit of forerib, but this one's really good from the side when you get her on the move. She wants to get in at her hock just a little bit compared to the female that heads up the class. On the stance, we really like this 3 heifer. We like the type and kind. She's one that's got really nice shape down her top. She's very fresh out over her hip. We appreciate that about her. When you get her into motion, she just wants to get outside herself just a little bit. That's where we'd change her up today. Fourth place female is one that, once again, has got nice shape to her underline. She balances out good from that standpoint. We just like to stretch her out of that front end just a little bit, give her a little more extension. A lot of neat pieces in the next female here. One that has got a little more grow in terms of gas here in terms of grow. She's one that will go ahead and do some neat things down the road for the young lady when she gets into production. With that said, she wants to get a little in at her heart, right in behind that shoulder. That's where we'd like to change her up compared to some of them in front of her. Gentleman's heifer next here is one that we like in terms of dimension and then doability and efficiency. Just gets a little more plainer in her type and kind. Needs to be a little more agile when you get her on the move. Gentleman in cowboy hat here, moderate frame, big middled individual. It's easy flesh in her kind. We just like to freshen her up in terms of condition. And then we get down to 4 heifers there that just need a little more lower third, need a little more doability to go any higher in this class.
Well, a really good class here. A nice big class of young heifers, Mays and Junes, as we start off our horn show back over here on the Hereford side. Excuse me. There's a really good group of heifers on this top end. There's lots of differences, and there's some different types and kinds, and as such is the case in these calf classes sometimes. The heifer I opted for, to me, is just the most solid individual. She's the heifer that's the most complete and the heifer that combines the most good things, and I think and it strikes me as the heifer that's going to have the biggest future of these females out here. Her structure is so good at the ground, and that's a big advantage over the heifer in second, and she has enough to her. Clearly, she's lower performing than the heifers that are right behind her, really up into about 5th place. Is she too little? No, I don't think so. You may, and that's okay. There's no problem with that. I think she's got plenty of performance, and I think she's a youthful, honest, and useful heifer that comes out here, and I like a lot of things about her. Heifer that hits you with a really hard look here is the young man that's in second. She's got a lot of boldness to her shape. She's got ribs. She's got muscle. She gives you with a really good look. Every now and then, as far as just her front end, the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, every now and then, as far as just her true balance, excuse me, her pieces don't want to fit together quite as well, and that's perhaps a function of her structure. She doesn't quite handle those hind legs as well. While she's adequate, she doesn't handle it as well as that heifer that goes out in front of her, just not quite as much flex to that hock. Good heifer here in third. Today's probably not her day in terms of condition and just body depth and being mature and ready in that regard. But I think she's probably going to have a pretty nice day sometime down the road because she's really sound structured. She has a really good look. She just needs to have a little more boldness to her rib shape to move up today. But a heifer that I like pretty well in that regard. Nice heifer here as well. Again, a heifer that's really extended in her front end. She's high performance. She's long. Again, one of those heifers that little pieces maybe don't fit together quite as well in my mind. The way her tail head sets into her top line and just little things like that. The way her underline looks from the side as far as fullness in her forerib. But that's a nice heifer. She's got more to her than the heifer that comes next. Again, the young man's heifer. She's got performance. She's got body. She's got depth. Her neck doesn't come out quite out of her shoulder the same as you'd like it to. She just doesn't hit you with quite as much attractiveness as some of the heifers that are above her. That's a good heifer as well. Nice heifer coming next. next here. Again, one that's maybe a tick smaller in terms of performance. That's a good heifer. She's a good, solid female. She's going to do some good things for that young lady. A really big, high-performance pair of heifers here coming next. They're maybe a little much in that regard for me, maybe a little advanced in their maturity pattern and their body condition for me personally, but heifers that have a lot to them. A real young heifer here that's almost a July that comes next. She's got some good things about her. That's a nice heifer. She's not ready for the big time by any means at the moment. She's kind of figuring things out, and being so young, she's not quite there in terms of maturity and body condition, but she's going to be pretty good. And I think she's got a lot more structural integrity than the 3 heifers that remain there at the end. Nice group of heifers here to start off our horn show.
Thank you, Judge Work. Our results for Class 24 horned heifers, spring heifer calves. First place goes to entry 366, exhibited by Luke, Dirk, Judd, and Eric Daniels of Dalhart, Texas. Second place goes to entry 370, Hayes Divine of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Third place is entry 371, owned by Catherine and Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Fourth place goes to entry 369, owned by Carlisle and Madeline Brahman of Refugio, Texas. Fifth place is entry 372, Wyatt Farthing of Perry, Oklahoma. Sixth place, entry 367, Addison and Jalen Kuntz of Thomas, Oklahoma. Seventh place goes to entry 365, Quinn and Channing Bushalata from Yuma, Arizona. Eighth place, entry 114, Natalie Stedschul from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Ninth is entry 100, Cody Piper of Zurich, Kansas. 10th is entry 364, Landon Vogue of Wills Point, Texas. 11th is entry 361, Kaylin Schrader and J.C. Schrader of Continental, Ohio. And 12th place is entry 368, Marcy Koff of Canton, Oklahoma. Following along in your programs, there were some add-ons in this win. So it goes 9, 11, 10, 7, 1, 6, 12, 8, 4, 2, 3, and 5. Now coming into the arena, or now in the arena, is Class 27, horned heifers, ages April 16th of 2020 through April 30th of 2020.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring out of Class 22. First place is going to go to back number 393, KAK Eventress 194, exhibited by Callie Ann Knott of Leota in Indiana. Second place will go to WB Adelaide 930, exhibited by Kara Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Duck River Erica 953, exhibited by Colin McIntyre of Walnut Grove, Missouri. Fourth place will go to Womack Miss 9584, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Owasso, Oklahoma. Fifth place in that class will go to K&J McMissy 1109, exhibited by Marcy Howard of Richfield, North Carolina. Sixth place goes to A1 Princess 912, exhibited by Brax Parker Frederick of Stephenville, Texas. Seventh place will go to JH Lady Rockstar G975, exhibited by Blake Austin Long of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Eighth place will go to EXAR Frontier Gal 4169, exhibited by Tori Hearn, Connellsville, Pennsylvania. Ninth place in that class will go to EXAR Frontier Gal 4149, exhibited by Hallie Grace Walker of Potts Camp, Mississippi. 10th place in that class will go to B&M Miss Primo 915, exhibited by Creed Woods of Hydro, Oklahoma. And 11th place will go to Connolly BRDG Princess 934, exhibited by Judy Hawkins, Atwood, Kansas. Now in ring 2, your Angus ring will be Class 23. We'd like to remind all of our exhibitors and spectators that we do require you to wear masks while here in the arena, as well as back in the barns. We greatly appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Once again, really nice set of heifers out here in this lineup. For AK and I, it becomes more of a two-horse race here at the end to take nothing away from the heifers on down below them. And this gets down to personal preference here. We feel like that when you get these two heifers in motion, the one heifer, she holds together a little truer and stands inside of her tracks when you watch her go away from you. She definitely excels the way she's connected at the top of the shoulder and the way she runs up to the pole. We like the angulation to her shoulder. We like the balance, the functionality that she represents. Just a really cool looking one to head up the class. Really high quality one here in second as well. We like the balance of this female from end to end as you look at her from shoulder back. Where we'd change her up today compared to the heifer that wins the class, we give her a little more shape to that underline. And when you get her in motion, as you can see, she wants to kind of waddle off those rear legs just to scotch. Two very nice heifers at the top end. Both that holds true for this third place heifer. This one sure got a lot of neat pieces. She represents a lot of structural integrity. When you get her out here in the race against the two in front of her, she might want to get in just a little bit up to that forerib. She pushes down just a little bit out of her brisket compared to the two females in front of her. Female next in the lineup is one that represents some longevity in terms of structure, where we would change this one up the most. We'd just like to say a little more shape to her rib. You get off at a 3/4 angle. She wants to get a little more slab-sided than we desire. Then the red tag female next, one that just gives up a little bit in terms of look. Next female coming around the line, big middled individual, going to make a nice cow. Just needs to be toned down in terms of condition today. Gentleman coming around next. Nice heifer here, just gives up in terms of angulation to shoulder. She gets up in her top just to the scotch as you get her on the move. And then we get down to four heifers in and up the class. Just need a little more pizzazz to their overall look. They need a little more integrity in terms of structure to go any higher in this class today.
Another good class in our horn show, some April heifers. Three really good heifers on this top end. Two heifers that have done really well, are really advanced at this stage of the game. Their performance, there's plenty of condition on them. They're not over-conditioned, but they've just done really well. One you like better standing. She's really expressive and bold and shapely in terms of her body shape. And one you like just a little bit better on the move. I opted for the heifer that's just a little sounder in my estimation. She just can get out and reach and really cover some ground. She can really reach out of that shoulder, and that's her advantage over the heifer that wins, or the heifer that's in second, excuse me. And as well, she's just more flexible there on her rear too. She's a heifer that doesn't have quite as much to her as the heifer that wins, and maybe doesn't hit you quite as hard in terms of look that the heifer in second does. But she's a heifer that has more than enough of both of those categories, and does so in a much sounder package for me. Just a stopped heifer that hits you really, really hard, just really shapely, lots of body, lots of muscle, a great look to this heifer. For me, I just need her to be a little more stable and flexible in her hock and her rear pastern, and just get a little better off on those rear too. But that's a heifer that there's a ton of good to. You love her stopped. Really nice heifer here in third as well. She's maybe not quite there yet, which is probably bodes well for her future. And next year at this time, that's a heifer that's just a really nice female. She's a little plainer in her look, just at the moment, at this stage of her maturity. But she's not a heifer that's going to be plain and just in general. She's just one of these heifers that's not quite there in terms of just pure shape and power and mass as the two heifers that above her. I'd maybe change her head just a tick if I could, but that's kind of a nitpicky thing and a personal preference on a nice heifer. Another good heifer comes next. This young man's heifer doesn't quite balance up like some of the others and in regards to her pieces fitting together quite as nicely, but she's got a lot of shape and a lot of rib, a lot to her. A couple heifers that come next, we'd like to deepen them up if we could, like to change them in their structure, but nice heifers nonetheless.
Thank you, sir. Results for Class 25 in the Horned Heifer Division. First place goes to entry 380, shown by Dylan Chastain of Danielsville, Georgia. Second place is entry 377 from Kenick Paulson of Preston, Iowa. Third place goes entry 375, exhibited by Hadley and Wyatt Dunclow of Wayne, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 374, Will Adcock from Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 381, Claiborne Perry from Madison, Mississippi. And sixth place is entry 378, exhibited by Cannon Derrickson and Kenneth Silas of Leedy, Oklahoma. If you're following along in your programs, those placings were 4, 3, 2, 6, scratch, 1, and 5. Now in the arena is Class 26 horned heifers, ranging in age of April 1st through April 10th of 2020.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring, Class 23. First place will go to back number 405, Seldom Rest Lucy, 9123, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Second place will go to back number 415, Dameron North Miss, 9203, exhibited by Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois. Third place will go to C4 Rosetta, 9175, exhibited by Ty Cullum of Perkins, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to DPL Sandy, 9560, exhibited by Casey Lee Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska. Fifth place went to Seldom Rest Berdit, 9124, exhibited by Jack Selmayer of Maroa, Illinois. Sixth place will go to EXAR Winnie, 9639, exhibited by Abigail Key of Colbert, Oklahoma. Seventh place will go to Hunter's Peg, 961, exhibited by Jaden Johnson, Blossom, Texas. Eighth place will go to EXAR Forever Lady, 4089, exhibited by Cody Brook Schwedfeger of Adair, Oklahoma. Ninth place will go to Straits Twinkle, S438, exhibited by Brendan Ulenek of Loyal, Oklahoma. 10th place will go to Galler Erica, 6901, exhibited by Taylor Martin of Delhart, Texas. And 11th place in that class will go to BNWZ Georgina 9011, exhibited by Cooper Beaver of Neosho, Missouri. Now in ring 2 will be class 24 here in your Angus ring.
Another good class of horned heifer calves here as we work our way through our first division. A good pair of females here to start off with. They're a little different in their kind. One heifer's a little better looking. A heifer that I like to win, and what I use to win, is a heifer that's a little more flexible. And she was a little bit of a challenge to be able to get view her in terms of her balance, but once she finally kind of came together and gave you that look, her balance is certainly good as well. It may not be quite what the heifer that is in second is. She's not quite as neat in her appearance in her front 1/3, and maybe her lines aren't quite as correct, but that's a heifer that's good in that regard, and she's just more bold and dimensional. There's just more there when you study that heifer in terms of width and dimension, and I appreciate her structure as well. Just a really practical kind of heifer. Has some function, and I like that about her. Good heifer here as well, young man's in second. She's a little finer featured, but she's a heifer that's really attractive. She's really maternal and female in her look and elegant in that regard. You like that a lot about her. She has enough to her as well. I don't think she has as much to her as the heifer that wins the class, and that's part of the decision process, but she's a heifer that just strikes you really, really well from the side, and a real nice place to be in terms of being second within this class. Heifer that comes next is a heifer that really attractive in her front 1/3, maybe almost so much so that it detracts from the rear part of her body. She needs a little more flank for me. There's just not quite as much to her in that heifer as there is of the ones that above her, but a heifer that is really, really attractive. You appreciate that about her. Heifer that comes next is just a little different in the angle and the set to her hind legs, and you'd like to square that up and just give her a little more stability, set down square on her rear 2 hooves to give her some more strength in terms of structure in that way. But a heifer that's really powerful, really big bodied, and has plenty of hip. A heifer that comes next is a heifer that's just a little tighter in terms of rib. You'd like to deepen her up a little if we could, but a nice female as well. A nice heifer that comes as well. She's flexible. Again, she's just one that needs a little more depth aside. Heifer that comes next is a really practical, useful kind of heifer. She's loose and flexible, just not enough look or attractiveness. Same goes for the heifer that concludes. Needs just a little more depth and a little more attractiveness, but she is a sound-made female.
Congratulations. Results in Class 26. First place goes to entry 388, Devin Moore of Clear Lake, South Dakota. Second place is entry 390, Quentin and Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. Third place is entry 387, Cole Schanbacher of Newall, Iowa. Fourth place is entry 392, Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. Fifth place goes to 386, Mackenzie Dobbs of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Sixth place is entry 391, Caton Ross Noblet of Mangum, Oklahoma. Seventh is entry 389, Owen Ray Atkinson of Enid, Oklahoma. And eighth place is entry 741, Hagen Chapel from Plainview, Texas. Following along on your programs, Class 26 begins with a scratch on that first one, and then 5 on the next page, 3, 1, 7, 2, 6, 4, and 8. Coming into the arena now is Class 27, horned heifers. Those calved from March 13th through March 28th of 2020.
Once again, really a nice lineup of Angus heifer calves or Angus yearlings or whatever at this point in this class. I think there's a lot of quality and a lot of different ways you can go here in this top trio of females, but AK and I separated them at the ground here. We think they're all super quality. The female that's going to head up the class definitely is the soundest structured female of the class. She once sets herself on a very nicely shaped foot. We appreciate the balance, the way she comes down out of her flank and up into her chest cavity there. She stays nice and fresh at that shoulder and stays with some angulation, and she's more than adequate in terms of extension. We think she excels down her spine and sits flat at that grow bone out over her tail head. Just a real nice female that's going to have a nice mature size. It's ideal for us when she gets into production. Young man's female here in seconds, not one to cooperate today, but that's another high-quality female in our opinion. A female that also lays good down her spine when she'll stand and relax. We felt like that in comparison to the class winner, we'd like to see a little more pizzazz up to that front 1/3. We'd like to see her just a little more jack-necked from the side compared to the heifer that wins the class. She was, once again, sounder than the female that we have in third here. We really like this female in third when she's on the stance. We even considered letting her win the class today, but in this scenario, we got to pick on her a little bit. When you get her in motion, she wants to miss her stride just a touch. Just like to see her a little more ease the movement off that rear leg to go any higher today. Young lady's got a real nice heifer here in fourth, one that's going to make a nice cow. Just gets a little plainer in her look. Might need a little more angulation out of her shoulder. She might need a little more set off that hock to go any higher in the class. Fifth place female, nicely presented out here. One that has a nice look. Female that we like in terms of balance when she's on the stance. Gets a little straight in her hock for us. We just like to see a little more set in that rear leg to move her up the line. Young lady next here has got another nice heifer in terms of volume. If we could change her today, she wants to get up in her top and down in her loin just a little bit. And when you get her in motion, she gets a little bold out of her shoulder. Same holds true with this female directly in front of me. We just like to change her makeup from that shoulder on up into her neck. And then the young lady next here, we'd just like to see a little more underline in that female. And then we end up the class with a couple females that just need to be a little more attractive when we get them in motion to move them up any higher today.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring, class 24. First place is going to go to back number 432, PVF Missy, 9239, exhibited by Caitlin Eathington of Avon, Illinois. Second place will go to Seldom Rest Bear Dot, 9120, exhibited by Bowen Bridges of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Dameron Lucy, 9193, exhibited by Madison Lynn Cox of Eagle Point, Oregon. Fourth place will go to EXAR Forever Lady, 984.99, exhibited by Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to EXAR Princess, 984.79, exhibited by Jake Allison, Yukon, Oklahoma. Sixth place will go to PVF Blackbird, 9242, Ashton Dillo, Villa Ridge, Illinois. Seventh place will go to Deer Valley Winnie, 961.16, exhibited by Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee. Eighth place will go to PVF Missy, 92.47, exhibited by Victoria Gherkin of Cashin, Oklahoma. Ninth place will go to Dameron Northern Miss, 91.97, exhibited by Alexandria Cazatorto of Olathe, Kansas. And 10th place in that class will go to EXAR Winnie, 985.19, exhibited by Austin Gorman of Olden, Texas. Now in your Angus ring is class 25, your final class here in our senior heifer calf division.
Really good class here, real good top end, a nice pair of heifers here in our horned heifer show. We got some March heifer calves. Heifers that hit you with a really good look, lots of attractiveness, are well presented. Heifers that just very attractive and balanced in their type. The heifer that used to win of the young man's, to me, is just more flexible and a little sounder in terms of his movement. She does raise her tail head up. It's more, she just doesn't put her tail down into her every now and then, and that somewhat detracts from her. But I think that's a heifer that's a real combination female in regards of attractiveness and look and freshness and being youthful, and still having that really good structure as well, and having that functional trait. Heifer that's really attractive when she's stopped is 2. She's stout and deep and dimensional, and she's not unsound by any means. I don't think she's quite as sound and quite as loose if we're comparing those two and making that decision between them. But that's a good heifer that you really like a lot of things about. That's a nice pair of females. That's a close pair in my mind. Kind of a solid heifer here that comes in third. Just a nice female. She doesn't maybe grab you quite like the other heifers do in terms of balance and look, at least not right now. But that's a heifer that's sound. That's a heifer that's practical in her kind. That's a heifer that's going to be a good female for that young lady. She's going to be a good show heifer down the line, continue to be a good show heifer, and she's going to be, I think, a nice cow as well. A little more frame, a little more performance, a little more of this heifer. She's going to have a little more mature size probably, as we think about her later in life. Maybe doesn't quite handle her hind legs quite as well. She wants to hit pretty hard there on her ground, on her rear too. But that's a good heifer nonetheless. She's got lots to her. If you want more performance and power and body, she has that certainly. Another pair of heifers that are nice. Again, ones that have a lot to them and have some performance. Structurally, maybe not quite where we want them to be, but they're 2 nice females nonetheless. Round out with a couple more heifers that are just a little plain, but they're good cattle for sure that are practical.
Congratulations over here in the Horned Hereford side, Class 27. First place, winning the class right here is entry 399, Callan and J.C. Schrader of Continental Ohio. Second place is entry 401, owned by Olivia Neal of Osgood, Indiana. Third place goes to entry 394, Addison and Peyton Owensby from Folsom, New Mexico. Fourth place goes to entry 405, Nolan Lee of Wellington, Illinois. Fifth place, entry 400, Ben Thaddeus and Kyra Burgraff of Manford, Oklahoma. In sixth place is entry 396, Samantha Lynn Campbell of Eaton, Colorado. Seventh place is Bryn Beebe of Hoyt, Oklahoma. And eighth place was entry 404, Anna, Virginia, and Mary Merritt of Altus, Oklahoma. So in your catalogs, placings are 3, 6, 7, 1, 5, 2, scratch 8, 4. We're now bringing in our final class of the division, Class 28, heifers calved March 1st, 2020 through March 12th, 2020. Following this class, we'll go right into our spring heifer calf division and reserve division.
Once again, a really fun and interesting class to evaluate here for us. This female that wins the class is one that really grew on us as the class went forward here today. The more you analyze this one, the more you like her, in our opinion. This one's very balanced. She represents functionality to the top end. We like the smoothness to her joint and the way she sets at her knee and her hock and the way she hits the ground there. Really nice in terms of presentation when it gets down to condition. She's very fresh in her appearance. We like the way she stays sloped in that top line, coming out of the top of her shoulder and down her spine, out over her tail head set. Just a real functional kind of a female to head up the class. Get down to another high-quality female here in second. She was the most like her in kind. Not quite as much finesse in this package as the class winner today. This one gets a little more bold out of her shoulder when you get her in motion, but a high-quality female. Young man's female that's in third is one that also has a nice look, a lot of quality about her. If you want some performance, well, here you go there in the third hole. For us, we'd like to slow her down in her growth curve, maybe just a touch compared to her contemporaries, but not so much that. She's not really too big for us. If we could change her today, we'd give her a little more extension from that shoulder forward. We'd make her a little more attractive in terms of angulation from the point of that shoulder up to the top. Next individual here in fourth, I believe, is a female in the stance we appreciate. Once she gets on the move, just gets a little tight out of the shoulder and off that hip and down into the ground there. Just like to see her a little more relaxed out of her spine as well over that loin region. Young lady here next, got a solid heifer when she's on the stance. Just like to change her up in terms of lower third, give her a little more agile look on the move. Then real stout kind of a female here, just like to see a little more femininity up front. Same holds true with this next one here. She's a little quick in her growth curve, a little short in her cannon. Just like to see her with a little more length and growth to go up with it. And then we get down to a trio of plainer type cattle that just need a little more look to go up any higher today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring, class 25, first place. We'll go to back number 442, EXAR Forever Lady, 484.49, exhibited by Alexis Coling of Curryville, Missouri. Second place will go to SSF Nellie Lady, 91.69, exhibited by Charlie Gibson, Moreland, Indiana. Third place will go to 3 Aces Georgina, 90.19, exhibited by Tristan Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth place will go to EXAR Princess 1889, exhibited by John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Wilkes Winnie 9511, exhibited by Kaylin Kaiser of Proctor, Texas. Sixth place will go to Kramer's Lady 9301, exhibited by Lauren Moole of Lexington, Illinois. Seventh place will go to MES Burgess Beetle 910-650, exhibited by Marty Ellis Sadowski of Eagleville, Missouri. Eighth place will go to OSU Bartolina 9208, exhibited by Luke Ethan Altermet of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Ninth place will go to OSU Bartolina 9224, exhibited by Josie Evans of Jennings, Oklahoma. And in 10th place will go to HS Blackbird 1083 369, exhibited by Sophia Sweeney of Pierce City, Missouri. Now in your Angus ring, we are bringing in all of our firsts and seconds to select a champion reserve out of your senior heifer calf division.
Well, another fun class and a good class of March horned heifers, and really nice place to start. There's a good pair of heifers up here on the top end, but a really good heifer here for me to win. Again, one of those combination type females. She combines those functional traits of rib shape and soundness and does it with that extra kind of look and muscle shape, and that's it's fun to see. So a small criticism of her would be, she's plenty far along probably condition-wise for a March heifer calf for me personally, but her quality is undeniable within this contemporary group, and she's just a nice female that does a lot of good things there. That's a good heifer I like a lot. Good heifer here in second as well. Doesn't hit you quite as hard in terms of balance. She's not the same in terms of the way her neck comes up out of her shoulders, and maybe not quite as striking in terms of her lines, but that's a good heifer. She's sound, she's deep, she's got plenty of width and dimension. She's a heifer that's awful nice as well. Just gets in here with one that's pretty hard to turn back, but that's a heifer that I like a lot of things about. Then we get more give and take and different kinds of heifers here, and the heifers that come next. They're good heifers. There's just differences, and there's things you really like about them, and there's things that you would maybe change if we could about them. But I think the young man's heifer was just the most complete and presented the least faults in the ones that remain. And so for me, he better combines those traits that I'm looking for in terms of being sounder, in terms of being a little fresher and more moderate. Heifer that has a good look and enough to her as well. Heifer that comes next is attractive. She's more moderate. She's a little fresher than the heifer that's right above her, and she's just a little sounder as well. There's a real powerhouse that comes next, making the corner. Just love her dimension and power. She's maybe a little much for me in terms of just frame size, and maybe we'd change her head just a little if we could, but that's a good heifer as well. Some nice heifers that follow as well. A stout heifer, the young man's. Nice heifer here in terms of balance, just not enough to her. The young man here, his heifer's struggling to get around, and this is a heifer here that just needs a little more to her, but she is a sounder heifer.
Congratulations. Results over here in Class 28, Horned Hereford Heifers. First place is entry 417, Piper Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Second place is entry 412, shown by Sage Cashlin and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Third place, entry 407, Addison, Davis, and Conley Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 414, Brooks, Halley, and Reese Barron of Talala, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 415, Kenley Daly of Kingston, Oklahoma. Sixth place is entry 406, Hayden Thompson, Oakwood, Oklahoma. Seventh place, entry 410, Kayan Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma. Eighth place, entry 409, Hayes Devine of Chickasha, Oklahoma. And ninth place is entry 418, Miranda Hansen of Shakota, Oklahoma. Following along in your programs, the placings were 6, 3, 8, 7, 2, 4, 5, 1, and 9. We're now coming in. All of our class winners will be coming in to show for the Horned Heifer Champion Spring Heifer Calf. Coming in from Class 24 was entry 366. Innisfail VH 628 983E, exhibited by Luke, Dirk, Judd, and Eric Daniels of Dalhart, Texas. Winning Class 25 was entry 380 WSCC Breathless 12H, exhibited by Dylan Chastain of Danielsville, Georgia. Representing Class 26, entry 388 ECR Candy 040, exhibited by Devin Moore of Clear Lake, South Dakota. And representing that last class is entry 417 EXR Bailey McKee, exhibited by Piper Collier of Bruno, Idaho.
Really, once again, really a nice set of heifers to represent this fall division, and AK and I are really excited about the quality, both in the first and second position lineups out here in the lineup. You can do a lot of good things with these cattle, a lot of different ways with one unit of semen, and they're going to go on and help betterment of the breed, in our opinion. With that said, it gets down to splitting hairs on some, especially at the ground. When you start to get this age, you start to see a few differences from that standpoint. If we weren't moving them around, we might make a little different decision at times on a couple of these placings, or maybe we are in a division drive here. But there's a couple heifers that really suit us in terms of functionality and the kind of cattle we like from the ground up, and cattle that are fault free, and cattle that we feel like are going to be the right frame score when they go into production for what we do. AK is going to go out and get your champion in reserve. If you would, let's congratulate these young people one more time in this division.
Well, over here in our horned Hereford side, we're into our first division, our spring calf division, and again, just like we talked about in our polled divisions, just quality that is just really high, and just an excellent set of females that these young people have brought out, and my congratulations to them for just such an outstanding set of females. Heifer that wins the first class is just a really solid heifer. She doesn't wow you in terms of performance. Of course, she's the youngest heifer out here, but she's just really good in terms of structure and balance and shape. And that heifer has a bright future, in my opinion. A heifer that wins the second class gets out here, and you love her as being an outlier in terms of structure. She can really reach out of the front, out of her front shoulder and out of her front end, and just really go off of both ends, and that's what allowed her to win that class. When you get her out here, maybe she's a little tighter there in her forerib. We maybe like to bolden her up in terms of her rib shape, but that's a heifer that is really unique in terms of her look and combining that with structure. A nice heifer that won the third class. Was a bit of a challenge at first to evaluate her, and she started to figure that thing out, and that's helped her with her balance, and she's a heifer that has so much dimension as well, and just a real practical brood cow kind of female for me, just sound and dimensional, and a heifer that has some balance as well. Maybe not quite to the level of some heifers that stand around her, but if we're going to nitpick her, perhaps in her line, she's not quite what a couple of these other heifers is, but a good heifer nonetheless. Nice heifer here that wins our fourth class. A heifer that's really sound. She's really practical in that regard. She has a really good shape to her rib cage. She doesn't overpower you probably in terms of just her stoutness of feature, but she has enough as well. She is a little bit less to her in that regard, but a heifer that's really nice in terms of her structure, in terms of her movement, in terms of her balance as well, and just gives you kind of that female look that I really appreciate. Interesting heifer here that wins our final class. Really striking in terms of balance and eye appeal. Does it in a really good, sound structural package. She's deep-sided. She has a lot of shape to her as well. If you wanted to, I think she's pretty far along for a March heifer calf for me personally, but she has a ton of good. I studied her a little closer. I studied all of them a little closer on paper. She does strike you as having, she is GE EPDs, and appreciate that. She didn't do great in terms of her growth figures once that came back, and maybe she was like that before. So that's a little concerning, being there at a 66, probably 20 spots below breed average. But as you look across, she's really good in terms of teats and udder scores, and pretty exceptional there. And I suppose if there's going to be a trait that can be fixed quickly and as any, probably your growth figures is that within our breed. So a really neat heifer. There's maybe a couple tiny little things that you could nitpick her on, but that's being hard on a heifer that's got a ton of good as well. I'll take a quick look here again at them. I'll show you the two I like best, but certainly I like them all, and I've really enjoyed evaluating this division.
Well, congratulations over here on your Angus side. In your senior heifer calf division, your champion's going to go to back number 442, EXAR Forever Lady, 984.49, exhibited by Alexis Coling of Curryville, Missouri. And reserve champion in that division will go to back number 393, KAK Eventress, 194, exhibited by Kelly Ann Knott. Now in your Angus ring will be class 26.
Winning the spring heifer calf division comes out of class 28. That was entry 417 EXR Bailey's McGee 0250, exhibited by Piper Collier of Bruno, Idaho. That brings in second in that class, entry 412 JCS Annie Oakley 0802, exhibited by Sage, Cashlin, and Kinsley Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Our reserve division calf comes out of division class 24, entry 366, Innisfail VH 628 983E 010H, exhibited by Luke, Dirk, Judd, and Eric Daniels of Dalhart, Texas. We're now ready to bring in class 29 Horn Hereford heifers, junior heifer calves. Those calved February 22nd through February 27th of 2020.
Nice class of summer burns here. The female that heads up the class is a combination heifer for us today. We really appreciate where this one's going to be in the mature frame score when she goes into production. She balances out really nice and got nice shape in terms of dimension and capacity, but yet puts together a real nice profile from the side view. Then we get down to the second place female. She's the most like her in kind today. In this particular class, she wants to shove a little more brisket up through the front 1/3, maybe gets the scotch tighter out of her forerib compared to the heifer that wins the class, but a nice female there in second. Third place females gives up just a little bit in terms of structure. We get her on the move, and she wants to get a little awkward out of her hip down to the ground there. One that on the stance we do appreciate, just like to see her a little more attractive off that rear leg. Then we get down to the female in fourth that has a big middle, is going to make a nice cow, just gets a little piecey up off that shoulder, gets a little deep in her brisket. Young lady's heifer here, I believe in fifth, is one that is the stout one of the class. It works against her a little bit. She gets a little quick in her growth curve, gets a little big in her shoulder, and then we end up the class with a heifer on the stance we really appreciate. Once you get her in motion, she wants to get a little tight, high up in that top, just like to see her a little more relaxed in her spine to bring her off the bottom today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring, class 26. First place is going to go to back number 457, EXAR Frontier Gal 1479, exhibited by Lake and Little of Bells, Texas. Second place will go to FCF Phyllis 958, exhibited by Kelly Flanders of Buffalo, Kentucky. Third place will go to PVF Missy 9212, exhibited by Callie Judy Jensen from Plainfield, Iowa. Fourth place will go to CDN Shrick Sasha 921, exhibited by Corbin Clay Ellerman of Effingham, Kansas. Fifth place is going to go to EXAR Frontier Gal 1529, exhibited by Mia Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. And sixth place will go to EXAR Frontier Gal 1489, exhibited by Ben Selmayer of Aurora, Illinois. At this time, your Angus ring will be bringing in class 27. In the Angus ring, this is currently in your intermediate heifer division. We'd also like to remind all of our exhibitors and spectators that we do require you to wear masks at all times while here in the show arena, back in the barns, in the holding pen, and as exhibitors here in the show ring. We do appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, interesting class here as we move into a new division of horned heifers, and a lot of variation. Kind of a challenge for me personally. Just some interesting types and kinds, and good heifers. There are just a lot of differences, and a lot of to sort through. Just different types and kinds, and the heifer that I landed on is heifer I think's just got the most good in terms of these heifers that are higher performing and going to be some cows that end up being bigger, I think, later in life. She's powerful. She's deep. She has a lot of good things in that regard, and she does it with a really good look as well. I think there's just enough more to her in regards to the two heifers that are come behind her. There's a little more hip in her than in comparison to our second place heifer. There's a little more flank in her compared to the third place heifer. She's adequate in structure. Maybe we'd loosen her up a tick if we could, but that's a nice heifer for sure. Probably going to come, like I say, with maybe a bit more mature size, but a good heifer nonetheless. Nice heifer here as well, the young ladies. She's, again, one of those type that I just described, but she's deeper sided. She's deeper flanked. That's her big advantage over the third place heifer, and she's a good heifer for sure. She's a nice female nonetheless, maybe just a little more in some areas than perhaps is my personal preference. Same goes for the heifer that comes next, and a heifer that needs to be just a little deeper flanked, but it's a heifer that's stout hipped. She's stout topped. She's expressive in her muscle. You like that about her. Maybe we change her slightly in terms of structure again, but a nice heifer for sure. Interesting heifer here that comes next, and kind of a heifer that's you like some things about for sure. The question pops into my mind, or is valid to me anyways, is there enough of her? Is there too much of the others? Is maybe somewhere in the middle would be nice to land at, but she's super attractive, and she's really fresh, but she is at an obvious disadvantage in terms of just sheer visual performance. But that's a heifer that has quality. It'll be interesting to see how she develops later in life as she matures and comes along, because there's quality in that heifer, and I really appreciate that about her. A nice heifer here, the young man's that comes next, very deep-sided, going to make a real low-maintenance, easy fleshing cow. You certainly love that about her. Maybe you change her in terms of balance as we compare to the heifers that are above her. Just give her a little neater look if we could, but nonetheless, I think she's got more practicality and usefulness as we compare to the heifer that's right below her. A heifer that has a lot of shape, just needs to have a little more look and quality.
In the Angus ring, really nice set of females once again in this class, and female heads up the class. AK and I both feel pretty confident that she was an easy choice for us in this particular lineup. We really like this one on all four corners of her foundation. We like the doability to this female, and we think the young lady's done a nice job managing her to the point where she's easy fleshing, but yet has a fresh presentation out here in this particular lineup. Then we get down to second and third, and we see the good in both these heifers. We feel like that the second place heifer follows our class winner the most alike in kind. She gives up a little bit in terms of overall completeness to our class winner, or maybe dimension all the way through. But with that said, she's very maternal. She's the same frame score, and we like that about her. We appreciate the look and the kind of the female that's in third. We like the performance. If you want growth, she's got it. For us, she might be a little bigger than what we desire today, but that's not the factor here for us. We'd like to see her a little more attractive, coming down from the hip down to the ground compared to the two in front of her today. Young lady's female in fourth here is a high-quality female, just needs a little more gas in terms of substance and internal dimension to compete against those in front of her. And then we end up the class with two plainer kind, but both these females will be very low cost when they go in production. They'll be very easy fleshing in their kind. Nice heifers in this particular class.
Congratulations. Results in Class 29. First place goes to entry 428, exhibited by Noah and Holly Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Second place was entry 422, exhibited by Hannah Pembroke and Riley Husky of Beggs, Oklahoma. Third place went to entry 425, exhibited by Brandon Pacheco of Paso Robles, California. Fourth place, entry 426, Eric Rosen of Milford, Texas. Fifth place, entry 423, Cooper Bishop Weber, Madeline Weber, and Wyatt Weber of Wamego, Kansas. Sixth place goes to entry 427, Jacob and Jaden Thompson of Ord, Nebraska. We now have Class 30 horned heifers in the arena. Those dates are February 1st through February 20th of 2020.
And congratulations over here on the Angus side, Class 27. First place will go to back number 469. MLA Proven Queen 975, exhibited by Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois. Second place will go to Seldom Rest Sandy 9080, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Third place will go to Seldom Rest Barded 9085, exhibited by Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Fourth place will go to WB Princess 922, exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Fifth place will go to HSCFF Grace 971G, exhibited by Brooks Gil Yulinak of Loyal, Oklahoma. And sixth place will go to MBM Tridge 920, exhibited by Ryan Crossway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. At this time in your Angus ring is Class 28, your final class here in your intermediate heifer division.
Another good class with some differences of type and kind and performance out here in our horn show. And good heifer to start, I think. A heifer that, again, one of those females that just combines the most good and presents the lesser amount of faults. For me, she's a heifer that's sound. She's deep. She's got enough to her. She isn't as stout, certainly, as some that come down the line after her. But she's adequate and more than adequate, and she does it in an appealing package. A heifer that doesn't just come and grab you right off the bat, but a heifer that, again, just kind of keeps sorting her way up to the top as you do them. Nice heifer here in second, really attractive. You like her structure. Now, if we're going to nitpick her balance, I think she wants to keep getting her tail head up just a little. We'd like to put that back into her top line a little bit. Maybe her head I'd change just a little bit if we're going to really nitpick as well for me personally. But that's a really, really attractive heifer. She's fresh in her condition. She's going to be moderate in her kind. For me, that's an advantage over the heifer that comes next. Heifer comes next is ultra powerful. Just a ton of performance, body, muscle, rib. Heifer that's just really overpowering. For me personally, it's just maybe pushing the limits of being just a little more than I would prefer at this stage of maturity, both in body condition, and maybe we'd freshen her up and neaten her up in her front 1/3, and a heifer that probably is going to get to being one of those bigger cows that you might have, but a heifer that does have a ton of power, and I certainly appreciate that about her. She's more powerful clearly than the heifer that comes next, but this is a nice heifer as well. She's sound. She's got enough depth of rib and fleshing ability. Heifer that maybe just doesn't quite mass up with the heifer that's in front of her. Heifer that comes next, we'd like to loosen up structurally. Stopped, you like her in terms of her look. She just needs to be a little looser in terms of her structure. Here's a heifer that's pretty nice, and she's just not there in terms of being ready right this day. But I'd stay on her because she's going to probably do some good down the line. It's just not quite her day right at this moment, and that happens in pretty much all these show heifers' lives. They're not all good right at the same time. She's really attractive. She just needs to get more to her, and she probably will as she goes through life. A nice heifer here as well to end up with. A heifer that doesn't have the balance and quality that some above her do, but she's still a nice female. That's a competitive class, one of those classes that's good from top to bottom.
Couple of, a nice trio of females at the top end of this class over here, but female heads up the class. Boy, just really nice in terms of balance and balance again and functionality, and we like the way she stays at the point of that shoulder, and we like the way that neck's attached to the top of the shoulder, and we like the presence from muzzle to pole. Really good down her spine, out over her hip. Good from her hooks to her pins. We like the balance in her underlying. Just a real high-quality female to head up the class. Female in second is very functional as well. We like this one on the ground. She gets out with a lot of authority and length of stride. We like the teat size and the spacing on them for this stage of the game. Once again, another good-looking individual from the side profile. She gives up to me or to us a little bit in terms of internal dimension when you look at her right into that forearm and right in behind that shoulder there, but real high-quality kind of female in second as well. Third place female is a real stout-made one. She's a big-boned one out here in this lineup. We like a lot of things about her as well. Where we'd change her up compared to the two in front of her, maybe relax her down her spine just a little bit. We'd like to refine her just a little bit at her hock there. She wants to get a little more prominent in her joint makeup compared to the two in front of her today. Fourth place female, another cow prospect here. With that said, it's working against her in her type and kind. She's wanting to push a little bit of brisket forward here compared to the ones in front of her, but she'd be a fun one to breed and mate. We really appreciate that one for her quality as well. Get down to fifth place heifer, big top, big hipped individual. Just gets a little too stout at times in her top line, gets a little tight out of her loin. We'd like to change that about her. Young lady right in behind her's got a nice heifer in terms of a profile. She just needs a little more shape and curvature to that underline. Young man next here's got a big middled individual, just gets a little plainer in her kind. And the two that end up the class, they just need to have a little more structural integrity to move up the lineup today.
Right, back over here in the Horned Hereford Arena in Class 30 results. First place goes to entry 433, exhibited by Ethan Hawkins of Winchester, Tennessee. Second place was entry 436, exhibited by J. Brody Rogers of Hamilton, Texas. Third place, entry 430, Piper Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Fourth place, exhibited by 435, Joel and Marilyn Pekka of Mino, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 429, Caden Wilson, Crescent, Iowa. Sixth place, entry 432, Blakely Stelzer of Oologah, Oklahoma. And 7th place was entry 434, owned by Hallie Dixon of Wynnewood, Oklahoma. We're now in the arena coming in with Class 31, Horn Hereford Heifers, ranging in age from January 3rd through January 23rd. Following this, we will go right into our Junior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve Champion division.
And congratulations over here in your Angus ring, Class 28. First place went to Cherry Knoll Alicia, 1928, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Second place will go to back number 479, SSF Proven Queen, 5029, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Third place will go to Henning Burgess, 9046, exhibited by Rowdy Van Zee of Sioux Center, Iowa. Fourth place will go to 473, Bloom Spot 916G, exhibited by Cammie Stahl of Brimfield, Illinois. Fifth place will go to WBPVF Lucy 9188, exhibited by Alexis Coling of Curryville, Missouri. Sixth place will go to BBR GCC Proven Queen 198G, exhibited by Logan Little of Bells, Texas. Seventh place will go to Henning BC Sandy 9042, exhibited by Jude Moser of Larchwood, Iowa. Eighth place will go to WA Bombshell 921, exhibited by Aaron Caleb Holcomb of Jay, Oklahoma. And ninth place will go to Silvera's Forever Lady 9339, exhibited by Sydney Razordam Shoe of Grangeville, Idaho. At this time in your Angus ring, we are now selecting your champion and reserve champion in our intermediate heifer division.
Little smaller division here, but boy, quality just keeps coming at us, and really enjoyable to evaluate it. And it's high energy out here, and it's all good from our standpoint. We really like talking these upper end cattle for what they are, and it's hard sometimes to really get too critical on them. But I guess our job at the end of the day is to make some separations. But you can take the class winners out of all three of these classes, and once again do a lot of things with these. These are high quality cattle. They're pretty fault free for the most part, and like I said earlier, it gets down to personal preference. AK and I have one that we'd like to load on the trailer and take home, and those are the ones I guess you're supposed to use if you're sorting the cattle in the show and whatnot. But we feel like that we have two in this division that are well deserving. Congratulations to your exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and AK will select your champion and reserve.
Well, another fun class, another class, one of those that I think I've said this multiple times in our calf classes in both polled and horned. There's not a lot of separation from top to bottom here. These are all really nice heifers, and it's really, really close, right through the end, and that's fun and fun as a judge, but it's also frustrating from the fact that you feel bad for those folks down there on that other end because there might be several places, but there's just not a big gap in my mind in this class amongst those. So close one. The heifer I landed on, I think, is a heifer that for me kind of just does the most good again. She's a heifer that's really good in terms of her structure. She's a heifer that's the most flexible. That's her big advantage over the heifer that's in second. The heifer in second's got a really undeniable look from the side. For me, she just needs a little more flex in her rear pastern and just needs to get out and go a little better, and that's where the heifer that wins does have that. She's going to be more moderate in her mature size. She's deep-sided. She's a heifer that's got plenty to her in terms of shape as well. She doesn't have as much as the heifer that ends up second, but she's got enough, and she just has that structural advantage that suits me well. The heifer that's in second is just really good looking from the side. She's very well balanced. She's really shapely in terms of muscle. She just doesn't get out and go as well as I need her to personally to be there in the first spot, but that's a good heifer for sure. A nice heifer here, the young man's that comes next. A little plainer-headed heifer, a heifer that's got some condition, but that's a heifer that's pretty solid. She's got a lot of good things to her. She's long, and she's got plenty of body and dimension, and you like that about her. Maybe we change her structure just a little bit if we're going to nitpick her. Heifer that comes next is Sounder. I like that about her. She's a heifer that is maybe just a little plainer in her look in comparison to some of those heifers that are up there. But I think of the ones that remain, she has the most mass, the most depth, the best structured, and a good heifer for sure. Heifer comes next, just a little tighter in terms of her movement. Not quite as much of this heifer as well, but a heifer that's nice. She's well balanced. She's got that nice markings and just a really well-made heifer that just needs more to her and needs to be loosened up. A heifer that comes next is just a little plainer in her look, a heifer that just doesn't quite hit you as hard and a little higher in her tailhead. Heifer that's having a little trouble getting around the ring but has something to her that comes next.
Well, congratulations over here in our Angus ring. Your champion intermediate heifer is going to go to back number 469. That'll be Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois, with MLA Proven Queen 975. Reserve champion in that division will go to Cherry Knoll Alicia 1928, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. At this time, your Angus ring will be looking to start with our next division with Class 29.
Back over here in the Horned Hereford division, Class 31 results. First place winning the class is entry 441, Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Second place was entry 444, Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Third place goes to entry 443, Hudson Carter, Stratford, Oklahoma. Fourth place was entry 438, Holly Thomas, Gatesville, Texas. Fifth place was entry 440, owned by Madison Schaup, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Sixth place, entry 439, Evan Colt Sims of Edmond, Oklahoma. And seventh place was entry 178, Lauren Bilderback of El Reno, Oklahoma. We're now pulling in our class winners to show for champion and reserve champion heifer calf in the Horned Heifers division. Representing Class 29, we have entry 428, CH Miss Harper 003, exhibited by Noah and Holly Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Representing Class 30, we have entry 433, H D.S. Kelly 014, owned by Ethan Hopkins of Winchester, Tennessee. Class 31 entry was represented by entry 441, TFR KR Diamonds and Pearls 2020, exhibited by Kai Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma.
Well, we're out here for another really good and fun division, and we're into the junior heifer calves for our horn show, and again, just the quality just keeps coming. Good heifers for sure, and again, my compliments to these breeders and exhibitors. Heifers classes in this division that had a lot of depth and a lot of closeness to them in terms of competition. Heifer that wins the first class comes back out here and does so in a pretty pleasing package. She's shapely, she's dimensional, she's got enough to her. She's a heifer with a little more frame than maybe a couple others, but I don't think too much. And a heifer that does a lot of things well. She's pretty sound, she's pretty complete in that regard, and is really, really powerful in her makeup. You really appreciate that muscle shape she has. Heifer that comes next is a nice female. To me, just a female that looks like she's going to go out and make a really good 2-year-old with a calf at her side. She's sound structured, she's moderate in her size, she's feminine in her appearance, she's deep-sided. She isn't as stout featured as the heifers on either side of her, and then when you read her on paper and combine that with her cavities and birth figures, that's a little unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. It's manageable. It's going to take some management and mating decisions for this young man to work around that, but it can be done. And I think that things like that can be fixed quicker than can be her structure. Things like structure and body volume and maternal capabilities are things that take longer and more generations to change than a couple specific sets of data. But it is to be noted nonetheless, in my opinion anyways. Nice heifer here that wins the third class. She's sound, she's deep, she's a heifer that's got some length. She's a heifer that's maybe a little plainer in her front 1/3, and maybe especially there in her head in comparison to the other class winners, but a good heifer nonetheless. I'll take another look at these quick, and I'll show you the two I like best. Nice group of heifers out here in this division as well. Thank you.
Congratulations, our champion junior heifer calf in the Horn Hereford division comes out of class 29, entry 428, CH Miss Harper 003, exhibited by Noah Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. And that brings in our second place out of that class, entry 422, PSC KGB Frosted Rose 0201, exhibited by Hannah Pembroke and Riley Husky of Beggs, Oklahoma. Our reserve champion comes out of class 30, entry 433, H.D.S. Kelly 014, exhibited by Ethan Hopkins of Winchester, Tennessee. We're now ready to go into our class 32 senior heifer calves, those animals that are calved November 17th through November 19th of 2019.
Good pair of November heifers here. I'm going to use a young man's female. Like her structure, I like her combination, the way she combines that with lots of rib and depth. She has enough to her in terms of muscle, and does it in a pleasing package as well. Just a nice female. She doesn't blow you away in terms of stoutness, but she's got plenty to her, certainly. Just a nice heifer there that the young man does. Good heifer here as well. That's a heifer that doesn't quite match up structurally. We'd like to loosen her up a little bit. She also has the unfortunate circumstance of not having EPDs for whatever reason. Not the biggest deciding factor by any means, but a small consideration as well. And she's stout and she's powerful. She just needs to be a little looser structured, just a little smoother and a little more maternal in her look, like to compete with that heifer that's above her. But two good females nonetheless.
Congratulations. Results in Class 32. First place goes to entry 447, Landry Allen of Nacona, Texas. Second place goes to entry 446, Macy Howard of Allen, Oklahoma. We're now ready for Class 33 to come into the arena. These are Horn Heifers Senior Heifer calves. Those calved October 5th through November 10th of 2019.
Really a nice class of females here once again all the way through, and some of these cattle are getting so efficient, boy, it's hard to manage them, and I feel your pain, but some of those on down the line just a little over the top in terms of condition in this particular class, but we feel like this is a very functional cow prospect to head up this class. We really think this one excels out here in this particular lineup in terms of structure. We like the way she gets around the ring with lengths of stride and the way she holds that top as she goes. She stays a little truer at the hock compared to the female that's in second. Female in second on the stance. We really like the presentation of this individual. We like the quality. But once we get her in motion, she's wanting to get a little stout out of her top. She's getting a little more restricted out of her hip, taking her a little outside of herself when you get her down to ground on those rear legs. Third place female, real nice brood cow prospect here. As you can see her go, she's got a little bit of a hitch in her get along off her right back, just like see her a little more fluid from the hip down there on that rear leg, but a nice kind when she's on the stance. Fourth place female, really broody kind of an individual. We appreciate the volume that she carries as well. She doesn't labor quite as much as some, but she could be a little more agile in terms of structure when you get her on the go. One concern AK has is where her udder development will go when she gets into production. A little longer in her teat size there, but she is read up and going to go through the maternity ward at the right time. Then we get down this female right here, a female that's very moderate in her kind, very good in quality. Just like to see this one a little with a little less brisket, like to see a little more pizzazz up front to move her up the lineup. Young ladies female next. Big stout individual, one that's got some rib shape. Once again, just like to see her a little more agile on the move. Real stout kind of female coming off the rail over there. We appreciate that about her. With that said, she gets a little more restricted as well. If you watch her off the rear, just like to see her a little more agile and she get her under motion. Then the young man turning the corner there. Big middle kind of individual. She'll be easy flushing. She goes into production. Just gives up a little bit of pizzazz in terms of a profile. Then we get down to three plainer kind of females to end up the class. Nice set of heifers in this particular lineup.
Interesting class over here as we get into a big group of fall heifers and nice females for sure, but some give and take and some things we could change if we're going to evaluate them and nitpick them a little out here. And the heifer I'm going to used to win, to me, is just one of those, again, that presents the most good things. She's just a sound female. She's deep. She doesn't blow you away in terms of look, but it's good enough. She's a heifer that can get out and move, and that's a big advantage for her within this class, and yet she has enough to her, and she does it with enough look as well, and there's a fair amount more quality in her in terms of balance than the heifer that comes next, and thus she's the class winner. The heifer that comes in second, she's plain. She's plainer in her front 1/3 in her neck than some other heifers out here, and we'd like to neaten that up in her if we could. But what she has is structure. She has an advantage where she can get out and go. She's in a more appropriate condition than some that we see later on. She's a heifer that's just practical. She's sound and can move and is got some body and has enough to her. We'd just like to give her a fair amount more look if we could, but I just like her practicality in relation to some of these we see coming down the line. Heifer here that comes next has that extra look. She's more attractive. She's really attractive from the side. She just doesn't get out and go with enough flex for me, especially when you view her there in her hock and her rear leg. You just need to change that up about her for me personally. Heifer that comes next, again, one that's not perfect structurally. We change her a little if we could, just loosen her up. She does have rib. She does have some shape, and she is fresher by a far margin than the heifer that comes next. Heifer that comes next to the young ladies is really good, but she's also really, really heavy in her condition. She just it detracts from her structure. She just needs to go home and spend a little time out and maybe a month or something and just loosen up and freshen up. And I think you're going to like what you see under there. There's just too much for me in terms of condition. It's just taken away from her right now. A heifer that comes next is really shapely in terms of muscle. Again, one of those things that's almost to a detriment. She gets a little round in her makeup. A heavier condition heifer here as well, a little higher in her tailhead, but she is stout and powerful. Young man's got a sound heifer, just needs more look. Again, one of these heifers that we need to have a little more structural integrity to. The young man's that comes now just needs to be, but she does have a really nice look to her.
Congratulations in Class 33 Horn Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 457, showed by Atlee Kleiman of Wentworth, Missouri. Second place is entry 455, Madeline Weber, Cooper Bishop, and Wyatt Weber of Wamego, Kansas. Third place, entry 456, Carson, Kaylee, and Wesley Ware of Searcy, Arkansas. Fourth place, entry 451, Noah and Holly Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 460, Anna, Virginia, and Mary Merritt of Altus, Oklahoma. Sixth place, entry 458, Gracie Gist of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Seventh place goes to entry 453, Emma Lynn of Purcell, Oklahoma. Eighth is 449, Hagen Chappell of Plainview, Texas. And ninth is Sadie and Ryder Nelson of Sterling, Alberta, Canada. We're now in Class 34, Senior Heifer Calves, ranging in age from August 18th through September 28th of 2019. Following this class, we'll go right into our Senior Heifer Calf division and our Reserve Senior Heifer Calves.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring, Class 29. First place will go to back number 500, MLA, Proven Queen, 902, exhibited by Dakota Allen. Second place in that class will go to Seldom Rest Sandy, 9062, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Third place will go to HLC, Proven Queen, 912, exhibited by Colton Lorenz of Woodville, Wisconsin. Fourth place will go to Triple F, Sarah's Dream, 408, exhibited by Carson Reek of Creston, Iowa. Fifth place will go to Connolly Sandy, 9118, exhibited by Aubrey Elizabeth McCurry of Hutchinson, Kansas. Sixth place will go to W.A. Lucy, 915, exhibited by Haley Grace Walker of Potts Camp, Mississippi. Seventh place will go to Seldom Rest Sandy, 9068, exhibited by Sage Martin of Hereford, Texas. Eighth place will go to SSF Blackbird, 4269, exhibited by Marcus Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Ninth place will go to DS Georgina, 9410, exhibited by Lauren Gilbert of Oldfield, Missouri. 10th place in that class will go to DPL Sandy, 9476, exhibited by Brianna Jones. And 11th place will go to JW Princess RT, 945, exhibited by Jalen Tate of Purcell, Oklahoma. Now in your Angus ring is Class 30. Currently in the Angus ring, we are in our late junior yearling heifer division. A reminder to all of our exhibitors and spectators that we do require you to wear masks while here in the show arena as well as back in the barns. We do appreciate your cooperation in making everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
couple of really stout females to head up this Angus ring over here. We really think the combination heifers, this one that's in front of me here, really one that excels out here in this lineup in terms of structural integrity. We really like the boldness and the broodiness that she brings out of her top line back down into her lower third. Just a real functional kind of maternal kind that shows a lot of rib shape to go up the top of this class. We felt like the one most like her in kind was this real stout, big-middled female that's in second. With that said, she's not quite as refined up to her shoulder and off of her joints on all four corners compared to the class winner today, but a real nice breed cow prospect there in second. Then we get down to two alikes there in third and fourth. We went with the sounder of the two to go third. We like the maternal look that this one has. When we put her beside the two in front of her, we just like to see her with a little more swoop to her underline, maybe a little more internal dimension, but a nice heifer from that standpoint. Female that's in fourth here, we really like on the stance, but as you can tell, we get her in motion. She wants to get a little tight shoulder down to her knee. We'd like to see her with a little more flex off that rear leg. See if it runs on up into that top line the way it does. She gets a little down in her loin, just a little tight in her spine. Young lady's female directly in front of me here is one that is very efficient in her kind and be very low cost in production. With that said, she's a little overdone in terms of condition for us today. Same holds true with the trio of females behind her. We'd just like to see a little more structural integrity. We'd like to see them a little fresher in their appearance to move them up the line in this class today.
Another competitive class of heifers here in our fall horn division. Again, one of these classes where they're pretty close all the way down the line. They're different. There's differences, but they're really pretty close in my mind and pretty competitive. The heifer I go ahead and start with is a heifer that to me excels at the ground, and she's just the soundest female. She just can get out and go the most, has the most reach. And while she is, maybe not the sleekest necked or the sleekest fronted, I think her parts fit together the best in terms of just how her balance how her balance is and how it goes. She's a heifer that's a little heavier condition, for sure. We'd like to lean her up and freshen her up if we could, but I think she's moderate, and obviously she has that ability to convert and maintain body condition. Of course, that's always a double-edged sword, a line that you need to walk. So I think as a cow, we get her kicked out, and when she's got her first calf, I think she's going to be the one that impresses you the most. This is a nice heifer that comes in second. She's a little bigger framed, but she's well balanced. She's attractive. She's got some shape and dimension to her. She's maybe just a little different in terms of a few pieces here and there. Maybe we may put her tail head in just a touch if we could. Maybe change her just a little bit structurally in comparison to that heifer that's right above her. But I think that a heifer that is kind of the next best combination female if we compare her to the ones that remain. Heifer here that you love, then she stopped. She gives you a really good look. She's got some shape. She's deep. She's made well. She just doesn't get out and go quite good enough for me. Just doesn't want to handle that hind leg with enough flex. If she could, it'd be a lot different story perhaps in this class because I like a lot of things about her when she stopped. Again, another heifer that doesn't move quite as well as I'd prefer. She's a little heavier in her condition too as well, and perhaps leaning her up might improve that a little bit. But a good heifer that's got a lot of shape and a lot of dimension. She just isn't quite sound enough. Same goes for the young man here. We'd like to change her structure a little bit again, but a really stout, powerful heifer nonetheless. There's a heifer that's just a little frailer, but she's a heifer that should be a real low-maintenance cow. Should work pretty good for the young man. Heifer here that gets a little plainer towards the end. Good set of heifers that are close in my mind.
Results for Class 34 on the Horned Hereford side. First place goes to entry 472, exhibited by Cruz and Piper Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Second place is entry 471 by Caden Wilson, Crescent, Iowa. Third place, entry 466, Kylan and Cameron Oakes of Tologa, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry 464, Julia, Sam, and Olivia Barron of Lenapaw, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 469, owned by Hollis Fawcett of Ree Heights, South Dakota. Sixth place goes to entry 468, Joel Pekka of Mino, Oklahoma. And seventh place goes to entry 463, Jory and Cooper Miller of Newcastle, Wyoming. We're now going right into our Horned Heifer Champion Senior Heifer Calf Division and Reserve Senior Heifer Calf. Representing Class 32 was entry 447, BACC 401B, Miss Becky 978, exhibited by Landry Allen of Nocona, Texas. Representing Class 33 was entry 433, HDS, was entry 457, Corks Arc Grace 4100 1930, exhibited by Atlee Kleinman of Wentworth, Missouri. And representing Class 34 is entry 472, C-Bar 1 Bailey, Double Miles 9277, exhibited by Cruz and Piper Collier, Bruno, Idaho.
Well, good division here in our horned fall female senior heifer calves. A division that's a little lighter on numbers, but again, the quality's good, and I'm sure satisfied with the class winners that come out here. There was some variation in classes, maybe more so than we've had in some other divisions, but I think the heifers that come out here surface to the top based on structure primarily. They're a little more disciplined in their mature size as well, while still maintaining enough performance. With that being said, the heifer that wins the first class is a heifer that does those things and does it in a really appealing package. She's long necked, she's attractive, and just again really, really good at the ground, and just gives you a really nice cow look, as does the heifer that wins the second class. She doesn't maybe jump out and just hit you hard necessarily, but the more you study her, the more you like her. She's just a really solid female. She's sound, structured. She's got a great shape to her rib cage. You love that about her. She's got enough muscle, and when she gets stopped and set up and kind of comes together, she's got enough look. She's maybe not quite as long-necked as some, but that's not the end of the world. Her pieces do fit together well, and I appreciate that about her. A nice heifer here that wins the third class. She did so based on structure within that particular grouping. She's a heifer that probably could stand to be freshened up. Several of these heifers within this division could probably stand some of that, and she could too. But with that, she's good in terms of her structure. She's attractive in terms of the way her lines are. Even though she's not the sleekest fronted by any means, she does have good balance as far as just the way that her body is constructed and the way her pieces fit together for me. With that being said, she could use maybe just a tick more shape in terms of her rib cage and her muscle in comparison to two heifers, other two heifers that are out here, but a good heifer nonetheless. Three nice class winners. I'll show you the two that I like the best today. Congratulations and thank you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring in Class 30. Back number 501 will be first, Seldom Rest Cassandra, 9060, exhibited by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. Second place will go to Dameron Primrose, 959, exhibited by Jack Dameron of Towanda, Illinois. Third place in that class went to Seldom Rest Sandy, 9050, exhibited by Taylor Olson. Fourth place will go to MLA Proven Queen 901, exhibited by Cheyenne Brunker of Ottawa, Kansas. Fifth place will go to DDA Barbara 1918, exhibited by Kinsey Latinga of Middleville, Michigan. Sixth place will go to WA Lucy's Bombshell 925. Seventh place in that class was exhibited by Clancy Cunningham, Rose, Oklahoma, with BKC Annie's Tiana 9001G. And eighth place in that class will go to Hunter's Mercedes Diva 927, exhibited by Jaden Johnson of Blossom, Texas. Currently in your Angus ring is Class 31.
Congratulations back over in the Horned Heifer side. Our division champion comes out of Class 32, entry 447, BACC 401B, Miss Becky 978, exhibited by Landry Allen of Nocona, Texas. Our reserve division comes to us from the next class, entry 457, Corks Ark Grace 4100 1930, exhibited by Atlee Kleinman of Wentworth, Missouri. We're now proceeding into class 35, horned Hereford summer heifers, summer yearlings, calved anywhere from June 18th through June 18th, 2019.
Well, we know there's at least one class here today that I'm going to get right. Nice heifer, single entry as we start our intermediate horn division. And, there's sometimes you judge shows and you say, well, this animal could sure stand a lot of competition than here just being a single entry. Well, this is a heifer that could truly stand a lot more competition. She's pretty nice. There's a lot of good in this female, and it'll be sure fun to bring her back out and compare her within this division. Congratulations, young lady. You got a nice heifer.
Congratulations, winning class 35, Sierra and Claire Collins from Chattanooga, Oklahoma. We're now ready for class 36, horned Hereford early summer yearling heifers, calved May 1st through May 22nd of 2019. Following this class, we'll go right into our horned heifer intermediate yearling female champion and reserve champion division.
Real broody cow prospects represented from end to end in this class here. Two females we got up front are a little different in their kind, but yet they both have a lot of quality. We're going to start with the one that just excels out here in terms of natural doability and stoutness down her top and out over her hip. We like the way she sets from her hooks to her pins. We like the way she balances out coming out of her flank up into her chest, and then she stays tight at that shoulder for the mass that she represents. We appreciate the way the top of that crest fits into the top of her shoulder. She's a sound and structured female out here in terms of flux of pasture, being true to the ground in the way she gets around the ring. Just a real nice female to start the class. We really appreciate the freshness of the female that's in second here. She gets to this point for that reason, and the fact that she's very smooth in her joint. She's very agile at the ground. We appreciate her structure as well. She gives up just a little bit in terms of dimension compared to your class winner. Kind of a give and take on this third place female. We like this female when you get her on the move. That puts her above the fourth place female in this particular class. She's just a little plainer out of her hip. We'd like to change her from that standpoint. Starting to push just a little more out of that shoulder and down into the chest cavity compared to the ones in front of her today. A little bigger in that brisket as well in the fourth place female, one that represents a lot of middle and a lot of lower third. We just like to freshen her up in her condition. We'd like to make her a little more agile when you put her in motion. Fifth place female here is one that we appreciate in terms of type and kind. With that said, she gets a little more refined out of her rear leg and her bone work. We'd like to see a little more angulation out of her shoulder. Rounding the corner is a little bigger frame female. We just like to freshen her up in condition. Same holds true with the trio of heifers ending up the class. Just like to freshen them up from this standpoint to move them on up the line.
Well, congratulations over here in your Angus ring, Class 31. First place is going to go to back number 522, UDE Phyllis 9129, exhibited by Kenneth Paulson of Preston, Iowa. Second place will go to WB Princess 909, exhibited by Kara Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Silvera's Sarah Dream 9330, exhibited by Patton Gilbert of Oldfield, Missouri. Fourth place will go to PVF Proven Queen 9119, exhibited by Amelia Marie Miller of Gridley, Illinois. Fifth place will go to Connolly Ernestine 9417, exhibited by Brittany Porter of Franklin, Indiana. Sixth place will go to FCF Missy 916, exhibited by Braden Dale Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Seventh place goes to DDA Barbara 1915, exhibited by Reese Mackenzie Anderson of Chrisman, Illinois. Eighth place will go to BCR Primrose 306G, exhibited by Brigham Kelly of LaGrange, Texas. Ninth place will go to SCC SCH She's a Queen 930, exhibited by Rob Oakley of Livingston, Tennessee. And 10th place in that class will go to BBR Proven Queen 179G, exhibited by Cale Robinson of Cushing, Oklahoma. At this time, we do have all of our firsts and seconds in your Angus ring to select your champion reserve in our late junior yearling heifer division.
Well, a tough class and a tough top pair of heifers and a good third place heifer too. Just a good class of heifers here as we move through our horn show. We've got some May heifers, two heifers that come up to the top for me, and they just pair up so well in terms of structure. They're just so flexible and get out and go at the ground with such ease off of both ends, and I appreciate that a ton about both these heifers. The discussion in my own mind, it comes down to how much one has or the other has, and freshness is a big concern as well. The heifer that I'm going to use to win isn't the freshest, and then therein you get down the road of getting into the discussion between doability and all those tie together, and it makes for an interesting decision. The heifer that wins is bigger bodied. She clearly has that ability to convert feed or forage into body condition, and that's a trait that I appreciate and love, and that's a trait that's really useful in the beef industry and in that aspect. But at the same time, she is got probably plenty on her. She could be fresher, but she's so deep-sided. She's got so much to her. She's big-hipped. There's just more of this heifer to win, and she does it in such a sound package as well that of course the second place heifer does just as well. She's really good structured as well. She just isn't as bold there in her rib cage, and just doesn't have quite as much forerib and heart. I love her freshness. She is in a neater body condition. I love that about her, and that's what makes her really push hard to beat that heifer that wins the class. And a good heifer. They're sound. They have some usefulness for sure, and a ton of quality. High-end heifers there in my mind. A really nice heifer here in third as well. She's got the look. She doesn't have quite that elite structural ability that the heifers that above her. She's certainly adequate. She's very adequate. But when we get down to this level, it's little things, and she doesn't quite have that. And she doesn't. And while she has a ton of look, and in relation to our remaining heifers, she really excels in that regard. She maybe doesn't match up quite in that aspect to the heifers that are right above her. A powerhouse heifer that comes next, you really like her standing. You get her out on the move, you just like to lean her up, just like to loosen her up, but you would also like to lean her up as well. Another heifer here that's really, really powerful. Another one of these that's going to have just a tick more mature size, but a heifer that's got some stoutness, no doubt. Again, I'd like to loosen her up if we could. Heifer that, again, comes next, again, needs to be loosened up a tick, but has a little more quality than the two heifers that remain. Two heifers that remain need a little more to them, need a little more balance, but they are pretty good structured females, and I appreciate those heifers for that fact.
Once again, in this division, top-end quality here, and congratulations to you exhibitors. These first and second heifers, second-place heifers are phenomenal out here in the lineup, and with just the three classes out here, I'm going to kind of discuss them a little bit on these class winners. I think they deserve it, and I think you need to know exactly what we're thinking out here as well. But the female out of the first class, I believe the April heifer, she's one that you get down here at ground level, the more you analyze her, the more we like her. We think this thing carries as much dimension as anything out here in this particular lineup. We think she's very maternal in her kind. We feel like she's the truest at the ground. She carries herself on a really good foot. Love the smoothness of joint, the knee, and the hock. Another good thing about this female, she's fresh. And when she goes into production, she's going to have an extraordinary looking udder with lots of longevity to it. We feel like she puts a nice look together as well. We really appreciate that one quite a bit. Another high quality female here out of the second class, and from the side we really like the balance on this female. We really like the depth of side. We like the shape coming out of her top. If we could change her a little bit, we'd like to freshen her up behind her navel going back into her udder there. We'd like to freshen her up from that standpoint. She hits her track nice going around the ring. When we watch her go away, we'd like to see her a little wider hock. You might give her a scotch more extension up front compared to the ones on either side of her, but a real nice high-quality cow prospect there as well. And then we get down to the female of the last class. Like I said earlier, super sound structured. We appreciate that about her. She She represents a lot of longevity from that standpoint. We appreciate the dimension that she represents as well down her top and out over her hip. Our concern with this one today is when she goes into production, just where her teat size may be for down the road. That would be something we'd change about her. That's being pretty picky on a real nice one there, but that's where we're kind of coming from. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll select your champion in reserve.
Congratulations, your champion of this division will go to Dakota Allen, Ottawa, Kansas, with MLA Proven Queen 902. Second place out of Dakota's class was exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa.
Well, a fun division over here in our horn show on the Hereford side, and not a ton of numbers, but a ton of quality, especially these three heifers that come back out here. These three young ladies are certainly getting the job done in terms of sticking these heifers in presentation, high-level presentation on all these females, doing a great job showing them. So my absolute compliments to you on that. The heifer that wins the first class, she was the single entry, and that's sort of unfortunate for this young lady because she certainly needs to feel like there was 10 heifers out there in her class, because I feel confident she'd be in the same position nonetheless. She's a very deserving class winner. With that being said, as we compare to the other two heifers that are out here, I think she is a heifer that's maybe a tick more short-sided. I think we could loosen her up in just a little bit in terms of her rear leg structure. She's going to be a heifer that's got just a little more frame. She's not quite as disciplined in her mature size, or I don't foresee her being as disciplined in her mature size as the two heifers that come out of the other class. But she's a powerhouse. She's big-bodied. She's stout-hipped. She's just a powerful female that's going to be, I bet, a whale of a cow for this young lady. I would like to loosen her up just a tick if we're splitting hairs amongst three really, really good heifers. We just talked about these two heifers in class. They have a ton of structural integrity. The heifer that wins the class has got just a bit more to her. The heifer that is second is the freshest, and she is, again, as we bring her out here amongst our division. So with that being said, I like these three heifers a ton. Unfortunately, one of these three heifers will be left out of this division, but I'll show you the two that I like best, and congratulations to these exhibitors on a really good group of females.
Well, congratulations over here on the Angus side in your late junior yearling heifer division. Your reserve champion was exhibited by Kinnick Paulson of Preston, Iowa, with UDE Phyllis 9129. Now in your Angus ring is class 32.
Congratulations. Our Horn Hereford Champion Intermediate Yearling Female comes out of Class 36, entry 480, Purple Iris 145G, exhibited by Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. That brings in entry 474, Hadley Dunclaw from Rayne, Nebraska to show for reserve. Reserve Intermediate Yearling Female also comes out of Class 36. It was entry 474, Hadley Dunclaw from Rayne, Nebraska. We're now going into Class 37, Spring Yearling Females, age range of April 2nd through April 28th of 2019.
Little differences in types and kinds and frame score are represented throughout this class here, but AK and I feel pretty confident with this female that heads up this particular class. We feel like she's a combination heifer that puts it all together from the ground up. We really like her down her spine. We like the look that she has out of the top of that shoulder. I like the way that she has angulation there to that shoulder and the set to that foreknee. She comes out of that forerib nice and curves up good into that flank area. She keeps plenty of shape and mass out over the hip and down onto the ground. Get down to second place female, one that we like in terms of type and kind. If we could change her compared to the class winner today, we'd give her a scotch more extension up front. And yes, you might want to give her just a little more length of cannon for get her to that mature size she might need to be at the end. But a real nice broody heifer there with a tremendous amount of dimension down her top. Young man's female here in third's got a lot of quality to her as well. With that said, we'd like to freshen her up in her condition, maybe make her a little more agile on the move as she goes on all four corners, maybe tone her down just a scotch in frame score. Fourth place female, a little plainer in her kind, but want to make a really nice cow and down the road. We appreciate the big rib that she just gets a little more restricted out of that hip down to the ground. Then we get down to the young man's female next. Another cow prospect, once again, gets a little more unattractive at that hock set. And then we have some structure issues on the two that end up the class, but real nice quality from end to end in this particular lineup.
Good class of heifers here. We just have 4 of these females, but April heifers, but a ton of quality. You know, this is one of those classes where if there's 4 or 5 more, you're probably going to be looking at the same heifers standing in the same spots. So it's unfortunate they're fourth, but that I guess that's kind of how it goes when you're at this level of a show and this quality level. The heifer that wins the class suits me really well. When she stopped, boy, she gives you a really good look. She's up-headed. Her neck comes out of her shoulder really well. She's still big-bodied and deep-sided and bold in her rib cage, which is a big advantage to me and the heifer that's second. She's got plenty to her in terms of muscle. She's good in terms of structure. She's one of those nice combination females for me. A good heifer there to win the class. And a good heifer here to be in second as well. Maybe if we're splitting hairs, she doesn't get out and go quite like that heifer does right in front of her. Excuse me. And the heifer, and the bigger difference, I think she just flattens just a bit into the base of her rib cage, and you just like to bold, get her, just power her up, I guess, a little bit more there is what I'm trying to say. Just give her a little more shape and expansion to that rib cage, particularly there in her heart and forerib. She comes out of the top of her pretty well, but she just starts to flatten as she gets lower. That's a good heifer, though, nonetheless. She's powerful. She's stout. She's big-topped. She just needs to be a tick looser and a little bolder in her rib cage to compete with that heifer that wins. Good heifer here that comes in third. She's really bold in terms of her shape. She's got that rib cage that has a shape and turn that you like. Muscle as well, just doesn't quite match up structurally with the two above her. Same goes for the young lady's heifer. She doesn't have quite the structural integrity that we'd like to see, but again, another powerful female. That's 4 good heifers.
Thank you, Judge. Results for Class 37. First place goes to entry 485, Mason Allen of Nacona, Texas. Second place, entry 483, exhibited by Thomas, Will, and Ben Frecking of Alpha, Minnesota. Third place goes to 487, exhibited by Bryden Barber of Channing, Texas. And fourth place is 489, Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. We're now into Class 38, spring yearling females, age range of March 1st through March 18th, 2019.
Over here in the Angus ring, we have the results from Class 32. First place is going to go to SCC Sandy's Tradition, 928, exhibited by Mary Kate Bendledge of Neota, Illinois. Second place will go to Lazy JB Sandy, 935, exhibited by Veda Vicklin, Longmont, Colorado. Third place will go to PVF Blackbird 9044, exhibited by Tyler Coleman of Modesto, California. Fourth place will go to EXAR Frontier Gal 1239, exhibited by Mia Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Moffett Rosebud 1980, exhibited by Cohen Novzinski of Easton, Kansas. Sixth place will go to SCC SCH Phyllis 926, exhibited by Brady Lott of Carmen, Oklahoma. And seventh in that class will go to Connolly Malbin Pride 9148, exhibited by Barrett Allen of Ardmore, Oklahoma. At this time in your Angus ring is Class 33, your final class here in the early yearling heifer division.
Well, again, kind of sound like a broken record, but just an awful good class of horned heifers here from top to bottom. Just a good set of females. 2 heifers I like a bunch on the top, and a heifer in third I like a bunch as well. And just good heifers right down the way. An interesting pair here between 1 and 2. I think the big advantages they have over the good heifer that's in third is their structure. And a heifer that amongst these two, the comparison for me is the heifer that wins has just got a little more shape to her, and as you view her from the side, just both in her rib cage and in terms of her hip and muscle into her quarter. She's a little neater and fresher in her front 1/3 and fresher in her condition. Her head comes up just a little higher out of her shoulder. You look at her on paper, she's a little concerning. She does have that -6 CED. She's got almost a 7.5 birth EPD. That's going to present a challenge for her going forward as you think about the possibility of raising commercial bulls. I think it's workable, but I think it's kind of up there on that high end of getting close to where it's going to be really hard to work around. But that being said, when you put that aside, when you view her visually, there's a ton of quality there in terms of a heifer that combines a lot of good things. I love the structure in this female that's in second. She's really good at the ground. She can just get out and go, and that's a big advantage she has over the nice third place heifer. She's a heifer that maybe gets just a little plainer in her front 1/3 as you compare to the heifer that's above her, and maybe it's just a little bit further along in terms of condition. We'd maybe neaten her up in that way, but that's a sound structured, deep-sided heifer that's got enough to her. She's a good female as well, and her balance is good. Her pieces fit together good. She is just a little plainer in her front 1/3. The nice, attractive heifer here that comes next, the young man's, she's just a tick shorter sided. She's just a tick shorter in her stride as well. You'd like to change that about her. Standing, you really like her. She gives you a really good look, and she's bold and dimensional in the way that her body's built. She just needs to be a tick looser. But when we compare her to the 3 that remain, she's really undeniable in terms of her quality and balance to win or to be in that third spot. Powerhouse heifer comes next. Needs to be fresher, maybe just a little bit neaten her up just a little in her head and her front end. Same thing goes for the heifer that comes next. The young lady's really stout, just needs to be loosened up in terms of structure. Again, a heifer that comes next that needs to be a little neater in her structure, but you do like her attractive appearance.
Little give and take in this particular class. A lot of quality, depending on what size and frame score you want or what body type you want. There's good cattle from each end of this class, but AK and I really like this heifer that heads up the class. We see this one as the biggest footed female in the class. We see her with the best shaped hoof. We really like the structure and the stoutness of bone on 404 corners of her skeleton. This female is tremendously bold in terms of dimension coming out from behind that shoulder and the way she gets back into the rear third of her body makeup. She stays really good down her spine and over her loins, sets good at that tail head set. Just a really nice brood cow that we really like in terms of foundation out here to head up the class. You get down to second place female from the side. We like the silhouette of this female. Understanding she's going to go into production here shortly, we'd like to change her there over her loin. We'd like to give her a little more width at the top going down through there, tone her down at her grow bone, that tail head set. She wants to get a little narrow pinned when you get behind her in comparison to the female that heads up the class. That's what we'd change about her today. Third place female, another high quality type individual, one that, boy, you really got to like from the side and the presence and the stoutness of jaw and the mass that she carries. We'd like to see her maybe just about a half frame score smaller maybe for us or a little more, but that's a good female as well. We appreciate her for her kind and what she is. Then we get down to the fourth place female, a real more of a modern frame individual. We like this individual in terms of her type and kind. When we get her in motion, she wants to get maybe just a little more restricted out of her shoulder. Like to give her a little more angulation that way. That's where we'd change her up today. Young lady's female next is one that also is good in terms of her type and kind. She's another high-quality female. Once again, she gets a little more condition going on at the point of the shoulder. We'd like to freshen her up right there just a bit to go on ahead and move her up the line. A little bigger kind coming around here next, one that's got a lot of middle to her and a lot of capacity. She just gets a little more restricted off all four corners when she's on the go. Same holds true with the next two heifers. Just like to see them a little more fluid in their stride when they're in motion. Nice set of heifers in this class.
Excellent division here in our spring yearling horned females in the Hereford side. Just depth in both of these classes from end to end. Good kind of heifers and just exceptional heifers that come back out in my mind. It's just a real treat to be able to be out here and compare and contrast heifers that are of this quality that come from all over that are just this good. And again, I can't be complimentary enough of these young people and the folks that bred these heifers. As we talk about these heifers and compare them to each other, boy, that heifer that wins that first class is just ultra attractive from the side. She's really attractive in her front 1/3, yet has such an expansive rib cage. She looks like she's going to be able to maintain her flesh. She's good in terms of structure. She's correct in her lines. She's just a really nice kind of combination female. Kind of a fun thing to look at her on paper. She's really pretty strong in terms of carcass traits, especially in her marbling and has a good CHB index. And, that's not necessarily a real selection criteria right at the moment, but it's an uncommon combination to have females, to have an animal that looks like that and still does that on paper and has that potential to pass that genetic traits on to her offspring. So that's kind of neat for me anyways, personally. Really a nice heifer here as well that wins the second class. Just feminine and female and cowy in her look. She's moderate, she's deep, she's good in her structure. She's got that female maternal kind of appearance. You look at her on paper and I just mentioned it, it's a bit of a concern there in terms of managing around her CED and her birth figures. I think it can be managed but it will take a little work. Fortunately for her, she has that added growth to kind of offset that a little bit. But she doesn't. It's interesting. She just doesn't appear to be that type of female visually that would have that kind of birth in her. But she does, as you see it there on the sheet of paper. But aside from that, just an outstanding female that you just love her in terms of her cow potential. Get out there and be just a really impressive 2-year-old. I think the same can be said for both of these heifers that win this class. Really good second places as well, and again, just a deep division that there wasn't a lot of them, but the ones that decided to come here at this age and this stage of the game were awful good. So again, my congratulations. I'll show you the two that I like best out of a bunch of heifers that I really appreciate. Thanks.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring, Class 33. First place went to Hoffman HG Missy 06G, exhibited by Miranda Graves. Second place went to WB Princess 902, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Third place went to Colburn Sarah's Dream 9450, exhibited by Houston Furry. Fourth place went to BNWZ Sarah's Dream 9155, also exhibited by Houston Furry. Fifth place went to Conley Sandy, exhibited by Sage Hernahan of Okarche, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to K-Bar D, Wendy 5G, exhibited by Haley Lindbear of Culver, Oregon. Seventh place in that class went to EXAR Black Cap 9688, exhibited by Blakely Stelzer of Ulaga, Oklahoma. And eighth place in that class went to EXAR Black Cap 9698, exhibited by Nicole Stevenson. Currently in your Angus ring, we are selecting your early yearling heifer champion and reserve division.
Back over on the Horn Hereford side, winning our division champion was entry 485. Colt, GARW Candy Stock 25, exhibited by Mason Allen of Nacona, Texas. Our reserve division came out of Class 38, entry 491. H, BL Miss Spice, 938, exhibited by Thomas, Will, and Ben Frecking. Catch up on the placings on that last class. Class 38 obviously was won by entry 491, exhibited by Thomas, Will, and Ben Frecking. Second place was entry 500, exhibited by Bailey Smith, Shakota, Oklahoma. Third place was entry 498, exhibited by Claiborne Perry and Eli Perry of Madison, Mississippi. Fourth went to entry 496, Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Fifth was entry 494, Cameron and Colin Oakes of Tologa, Oklahoma. And sixth with Tommy Rabel of Lake Park, Iowa. Once again, our division winner for that was 485, exhibited by Mason Allen, and our reserve division was 491, exhibited by the Frecking family. We're now on our Class 39, which is our final class of the day for the Horned Hereford division. There are 2 entries in this class, calved anywhere from January 6, 2019 to February 24th, 2019. This class is also our final division. We'll go right into, there'll be our champion junior yearling female and reserve junior yearling female, and we'll go right into the champion horned female and the reserve champion horned female.
Well, nice pair of heifers here within this January, February horn division, just a couple of them out here, and good females for sure. The young lady with the dark red heifer is going to win your class and be your division champion, and a nice female, certainly. She surfaces to the top of this pair just based on structure and quality from the side. She has a really nice combination of those two things and does so with plenty of body and muscle shape as well. She just has that advantage in freshness and attractiveness and soundness is why she wins this class. But a really good female in second, nonetheless. She's powerful. She's really big in terms of her hip. She's just a powerful female. I think just in comparison to that heifer that's right above her, I'd loosen her up a bit if we could. But two good females that'll come right back out for a champion horned female.
A little smaller division here, but still lots of quality represented out here in these 4 females. AK and I are pretty much in agreement on what we want to do here, and we're just, like I say, once again, trying to use cattle that suit us in terms of foundation and cattle that are going to have some longevity. If you would, join us, and let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and he'll get you a champion in reserve.
And congratulations here in your early yearling heifer division. Champion is going to go to Miranda Graves with Hoffman HG Missy 06G. Second place in Miranda's class exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa.
Back over on our polled Hereford side, we finished up class 39, which was also the division. First and division winner was 508, exhibited by Carlisle Brumman of Refugio, Texas. Second in reserve division was entry 505, exhibited by Cameron and Kylan Oakes of Tologa, Oklahoma.
And reserve champion over on the Angus side in your early yearling heifer division is going to go to back number 634. SCC SCH Sandy's Tradition 928, exhibited by Mary Kate Bunlige. Next class here in your Angus ring will be class 34. This will be your final division here in your Junior Angus show this afternoon.
We really appreciate the frame score and the udder attachment and teat placement on this young female, and really a calf behind her that's tremendously long-bodied and got a nice profile. I'm going to pick on the calf a little bit. Might give it a little more lower third in terms of body, but still young, time to mature. But real useful pair here that's going to represent a lot of longevity down the road. Congratulations to this exhibitor.
Congratulations over here in your Angus ring, class 34. First place will go to Richardson Jewel, 9001, exhibited by Garrett Schuring of Thompson, Missouri. Now in the Angus ring will be class 35.
All right, and a fantastic horned Hereford heifer show. Representing Division 1 is entry 366, Innisfail VH 628-983, exhibited by the Daniels clan, Luke, Dirk, Judd, and Eric, out of Dalhart, Texas. Our Division 2 representative is entry 428, CH Miss Harper 003, exhibited by Noah and Holly Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Representing Division 3 is entry 447, BACC 401B, Miss Becky 978, exhibited by Landry Allen of Nocona, Texas. Division 4 representative is entry 480, Purple Iris 145G, exhibited by Lauren May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Division 5 champion was entry 485, Colt GARW Candy Stock 25, exhibited by Mason Allen, Nocona, Texas. And our Division 6 winner was entry 508, JBMC Shelby Sensation 1864, exhibited by Carla Brahman, of Refugio, Texas. Our judge today has been Mr. Works. Shane Works comes to us from Manhattan, Kansas, where he serves as the beef unit manager. He started his college career in Butler Community College and then transferred to Kansas State University, where he was a part of the reserve national champion team at Kansas State University. He was high individual in cattle at the American Royal, and he also served as president of the Junior Hereford Board. He comes to us as a lifelong Hereford breeder from West Central Minnesota, and he maintains their herd of Herefords and Angus. He worked at the McClurry Angus Ranch. Once again, he does manage the KSU purebred unit. He's here with his wife, Ashley, and his children, Nora, who is 3 1/2, Brooks, who's almost 2, and the newest one in the clan, Ivy, who is 1 month. Let's put our hands together and thank Mr. Shane Work for doing such a good job on the Hereford and Polled Herefords.
Real quick here in the Angus ring, we got another single entry. Really nice pair here to represent this class. Very useful kind of a young female here that's got a beautiful udder under, good structure, just a real nice kind to represent this single entry class.
Well, folks, just an exceptional group of females again. We come back out here for our Horn Champion Drive, and just an outstanding junior Hereford show here today. So much quality and so much depth of quality, from my view anyways, in these cattle, these heifers that these young people brought out. And again, just my true compliments to these folks that breed these cattle, the young people that got them ready, that brought them here. Their showmanship skills are excellent. They're courteous young people. They just it's just been an outstanding show. I won't talk about the cattle. I've tried to be as descriptive as I can when I'm discussing them in class and division, to give you an idea of what I'm thinking and tell you what I see. And I think we've done that, and there's no need to belabor the point there. I just want to say thanks. Obviously, thanks to the association for having me. I was kind of a late addition, but just super appreciative of the opportunity. And I just want to say thanks, to the people that helped me get to where I am, and of course my family, my wife Ashley, and as you just heard, we've got kind of a tribe at this point, and it's a lot of action, and she does a ton of things to keep us all going every day, and I'm like a lot of people, a lot of you folks that are here. There's lots of things to do. You're busy. You got long days that you work, and that translates into a lot of work for Mom with the youngsters. But I sure want to thank her for everything, and couldn't do what we do without her, obviously. And I want to thank my parents back in Minnesota. Kind of give me that foundation of learning a lot of the values that these young people are learning within this association right now. They gave us responsibility and taught us how to work, and gave my sister and I sure a real chance to grow and do what we've done in life. And I think the neat thing about it is all these young people out here, and every young person that came through this ring is getting that same opportunity, and that's the beautiful thing about what we're doing here today. So great kids, great cattle, just an outstanding set of cattle. I'll get off here. You've heard me talk plenty. You guys got plenty of big days here in the days to come. I look forward to being able to pick these two champions, and just again, I'm just super appreciative of the opportunity, and I've just enjoyed it immensely. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Let's give these guys a round of applause for just an awesome group of horned heifers.
While he's walking around, I do want to make one revision. We had our numbers mixed up here. Representing our first class, the Spring Heifer Calf Division, our champion was actually 417 EXR Bailey's McKee 0250, shown by Piper Collier from Bruno, Idaho. Your grand champion for the Cattlemen's Congress 2021, first time ever in the Horned Heifer Division, comes out of your Spring Yearling Female Class, 485, Colt GARW Candy Stock 25, exhibited by Mason Allen of Nocona, Texas. That brings in entry 491 as reserve, HBL Miss Spice 938, shown by Thomas, Will, and Ben Frecking from Alpha, Minnesota. Reserve Grand also comes out of Division 5. That was entry 491, HBL Miss Spice 938, exhibited by Thomas Will and Ben Frecking. Let's put our hands together for a fantastic Polled Hereford and Horned Heifer show, and for Dr. Works for coming to us today and doing a fantastic job.
In the Angus ring, really nice fair to start the class once again. Really a big stout cow that's really rugged boned and stout on her foundation. Got a really neat calf behind that's really unique, coming out of that shoulder and front end. Represents a nice profile there running behind her. Get down to second place cow we like in terms of moderation. She's doing a nice job with the calf. If we could change her up compared to the cow in front of her, we'd give her a scotch more performance and maybe give her a little more udder quality to compete with the class winner today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring, Class 36. First place will go to Jensen Erica, 8905, exhibited by Callie Judy Jensen of Plainfield, Iowa. And second place will go to CS 806 Halo, exhibited by Cora Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma. At this time, we'll be bringing in our first and seconds out of your senior heifer division to select a champion and reserve. After this division selection, we will be bringing in all of your division champion and reserves to select a grand champion and reserve grand champion Angus female here in your Junior Angus show. We would like to remind everyone that is sitting ringside that the 82nd Annual National Angus Bull Sale will take place Friday afternoon at 1 o'clock right next door in the Super Barn Sale Arena. Bulls will be on display beginning at 11:30. You may pick up a sale catalog at the Angus booth and visit with the American Angus Association regional managers if you have any questions. Once again, that's the National Angus Bull Sale. That'll take place Friday afternoon, 1 o'clock here in the Super Barn Sale Arena.
Before we select your champion and reserve in this division, if you would join AK and I, and let's give these young showmen a nice round of applause.
Congratulations in your senior